The male lead is running frantically through the forest. He mutters, unable to believe he's late on such an important day. A group sees him from afar and remarks that he has finally arrived. A sitting knight says it's ridiculous for a newbie to be this late. However, the girl next to him reminds him that he used to be late back in the day too. Our male lead apologizes for being late. His name is Shin Jun-soo and he holds the creator class, specializing in crafting weapons. Seeing this, they stand up and the knight says he was just joking. However, the male lead realizes he made a mistake. It has been 3 months since he joined this guild, and only now does he have his first chance to enter a dungeon. He must always be vigilant, especially when participating in a support role. And he wants to prove to everyone that he is useful. Inside is a B-rank hunter named Do-hyun, and Moon asks if this is his first time. Embarrassed, he says yes, the dungeons he entered before were only for collecting items. The man explains that as a support, the most important thing is smart positioning. If he gets separated too far, he could be isolated and killed before teammates can respond. And he warns that since he is a creator, he needs to be alert to throw daggers as soon as he gets the signal. He asks if that's easy enough, and the boy answers yes. However, he mentions that he can create other types of weapons too. The man explains that won't be necessary and he doesn't need to overexert himself on his first time. Just then, a mage named Lee Hyun-woo senses a creature ahead. The captain orders to form up and they begin to advance. The mage reports to the captain that 2 small mana sources and 1 very large mana source are approaching. Do-hyun finds it strange that the boss is heading in their direction. He says he will handle it and asks the male lead how fast he can make a dagger. About 20 seconds? The boy says that's more than enough, and the man tells him to start making the first one. They will finish this in a maximum of 40 seconds, and the crystal monsters have started to swarm. The whole group is very pumped, and the mage says he will go first. He activates a skill, stomps heavily on the ground, and raises a shield, taunting the monsters. Seeing this, the girl rushes in, takes down the first one, faces off and dodges an attack, takes down the second one. However, strangely, a creature slips past her. She screams a warning for the mage to be careful, and the knight steps up in front of him to prepare. At the same time, he completes his chant and unleashes an explosive fire spell, incinerating the creatures, making them excited, and the male lead is genuinely impressed by this amazing teamwork. Then he announces that the weapon is ready. He crafted an unusual knife. He grips the handle tight, throws it towards Do-hyun and tells him to catch it. He catches it right in midair, uses magic to coat it. After the strike, the weapon will disintegrate. With that knife, he dashes towards the boss and slashes, slicing through in a single stroke. The head falls to the ground, and the weapon is also destroyed. The group gathers in good condition. The male lead is very impressed because the guild he joined is much stronger than expected. Everyone is powerful and their teamwork is excellent. On the other hand, he didn't do anything, except creating a simple dagger. He wonders if he really deserves to be here. Do-hyun appears and asks if he is okay. The male lead replies he is fine, but apologizes for not helping much. The captain looks confused and says he doesn't know how much money they saved thanks to him. The skill he possesses is powerful, but it disintegrates every type of weapon, making it very expensive. That is why he needs the help of a creator like the male lead, and says that for a first dungeon he did very well. The male lead thanks him and promises to try his best. The knight says it's time to pack up the loot and return when the place starts shaking. Everyone wonders what is happening since the boss is already dead. Jinseo points and tells them to look over there, warning that the wall is collapsing. The mage activates a light spell and says it looks like a passage has opened up. Seeing this, Do-hyun wonders if they discovered a secret passage. The knight gets excited, saying there are usually lots of good items in places like this. Hearing this, the female fighter says she is eager because they will make a fortune. Do-hyun asks the mage if he detects anything, and he says no. He says in that case, they can at least peek to see what's there. Although hesitant, the mage agrees, and the man calls Jinseo to come along. They start entering the cave, and in the next scene, Shin Jun-soo is running away from a creature, wondering why this is happening. Everyone is dead, and he is the only survivor. It's absurd for a creature like that to appear in a D-ranked dungeon. Not to mention no one has ever heard of a monster that cannot be detected by magic. He looks back, and the creature is right beside him. It throws a punch that sends him flying. He hits his head on the ground and bleeds. Trembling, he tries to stand up, telling himself he can't die here. But the boss monster keeps advancing. He starts creating a dagger, saying he won't give up in this place. He finishes it, grabs it, and throws it hard at the boss. However, the boss easily swats it away with its hand without a scratch. At that moment, they are face to face, and he takes another punch. The impact shatters the ground and knocks him into the water. As he finds himself sinking, he tells himself that he knew this would happen. A useless D-rank support who can't do anything but summon simple weapons. And it's pathetic that he ran away and abandoned his friends. They shouldn't have brought trash like him, and he should never have awakened. But that is when the legendary notification line appears. He has discovered the source of a mystery, and fulfilled the conditions to become a player. A blue light flashes, welcoming player Shin Jun-soo. He is still sinking and confused. The system asks if he wants to receive a new reward. Without an explanation, he doesn't know what these things are, but he is drowning and has no other choice. So he presses yes. In the next scene, he is walking on stairs made of swords. He finds himself facing the boss and receives a notification that he has received the past life experience of adventurer Shin Jin-soo, the weapon master. He sees the monster radiating an aura and about to punch him, but at that moment he receives the reward. His eyes glow brightly and he strikes, throws a weapon through the boss. The monster is knocked to the ground. The male lead feels a strange headache. He doesn't know what is happening and strange memories are flooding his mind. When he looks ahead, the boss has rushed in to punch him again. However, the impact strikes directly into a shield full of spikes. He realizes he is unharmed even though the creature is very strong. Seeing this, he steps back and thinks, if the information is correct, then this boss has a weakness he knows. Golems generally have no specific weakness and can easily recover from all damage. And that is why the easiest way to deal with them is to attack from all sides and angles. He activates the skill World Net, surrounding the creature with projections. Within that range, he can control items at will. Saying that, he clenches his fist and summons a rain of swords. The swords rush forward, attacking the boss, covering the entire area. A moment later, when the smoke clears, the golem has crumbled on the ground. He approaches in an exhausted state, thinking it's unbelievable to use a creation skill offensively like that. The system announces that he has killed the boss of somewhere. Then the male lead sees a purple aura and wonders what it is. The system activates the ability to absorb demonic energy, and an orb appears in his hand. He pauses for a second, trying to calm down after everything that just happened. It seems he has received memories from a past life of his own, but he doesn't know what that means. What he discovered is that this other version of him lived many generations later, and in that era the world was completely destroyed. He received memories of indescribable massacres, but he also gained all the knowledge and experience of that time. But there is no guarantee that future is certain, especially when many things have changed. More than the status window appearing in front of him, something that didn't exist in those memories. Then it says it seems he has become a so-called player. From what he knows, players shouldn't exist at this time. It should be about 2 more years before they start appearing. You become a player when you start seeing illusions called the system. This completely changed the world because each player received different rewards from their system. And that is what allowed humans to surpass the strength limits of ordinary awakened ones. It was through this that the guild he joined became one of the strongest since the guild master became a player. The male lead, on the contrary, didn't change much but continued trying his best to help the guild. In his past life, he always thought it would be convenient to have this thing, but it's even better than he imagined. And one of the biggest differences is that he received a passive skill to absorb demonic energy. He sees he will have to absorb it to receive new rewards and imagines where he can get it. However, now is not the time for that. Looking at the bodies of his teammates, he knows the first task is to get them out of here. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association, a girl looks through the blinds and asks if they are really letting him go. She says it's strange that 5 people died in the incident, and the only survivor is a D-rank support. And the most suspicious thing is that he managed to bring everyone's bodies back instead of just running away. The girl asks the boss for an answer. He immediately asks back if she is implying the D-rank guy killed everyone. He taps the file on her head, reminding her that this is not a normal civil case. After all, it is extremely difficult to know exactly what happens inside a dungeon. Then he leaves, saying many people disappear this way because small guilds can't win dungeon gate auctions. So they trespass and end up notifying no one when members die. The girl says she understands and wishes him a good day. Walking down the corridor, the man thinks about the male lead. Everything he said seems to be true, but he still has a strange feeling about it. He seemed too calm during the investigation. No dungeon experience, so why didn't he panic? His testimony lacked some details, but seemed completely logical. At worst, he isn't happy about this, but he cannot interfere. However, it would be wise to keep an eye on him. Walking through the city, the male lead mutters that something is wrong. The dungeon gate was listed as unconfirmed, but they clearly had proof of purchase. Even the association's seal was stamped on it. One possibility is that someone impersonated association personnel to trick Guild 1, not to mention other guilds facing similar situations. He doesn't know the reason, but there is a common thread between all these disappearances. All guilds had players like Do Hyun, people who would become heroes in the future. Clearly, someone is trying to erase the existence of heroes. This means that for now, he must make sure no one knows he has powers. He is already the sole survivor of a mystery that will remain buried, and if he does anything, it will raise suspicion. The first player selection will happen in 2 years, so he has plenty of time to prepare. He will have to utilize the memories he has as much as possible to become the strongest. At the same time, he needs to gain all that power without attracting too much attention. He looks through skills, searching for something that could help in this case. Andy smiles, saying this one will do fine. Scene change. 1 year later. In the forest, a blonde boy slashes at a werewolf's shield, However, since he is using a store-bought sword, it's unbelievable. The sword breaks in half right in the middle of the fight. The monster freezes. It knocks him away, but he manages to stab the knife into the ground. Just as he looks up, the creature has rushed in. It smashes the ground and he desperately jumps aside. The group looks scared, while the boss continues to approach. It is a D difficulty Null Lord. The blonde boy points ahead, saying there shouldn't be a Null Lord in an E-rank dungeon. This type of monster should only appear in D-rank places. However, the boss doesn't care and pounces on him. The knight throws himself in front to blocking the attack. However, from afar, he warns that he won't be able to hold out much longer and they have to find a way to hurt this monster. The problem is, this creature is one of the deadliest killers for new players because it is immune to magic and rookie groups usually depend heavily on magical power. This situation usually leads to the death of the whole party. The blonde boy knows he is the only physical damage dealer in the group, but he can't do anything. The shield guy has no weapon to defend himself. The blonde boy tears his hair out, thinking if he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have gone with this group. But then he hears a strange clicking sound nearby. When he looks over, there is a guy mining in the dungeon. It's the porter, the person who is just there to collect crystals and items. The blonde guy thinks that kid must be a lunatic to be so calm when everyone is about to die. But then something catches his attention. He picks up the pickaxe. It transforms right in his hand. Now he knows the boy is a creator. He has a chance to get a new weapon, even if the boy is only low level. He calls out to him, and the male lead turns around. Immediately, the blonde guy runs to him and asks if he is a creator. Can he forge a sword? The male lead says theoretically he can. The blonde guy presents the remains of the sword and demands he makes something similar. Must be as durable as possible. Junsu apologizes, saying he joined as a porter, not support. The blonde guy screams at him, saying now is not the time to sweat the details because everyone is about to die, and warns that he will die too if they don't kill that boss. Junsu says that's fine, but he has a condition. He must forget all these skills as soon as they finish the dungeon and also split the items as if he were a support member. The blonde guy says he asks for too much because just one weapon can't win the dungeon. The male lead smiles, saying it's interesting he says that, since weapons are essential in dungeons, and assures that with this weapon in hand, he will be unbeatable in this place. Scene shifts to Overkill Guild, one of the top 3 guilds in Korea. The team leader tells the girl to come in and she says the association is investigating and asking for his cooperation. He asks if it's about another misclassified dungeon, and she confirms it is. He says that's fine, but they will have to pay a high price, since he can enter closed gates. That's when, looking at the photo, he seems to remember the male lead. When another dungeon was misclassified and he went to check, he also saw that guy there. He remembers in that case he said he was a porter. When a dungeon is misclassified, the chance of survival is very small. And strangely, in 2 cases this happened, this guy seemed to be involved. Taehyun knows this is not a coincidence. The secretary says that last week a B-rank dungeon was classified as D-rank and the entire team was wiped out. Taehyun says the association must be having a headache. He recalls the old man at that place and knows that guy's life isn't easy. He says it's fine. They will make money thanks to the ability to intervene that they have. So then he asks about the thing he requested. She says she bought a B-rank weapon from a blacksmith, but she should check it first. Taehyun explains that all weapons are destroyed when he uses skills, and the problem is there aren't many good creators. So he tells her to keep looking because he can't keep breaking precious items like that. At that moment, a short-haired guy enters the room saying they have a problem. It seems some of their rookies entered the dungeon that the association asked for help with. Not only that, it's C rank and a difficult type. Taehyun immediately says if it's an emergency, then he will handle it. A crowd of reporters and adventurers are in front of the red gate until someone announces Overkill Guild is coming. Reporters turn around and start asking if they are here to intervene. They approach a girl with glasses and ask about the situation. She talks about the members who went in and the fact it was reclassified to C rank. He asks how long they've been in there and she says 2 hours. He concludes that he doesn't know how many will be found alive but will try his best. He and the secretary approach the gate. She puts her hand in a bag and takes out a katana. Her name is Yumin, and she can create a space on the other side of the sheath or barrier. With that, Taehyun takes the sword and ignites it. 1 slash at the gate, and the intervention skill is activated. The only problem is only the skill user can enter that place. That's why she activated the sword before giving it to him. He accepts the new sword and she wishes him luck. Taehyun then finds himself in the dungeon with a pile of defeated monsters. Seeing the dead bodies and humidity, he knows this is a reptile dungeon. Not finding feces on the ground, he knows the monsters in this place have certain intelligence. Probably a lizard man colony with some knowledge. Considering the number of corpses he sees, he imagined everyone must be dead already. He enters the room, ready to witness the worst-case scenario. However, when reaching the area where the lost group should be, he sees something completely unexpected. A lizardman rushes towards a guy, who easily blocks that attack. The archer shoots an arrow into the creature's flank and gut. He doesn't understand why that group is overwhelming the lizardmen. After a few seconds of observation, he realizes the lizardmen are faster and stronger. So what are they doing differently? Just then a lizardman strikes, his sword forcing him into defense. A monster rushes in to finish him from above, and Taehyun says he arrived just in time. An explosion occurs, and when the smoke clears, a sword has blocked the monster's attack. Taehyun wonders who used that skill. Then he sees the male lead standing there with his hand glowing blue. At this moment, he realizes he's being watched, and their eyes meet. Someone starts counting the members. He realizes there are 8, 9, and beside him is 10 people. He says it's strange because he remembers there were only 9, and Taehyun asks what he thinks he is doing. Just then, someone gets hit and thrown to the ground. The lizardman prepares to finish him, and Taehyun rushes into action. The male lead knows very well who this guy is and how famous he is. This is the reason he even brought a spare weapon. Fire starts radiating from Taehyun's sword in a burst, pushing back the adventurer. Taehyun tells them to step back. They retreat and thank him, so he stays alone against the lizardman, and again summons the fireball. Magic, slicing the creature in two. The creature slumps to the ground. At this moment, Taehyun notices that despite using only one move, the weapon is about to break. Then he hears footsteps, and one is approaching him. The monster attacks, and Taehyun retreats. The male lead asks if this always happens when he uses skills. Obviously, he consumes a lot of weapons. Taehyun asks back if he wants to fight. Suddenly, Junsu creates a katana and tells him to use it. Taehyun is confused. It's not normal at all for someone to create a complex weapon with just a simple wave of a hand. Only extremely skilled blacksmiths can do that. So the question is, why is he here? Suddenly, Junsu says he has a condition for him to use it. Once the dungeon is finished and they leave, he must forget everything about his abilities. Taehyun says there is no way he can force himself to forget, even if he wanted to. Junsu immediately tells him he can go to his bag and break another weapon he brought. Taehyun sighs, realizing he has no other choice. He promises to forget everything when this is over. Now the male lead smiles and says he can go have fun now. The team leader rushes up right then. One of the lizardmen rushes towards him, and he activates the fire skill on the sword again. However, with a frontal slash at the creature. The monster's weapon shatters. He finds it strange because all he intended to do was block the attack. This can only happen if the weapon itself is extremely powerful. He already knew that somehow the kid created an item above B rank with just a simple motion. Once again, another lizardman is about to attack, but now Taehyun is excited. He wants to use all this power and see how good this weapon is. He faces a lizardman and activates a fire explosion. At the same time, he circles behind it, then stabs it in the neck. The monster falls down dead, and he notices the blade is still intact. Meanwhile, everyone in the dungeon is thanking him for saving all their lives. The team leader says it's great to see no one is hurt. They explain that they were struggling until that kid started crafting weapons. He just observes, approaches the male lead, and asks for his name. Junsu asks why he wants to know since he is just a porter. Taehyun says his name and says it would be better to communicate like that. With that, Junsu turns around and introduces himself. He tells the group member that he left all the magic stones at the entrance. Then Taehyun tells him to wait and asks why don't they go to the boss room together. The male lead says he is there only as a porter. The team leader agrees, but warns that no one can leave until the boss is defeated. The male lead says he can handle it, but the team leader says weapons are all broken. However, Junsu says he made him a sword that won't break. Taehyun replies that this is a misclassified dungeon, so you never know what could happen. Even in the boss room, there could be something completely different, so he needs to be cautious. The male lead sighs, saying he understands and goes along. They reach a huge room, and on a throne, the Lizard King is sitting with a creature. Seeing this, the guy remarks that he will end this as quickly as possible, because this sword will break if he keeps hesitating. The male lead starts getting annoyed that he keeps doubting his weapon, and says if he really doesn't trust it, he can test it as much as he likes. At the same time, the Lizard King points his blade, and the creature rushes at both of them. Both manage to dodge, and Taehyun chases the beast. However, the creature attacks in midair, and it is inaccessible. Once again, he defends himself and creates a circle of fire, preparing to advance again. But this time, the Lizard King approaches and collides with him in midair. Once again, he is knocked to the ground, and the boss activates the Lizard Fire ability. Suddenly, a shield appears in front of Taehyun. Obviously, it was the male lead's doing, and he takes the hit from the lizard, so he is sent flying. The boy doesn't get tired of blocking attacks. He even teases the male lead, saying he thought he was a weapon maker. The male lead asks if he has ever been hit in the head with a shield to see how much it hurts. The guy laughs, but warns that when they get out of there, he will have a lot of questions. He flies towards the boss again, who this time unleashes a chain attack. He defends with the blade, but the boss's chain wraps around his sword and pulls, so Taehyun is thrown towards the lizardman. The male lead reaches out and tells him to get serious. He dissolves the guy's sword and recreates a new one. Thanks to this, he is no longer bound by the chain and easily slashes the monster's mouth. The Lizard King doesn't understand what just happened, At the same time, Taehyun throws his sword like a javelin. The boss dodges, but right after Taehyun approaches and kicks him in the stomach, the poor guy falls to the ground. But Taehyun doesn't stop. He activates the fire ability and rushes towards the boss. When the smoke clears, the poor guy is scorched and missing an arm. He looks to the side and sees the male lead grab a spear and run towards him. When he intends to strike, appearing to receive a warning of some sort, the male lead just warns him that it's not good to point a weapon at him. While Taehyun approaches from behind and the boss realizes he is doomed. At that moment, outside the gate turns blue. Everyone knows they cleared it and all leave the dungeon. Everyone rushes towards Taehyun, asking for details about the dungeon. Overkill Guild members ask if he is hurt, and he says he is fine. Those inside thank him, saying if it weren't for him, they would be dead. Meanwhile, the male lead says he took his share and will leave. He observes everyone and leaves without anyone noticing. Reporters come asking Taehyun how he cleared the dungeon so quickly. He turns around intending to say that actually all the glory belongs to... but he sees nothing and seems speechless. Everyone comments that if it weren't for the team leader arriving, they would have died because the weapons were all broken. He runs to the other guy and asks what he is saying. Doesn't he remember the boy crafting weapons for everyone? The other guy looks confused, asking about the weaponsmith. He looks at the girl next to him and asks if she saw the person who helped create weapons, and she says no. Taehyun turns to the others and asks if they saw the boy create weapons, and they also say no. The only thing the kid did was collect a bunch of bags containing magic stones. Taehyun doesn't understand what happened because he remembers everything very clearly. One of the memories that pops up is the male lead saying that he should forget everything about his abilities. With this, he figures that the male lead must have used a crafting skill that can impose restrictions. The problem is, this is something for high-level people, so how did he do it? At this moment, other Overkill members ask if he has any problems. He throws the bag into the other guy's lap and runs off. They are confused. Taehyun looks around, wondering where that kid is. What he doesn't know is that he is hiding right behind that small wall over there. Guild members approach and ask what is happening. He tells Yumin that he needs her to find someone immediately. Now it's our boy's turn if we don't find him. A while later, she announces that she has located him. It seems he entered a D-rank dungeon with 4 others at 1 p.m. He is happy the boy is not too far, and she wonders why he cares about a D-rank creator so much. Taehyun becomes contemplative. Of course, anyone looking at the boy's profile would think he is really just D-rank. But the existence of the ability to create contracts and rentals proves something very different. This area, thank you for watching. This ability forces someone to fulfill a predetermined condition to receive the item. This is an ability many creators use to make a fortune, but clearly the kid is using it to hide his identity. What's stranger is that with the crafting ability he has, he should be at least on par with Taehyun. The only thing to do now is to ask directly. Clenching his fist, he says he has never felt such a sensation when holding a sword. In fact, he is more impressed with being able to use his full power, without worrying about the weapon being destroyed. He has met many extremely skilled blacksmiths, but as soon as he activates the skill and attacks any creature, the sword shatters. Blacksmiths collapsed when this guy destroyed their masterpieces. No one could meet his expectations, and the problem is creators can only produce standard weapons. However, that kid's sword had design and performance beyond expectations. With his weapon, he could use a skill that no weapon had withstood so far. He knows it will take at least 5 hours to clear a G-rank gate. He stands up and the girl says he has a meeting with a master from Heyo Guild, but he tells her to cancel it because they can't lose the boy. Meanwhile, at the dungeon gate, another slash to the stomach. The knight is shocked, wondering how it's believable that this support created that sword. He killed the boss without even spending much mana. You kid always just cower in the corner. However, the other guy is extremely excited, saying he has never had such an amazing sword. He turns to the male lead and thanks him. Seeing this, everyone says it would be great to invite him to the guild. It would be the biggest waste to let this boy just be a support. Observing them, the male lead thinks he spent more mana than he expected. He wouldn't have to worry this much if he still had the amount of mana he felt that day. When facing the golem, he felt a huge source of energy. However, since then, he has never been able to reproduce the same feeling. Now he only accesses a small amount of mana similar to what he had before. At least it's enough to make a few weapons and pickaxes. From memories, he learned that crafting is a beginner skill. It has a simple principle. The more mana poured in, the better the item. However, there is a way to increase weapon power without adding mana. That is having enough knowledge to know exactly how it is forged. The better the knowledge, the higher the quality and less mana cost. As soon as he discovered this was the principle of his ability, he started practicing every day with a blacksmith to quickly learn what was needed. He doesn't know how strong a weapon created with all his mana would be. However, even his pickaxes are much stronger. He has to keep using the rental skill all the time, so he needs to accumulate as many crystals as possible. Not to mention the mana items he needs to buy are extremely expensive. The only thing he can afford is the mana potions distributed to everyone. At least he has to be grateful that everyone still invites him to join missions. even though he is blunt. And the passive skill absorbing demonic energy is making progress. All he needs now is a little more demonic energy. The problem is he needs 20% more, and each dungeon only gives about 1%. And the only way to speed this up is entering misclassified dungeons. That's because you can always get more demonic energy there. The problem is no one knows the true difficulty until entering, and last time he would have been in big trouble if that guy hadn't shown up. But unfortunately, this is the only way to evolve and keep his identity secret. Then everyone leaves the dungeon and goes home. The male lead realizes memories were wiped blank, so everything went smoothly. Until someone calls his name. Just as he turns around, Taehyun is coming with his secretary. At that moment, the boy knew that trick didn't work on this bastard. The guy asks if he remembers, and he says maybe he doesn't. Taehyun tells him to stop playing dumb. Hands him a business card. The boy looks confused, and the guy says he wants to discuss something with him. Oh, it's an Overkill Guild business card, and he wants to chat with the boy. He knows that's one of the 3 biggest guilds in all of Korea. The problem is he can't get involved with a big shot like that, so he will have to make an excuse. He turns back saying he doesn't have time because he has a dinner reservation. However, Taehyun puts a hand on his shoulder. He says not to worry because they will pay for dinner and it will be very quick. And Taehyun has a calculated plan. He invites the boy to dinner to reel him in. Junsu decides to accept just to see how well the ability to make him forget worked. He agrees and thanks him. At the restaurant, he asks what the great Overkill Guild wants to discuss with a D-rank support. Without wasting time, Taehyun says his class is Berserker and possesses enormous strength, but no weapon withstands his attacks. That is why the biggest difficulty of this class is finding something they can use. So he sought out the best blacksmiths and spent a lot of money hoping to find something suitable. However, no weapon he tested withstood his strength, except for the sword our boy created. Junsu realizes his skill didn't erase any memories, which means he missed some detail. The big guy calls him, says he will get straight to the point, and asks if he wants to join the guild. He knows the boy hasn't joined any guild, so he is ready to pay an exorbitant price. He will receive $10 million, a 10% salary increase annually, and rights to take items from missions. Our boy apologizes and says he is not interested in joining any guild, so he will decline the offer. He smiles, thanking for the meal, and leaves. Right then, the secretary asks why he made such a crazy offer. I wanted to stop joking about it, but Taehyun tells the secretary she wasn't there to see how good he was. It's been a long time since he touched a thick sword that didn't scream. He felt as if that sword could withstand all his power and remain intact. The secretary is about to say something, then he adds that another reason is he is fed up with ruining high-level weapons. She recalls one of the guild's biggest problems is the boss destroying every weapon and not being able to use full power. She finally understands that if he can really create something like that, then it is almost a bargain for them. However, she reminds him that no one has ever created something like that, even the best in the industry. She asks if he is sure, and he says yes. He is ready to provide whatever the boy wants as long as he works for them. Outside, our boy thinks it's a pity to refuse such a good offer. However, having the help of a guild like Overkill would be great, but the time has not yet come. Anyway, it's fine because it's just a matter of time and that guy will be back. Somewhere else. A bunch of defeated goblins lie scattered on the ground and slashed down. Venkin asks Sui's. The man pulls out his sword, saying it's impressive since most people by now would be begging for their lives. He is a blue-haired guy, the one saying that is someone with the potential to become a hero. The boy asks who he is and why he killed everyone. Does he plan to steal items? The guy says he is about to die, so no need to know. He just tells him to come at him or die standing still. The boy knows it won't be easy, and worst of all, there is no escape from there. He runs towards the guy, but he easily defends. Despite unleashing a barrage of attacks, nothing happens. Then, with just one move, the boy's sword flies away. When he looks up, he gets kicked in the stomach and thrown into the wall. Looks like the sword flew away with an arm, and the boy is called a disappointment. He says it seems he got excited for nothing with this job of killing heroes. Actually, his hand is still there, and he apologizes, begging not to be killed. But the guy says he will help him by making it as painless as possible. And with that, he can receive a finishing blow. The psychopath still makes a bored face, saying he thought he would have a decent fight. He approaches the boy and says not to worry, he fought well against the boss. And that is what everyone will know. It's a pity this always happens in misclassified dungeons. Looking at the photo taken, he says, "This is another one for the collection." Then he feels a chill and says he hates that disgusting feeling, then asks why the priestess is there. An extremely dangerous villainess enters the scene, saying she came to collect valuable ingredients. The guy says it's a bunch of trash, should have let them grow a bit more. The woman looks back and asks if he is doubting the master. He tells her not to be too sensitive and to handle the rest, and says better start sending him to fight S-rank hunters because that's the only reason he joined this. She starts the ritual and tells him not to worry, he will soon have the chance. Something starts coming out of the wound and she is curious to see what it will be this time. Along with that, a hand sticks out from, and she says it seems just as she thought. Master was right and a monster is in front of her. Meanwhile, in front of someone else, The male lead arrives, and a guy says finally he showed up. It's obviously the guy from Overkill Guild, and the boy asks what he is doing there. The guy says he is honored to be recognized like that, and the boy speaks up that it's obvious, since he is the only one carrying weapons around. Taehyun then says he is there to clear the dungeon, and the male lead asks what he is doing in a D-rank dungeon. He says he is completing it on behalf of a sick guild member. Seeing this, the rest of the group calls them to hurry up. The boy has no choice but to enter this dungeon. The problem is this forces him to change plans. Everyone enters inside the town, then asks the boy why he doesn't want to join the guild. Taehyun asks if he heard about the C-rank gate auction this morning, and he says yes. Two other people walking ahead comment that the guild won the bid on the first try. The male lead wonders if these guys found something. At this moment, Taehyun asks if he is interested in buying gates. He says if he joins the guild, he can easily buy anything above B rank, because being an Overkill Guild obviously has lots of advantages. Being in such a guild means being invited and admired by the public. Besides getting more work, he is also paid much more generously. Not to mention he can request special things. For example, in special gates, he can get entry tickets. Also, many treasures confiscated by guilds owning gates. Taehyun says he knows the male lead has a goal and their guild can help whatever it is. However, Junsu replies that is none of his business. He turns around and says he understands that no one has ever refused an invitation from Overkill, but he makes it clear that no matter what happens, he won't join any guild. Having said that, he walks away, leaving Taehyun depressed. Taehyun wonders if he has some trauma because of what happened early in his career or something else. But either way, he won't give up. That guy already has his eyes on the boy. The group continues deep into the cave, and Taehyun notices the place is full of spider webs. He finds himself standing before a large opening and knows that from here on is monster territory. The person in front says they seem new, so he will explain a few things before entering. They will face a legion of spiders. They are weak creatures, but move in large numbers. There are probably at least 50 in each group. This should be easy for them to handle. Their teeth have paralyzing acid, so make sure you don't get bitten. Taehyun warns that the spider group is approaching and tells the boy to be careful. However, he replies that he is just a support and tells him to focus on the battle. The guy keeps bothering him, saying it's basic for warriors to protect the team's support and healer. The male lead intends to say no one follows that rule, then someone screams that the monsters are coming. From the ceiling, the spider legion approaches and the boy, trembling, starts telling himself to calm down. All he has to do is kill those creatures, like he practiced. A normal spider has E rank difficulty, but a legion automatically raises it to D rank. The group prepares, and spiders jump on them. A step to the side, and a slash down the middle, taking down the first one. The other guy raises his shield, and knocks away a bunch. The mage takes the opportunity, using a wide area lightning skill to electrocute all of them. Taehyun thinks not bad for a group of B-rank hunters, and he didn't even need to help. But then Junsu says the number of spiders coming, it doesn't look like just 50. There is already one in front of Taehyun who activates the flame on his sword and slashes down a bunch. Luckily for him, even with weak spells, he can kill spiders without the sword breaking. But then someone screams for help. The group is surrounded by the spider legion. The shield holder says he can't hold off too many, and there are way more than 50 there. The trembling boy says impossible, and the female mage says she ran out of mana. Taehyun starts running and tells Junsu to follow him, but our boy leaves, saying he has other business to attend to. But as soon as Taehyun looks back, he is about to be attacked by a spider. He screams, telling the male lead to duck. But the boy closes his eyes, and when he opens them, he shapes the spider. A sword appears on its back at that second, and Taehyun just stands watching. That sword is the best weapon the male lead can create right now. The easiest way is to summon dozens of swords and launch them at the spiders, but he doesn't have enough mana for that. That is why the second best way is to lift his foot and start controlling a sword. He looks to the side, launches it at the spiders, and it pierces one. To many, thanks for watching, see you next time. Wiping them out. The boy points his finger and creates a whirlwind, slashing around the two of them. Taehyun is completely baffled by the pile of spider corpses at the boy's feet. The sword finishes the last one, and Taehyun wonders if this is some kind of area damage skill. The weird thing is, the battle didn't last more than 10 seconds, and he wiped out an entire legion in that time. He cannot fathom how he used materialization skill to fight, or worse, how any support could do that. The boy points his finger to the side, and asks if he plans to help those guys because they seem to be in trouble. To Taehyun, the poor adventurers are surrounded and about to die. He tells the male lead that he will talk when this is finished. The boy says whatever, and just tells him to claim he killed them too because no one will believe he did it. The guy looks ignored, forces him, and rushes to attack the monsters. A moment later, everyone is frantically thanking him for saving their lives. Then the knight says he is surprised because he looks a lot like Overkill's guildmaster, but he didn't know it was really him. He apologizes for not recognizing him and says he came here to investigate. The girl says he doesn't have to do that because without him, they would be dead. Blushing, she compliments that he looked very cool when killing monsters and asks for a photo. However, someone calls them. It is Tae-hyun and another person in the group who went mining. The man says there aren't many other creatures in this area, but there is a passage across, leading deeper down. The knight suggests it is better for them to return, since the situation is becoming dangerous. Clearly, the number of spiders and the structure of this dungeon do not match the information provided by the scout. Dungeon isn't just a term for places where monsters from another world appear. Along with the development of the hunter ecosystem, a lot of people need information about dungeons. It would be too risky if someone enters a dungeon without knowing what's there. That is why the scout profession was born, people with the ability to move stealthily and detect threats. The appearance of this profession significantly increased survival rates in dungeons. The knight says, considering all this dungeon is definitely misclassified. The man hesitates for a second, then says they should continue since Tae-hyun is there. He says he understands but cannot put everyone in danger just because Tae-hyun is there. The man insists and the girl says this is the perfect opportunity, but the team leader asks if this dungeon is more important than everyone's lives. They start getting scared until Tae-hyun says he doesn't mind. He is there to investigate, but he is still a member of the group, so if they want to continue, that's fine. Hearing this, Tae-hyun agrees, and the man thanks him, saying having his help would be great. Then he invites Tae-hyun to be the team leader, but he says he doesn't care about that. He can continue leading. The man says understood and decides they will proceed, then asks everyone to follow. They continue deeper into the cave until finding themselves standing before a huge door. I have seen this huge door motif before, guys. He warns that they are about to enter the boss room, so he will explain briefly. The boss of this dungeon is the Spider Queen belonging to the High Difficulty Legion. It doesn't have many combat abilities and is quite easy to deal with. However, that is all old information, so they don't know what is on the other side of the door. Obviously, your info is dead wrong, boy. But it's okay, he shouts charge, and the door opens. At that moment, they find themselves in a cave, and Tae-hyun doesn't sense any movement. What's stranger is he feels absolutely nothing. The man tells them to prepare. The boss has arrived along with other spiders. They see the creature and sigh in relief because it seems unchanged. Seeing this, the girl casts an electric circle and launches it towards the creature. She is excited because the hit lands on its side, but then something changes. The spider boss was actually already dead. The man is confused. He never heard of a boss being dead when they first arrive. Just as he asks what that is, a shiny leg pierces through the boss's corpse. The monster roars, revealing itself as Arachne, a B+ rank boss. She smiles at them, and the group is terrified. She unleashes an attack, but Tae-hyun steps forward and protects the group. Now they are in trouble. He didn't expect to see a monster above B rank in this place. Any simple attack is useless to him. But the weapon won't withstand a single hit either. He needs to end this in one move. He jumps up slashing at its stomach, then the entire sword shatters. He only caused a small scratch, but the spider has rushed to attack him. Right then, something appears and blocks the attack. It is the sword from Junseo saying that one is just temporary. We'll make a proper one soon. Tae-hyun thinks that even if misclassified, the boss here should have been a C-rank spider lord. They are very lucky Tae-hyun is there, although it's not easy for him either. Killing a B-rank creature is completely different. The monster continuously attacks Tae-hyun, and he continuously defends. A B+ rank boss can easily match an A-rank hunter. The problem is he knows about Arachne's special ability, so Tae-hyun will need help. Tae-hyun tells the team to start moving since the spider is no longer aiming it. Scared, the guy asks what he means. They start wondering why he registered as a porter if he has all these abilities. He looks back saying before dealing with that, there are other things to take care of. He reaches out and starts summoning a magic staff and a shield for the team. He says they can choose to pick up the weapons, clear the dungeon, or run out, but he hopes they make the right decision. Soon after, the spiders are slashed to pieces. The man is impressed with the sword. This is the best weapon he has ever used. It feels like cutting paper, and monsters become easy prey. The female mage raises her staff and unleashes an electric spell. Everyone realizes instantly her power has increased tenfold. They don't understand why these weapons are so strong. He created them out of nowhere. And now everyone wants to know who he really is. Tae-hyun is struggling, holding off the B-rank creature. It keeps screaming and rushing at him. He tells himself he will have to end this as fast as possible. He rushes towards it and the spider also attacks. At that moment, he takes a slash, and it falls to the ground. Tae-hyun sees the sword is still intact, but strangely a swarm of spiders start crawling down. The group wonders why so many are alive. They already cleared the area. Tae-hyun tells everyone to step back, thinking it will be big trouble if it uses that special skill. Arachne can sacrifice other spiders to heal herself, which means he won't be able to defeat it until all baby spiders are destroyed. Once again, he activates power on the sword, saying he will have to slash them all at once. However, right then the sword cracks. Tae-hyun says that's impressive too. He had no mana when creating that sword, but amazingly, he managed to break it. Then he summons a great sword and tells Tae-hyun to use that. explaining that he knows Taehyun prefers one-handed swords, but this is the most durable thing he can create. The moment he grabs the sword, Taehyun knows he will have enough power to kill all spiders. He says it's a bit strange using a two-handed sword, but for now it will do. He activates Berserker and rushes at the boss. The poor monster can't do anything. Taehyun just glides past behind it. Junseo observes this is the unique skill of Berserkers, and his Shiratkan has never been able to use full power. That's because this is a class that loses self-control in exchange for absolute power. That's why they always choose not to risk destroying weapons by unleashing full power. Soon after, Taehyun releases an explosion and relaxes. He needs to disperse all energy, otherwise he will fall into complete berserk state. He even trembles, thinking this is the second time he has been able to use that skill. Seems he was wrong about this guy. In fact, the power he possesses is something no one has ever seen. He will probably become a global phenomenon once everyone finds out. They just stand there, observing the corpse, while Junseo is looking at the flow of demonic energy, more than any dungeon he has ever seen. Right, Taehyun. Don't you feel anything from the monster corpse? He replies, no, it's definitely dead and there are no other spiders to revive it. That makes Junseo realize that even high-level hunters cannot sense this type of energy. He approaches and activates Absorb Demonic Energy. Finally, the progress bar is full, and now he receives the skill, Create Magic Weapon. After a magic weapon is created, it will be saved to memory, and he can materialize it without spending extra demonic energy. Unfortunately, the male lead has no memory of this type of item. Could hope to receive something related to mana, but looks like for now this is it. At least the progress bar is still there, so he will be able to receive more rewards. Not to mention Arachne also filled half of this bar already. Right then, Taehyun calls the male lead and says he wants to talk about something. He asks what it is this time, and Taehyun says he wants to apologize, explaining that he pushed too hard for him to join the guild even when he said he didn't want to. The male lead says that is unexpected, and the knight next to him wonders if he is seeing wrong. The legendary Taehyun is apologizing to a D-rank boy, or maybe he doesn't know. But this guy could be a hidden master of a guild. Someone calls them, and when turning back, friends say finally the monsters are gone. They comment on the weapons being amazing, slashing through everything effortlessly. The female mage intends to say how impressive the magic staff is then. The knight approaches, saying they should leave this dungeon and contact the association. They find it strange and say they have to thank the other two first. However, he keeps urging, saying they should leave this scary place ASAP. All the knight wants is to avoid getting involved in the business of these high-level guilds, because it's always full of trouble. The only thing he didn't expect was discovering a big secret like this guy. The male lead says it's okay and tells him to just say it. He is sure Taehyun knows he put a contract rule on those people, but he, as the boss, doesn't need to apologize. However, Taehyun says from now on he won't pursue him anymore. That doesn't mean he gives up, because the opportunity is always open, and he asks if he wants to sign an agreement. He is sure he will like the new terms. Scene transition, and the male lead is at the guild with Huizu. She says nice to see him again. She introduces herself as secretary and will discuss contract terms. And he thanks her. She explains he doesn't need to worry as they are in the best security zone and no information will leak out. Then she hands over the contract, saying it contains everything Taehyun offered in the dungeon. If anything needs changing, just let her know. The male lead thinks it is actually true to what he offered. He puts it on the table and says he will sign. During the conversation, he asks what this support agreement is about. Taehyun says Overkill Guild will provide all kinds of support behind the scenes, but no one will know he joined the guild. He understands that Junseo has some reason not to join, so he wants to help him without him having to reveal himself. The guild will provide absolutely everything he needs, from equipment to materials or gates. The contract is just a formality, but everything will be kept confidential. Junseo wonders why he offered all this. Taehyun says obviously it's not free, and he will ask for help in some jobs. However, he is also not obligated and will always have the right to refuse. Junseo then asks what happens if he refuses everything. He says it's fine, his intention is just to form a relationship between Overkill Guild and him, preventing him from joining other guilds. That is what he offers. Just then, the association investigation team appears, asking if the guildmaster is okay. Taehyun turns back, saying he will answer him after they get out, but he hopes it's a good offer for him, explaining that he rates his ability much higher than what he can offer. Now Junseo thinks that all he wants is to maintain a good relationship without joining the guild. But getting an agreement like this is even better. He puts the paper on the table and asks when he can request supplies. The secretary says he can request right now if he wants, and hands him a box, saying it's a gift from the guildmaster because he accepted. As soon as he opens it, a purple light radiates and he thanks her. Then, he hands over the full list of things he wants. She looks over and he asks how long it will take. She says at least a week, and tells she doesn't want to interfere, but these items won't help him. He says it's fine. It's not for him, but for someone else. Scene shifts to another place, and the male lead looks at his phone, wondering if she is around here. There is a blonde girl in the crowd looking a bit shy, The boy looks and says there she is. A-rank hunter named Jia Han in a flashback. A fire arrow pierces through the chests of 2 monsters. The creatures fall to the ground, and that is Jia Han. She is considered the lucky archer after the player selection. Timidly, she goes to the information desk and says she wants to request entry to a gate. She hands her ID card and the staff says, "It's amazing she is an A-rank hunter. So why does she want to enter a C-rank gate?" Embarrassed, she says actually she wants to enter a D-rank gate. The two are a bit confused about her history. It's clear she has only been to 2 dungeons so far. Usually it's heard that people with weak power give up, not someone with such great power. The man thinks she must have her own reasons. It's a pity, but sooner or later she will be demoted anyway. The rank of an awakened is decided by the amount of mana they possess. When blue energy fell to Earth, each person's body absorbed a different amount. It took a while before they discovered that those with more mana would receive the best skills. Therefore, people were assigned to different ranks based on their mana amount. However, rank is not permanent. A low-rank person can clear many dungeons and promote with the association's permission. And of course, the reverse is also true. Right then, Jia Han hands over the paper, and the staff asks if she has a group. She answers no. So the clerk says she will find someone to go with her, but explains that it is very difficult to find people willing to go to D-rank gates. So it will take some time. Jihan feels a bit ashamed and asks if she can go alone. The woman says she can if she has a license, but she doesn't. She asks if Jihan wants to take the test to get a license, and she says no, she would rather wait for teammates. The clerk then says she almost forgot to remind her. Next month, she will have to renew her hunter license for the first time, and tells her that she will need to clear C rank or higher dungeons, or at least pass the A rank test to keep that license. Jihan feels a bit depressed, and Junseo just stands there watching. The poor girl walks away, telling herself she didn't think registering for a gate would be so hard. She should have done it online instead of coming to a crowded place like this. But she promised herself she wouldn't lose this rank. Anyway, if it's a D rank gate, she knows that won't happen again. Then she received the invitation, and found that she arrived earlier than the woman said. It was just a D rank gate, so she thought it would be fine since the original plan was to go alone. Standing in front of the gate, she felt a bit strange, because it had been quite a while since she last wore her exploration gear. Then someone appeared and asked if she needed a hand. It was the male lead. He introduced himself as the support and greeted her. She thanked him. After she introduced herself, he apologized for being late. I still don't understand where he lives that he's late every time there's a gate. The male lead knew that in the previous life, she failed the exam twice and dropped to C rank. Even so, she later became the Blessed Archer thanks to receiving a special talent. He already knew what this talent was, and she didn't even need to become a player to get it. Therefore, the plan was to forcibly awaken her ability. Inside the dungeon, goblins were wandering around looking for targets. The creature left, and she noticed that the information on her watch was correct. It detected mana, and it seemed the high price paid was worth it. She turned to speak to Junsu. She said she wanted to practice alone and asked if he minded if she hunted without help. He said it was fine and she didn't need to worry. He told her just to let him know if she needed more arrows, he would craft them for her. Hearing that, she thanked him and stood up, taking aim. She fired an arrow. Geez, missed. The arrow evaporated right at the goblin's head. The green creature turned around. It tried to fire back, but she shot another cannon shot and vaporized it. To Junsu, the raw power in her attacks was much higher than most A-rank hunters. The problem was that she couldn't shoot accurately. Someone explained that her best record was hitting 3 targets with 3 arrows. With that in mind, she focused, telling herself she would end this with 2 more shots. But she was startled when the goblin blew a horn. And immediately, a swarm of monsters rushed in, and her watch started vibrating. The poor girl was surrounded and now didn't know where to shoot. A goblin rushed from behind until an army of swords appeared around them. The male lead remained very calm, saying it looked like she needed help. Confused, she asked, "Aren't you a D-rank hunter?" And he confirmed. Saying that, he told her she needed to shoot an arrow in that direction. It had to be the strongest attack she could muster. She agreed while wondering what this crazy guy was thinking. So the arrow flew into the forest, and she asked what they would do next. He said now they had to run because, after clearing up, they found themselves standing in front of a large mountain. She said they finally escaped, but still wondered how they managed to retreat from the goblins. Actually, that wasn't exactly what happened. When they got close to this place, those creatures were too scared to advance. She still couldn't process the information because everything happened at once. But why was that guy so calm? She wanted to leave, saying it was better to give up and go back. However, Junsu said that was also an option. The goblins were very alert and wouldn't leave that area for a long time. Since he had dropped the distress signal, they would have to wait until the monsters were gone. She asked how long it would take, and he replied, "Many hours, maybe all afternoon." Hearing that, she got scared and asked why so long, but actually that was a lie. The goblins would leave in about 30 minutes tops because they aren't organized hunters. This was just Junsu's excuse, because he needed to get her into that cave somehow. If he blurted out the plan, she would run away in fear. She apologized, saying it was all her fault because if she had killed the goblins, this wouldn't have happened. Trembling, she told herself she was getting in the way even in a D-rank dungeon. As she was about to cry, he told her to get up and said that since they had plenty of time, he wanted to ask a favor. She was confused, but he said he would explain every detail. So they went into the cave, and she wondered if he really needed her help. Even though she was A rank, she had no experience and just followed everything he commanded. Where they were standing was actually a training dungeon, elite type, where there are elite monsters but no boss. He explained that he needed to kill a creature in this place, but no one trusted him, and she was the first person to agree to join the party. The male lead did all this to see if she had any reaction. She hesitated for a second, then said if he was really okay with someone like her, then she would help. Remembering when she was in danger, he had also helped. And she also knew very well what it felt like to be rejected by all parties. That's when her watch started beeping, and a giant foot stepped out in front of her. She trembled, but Junsu remained calm, shining the flashlight on the elite monster. He told her to step back, while she thought that even if it was elite, it was only D-rank. If she could shoot an accurate arrow, it would surely be enough to take it down. The attack flew straight towards the monster's head, but it used its staff to block it. She realized she would have to use maximum power and prepared another attack. However, her mana began to dissipate, and she realized she was shaking violently. Just as she looked up, the goblin was rushing in. Junsu grabbed her collar and threw her backward. The monster smashed down with its staff, while she screamed his name. Along with that, she recalled entering dungeons with others, and them complaining that she almost hit them. She said she missed the target, but the other girl told her she would have to compensate or pay the price. After that, many teams started rejecting her. No one wanted to team up with her, and everyone considered her the most useless A-rank hunter. She told herself she should give up on all of this. Right then, as she was about to be hit by the boss, Junsu told himself he hated pretending. He used sword aura to block the monster's attack. She asked how he did that, but he ignored it and told her to listen to what he was about to say. Now the hardest part of the plan was over, and the item would surely activate. He continued trying to buy time, telling her she would see a mark on the monster's head and just shoot with all her might. She felt strange, as if all her senses were becoming sharper. She stood up, saying she was confused. But she could see the target clearly. She knew exactly where to shoot and needed just one more shot. So she opened her eyes, drew her bow, and fired towards the boss. Junsu was excited because at least everything was successful. The attack hit the mark, focusing power and blowing up the boss's head. Seeing that scene made him think it was all worth it. Thus, the boss's corpse fell to the ground, the creature full of holes. Jaehee was exhausted and he said she might feel a bit strange. However, he needed that extreme sensation to amplify her senses. That was the only way for her to understand her potential. Jaehee asked how he knew all this would happen and what he meant by potential. The male lead said not to mind those things and they had plenty of time. But she told him to stop dodging and answer quickly. Suddenly, she started trembling and was about to pass out. In the next scene, he was carrying her on his back. It was indeed hard work going with a teammate, but at least he managed to get some sleep. When they got out, she apologized and said she wasn't herself back then. She explained that she didn't know how to behave around strangers and apologized again for doubting the male lead. Junsu felt a bit shy, saying it was okay. While she was acting cute, he reassured her there was no problem, especially since they successfully hunted and killed the boss. Then he asked to see the necklace he had given her earlier. She rummaged in her pocket, saying, "Wait a second," then handed it to the male lead. He saw the gem had lost much of its color, proving it had definitely been used. That item was called Mikwa's Induction and was something found only on the neck of harpies. It was an item that could amplify all of a person's senses and automatically activate when certain requirements were met. It enhanced information processing capabilities to the extreme, and sometimes in a split second, the user could experience superhuman power. The only problem was the person needed to feel something extremely intense for it to activate, which was a bit annoying. That was why he tried to ensure Jaehee was terrified of that creature. The only problem was the item was so rare that he had handed it over right at the knock on the door. But who would have thought he would have the chance to get one directly from the rewards? It allowed her to feel for a moment the potential she already had within her. Junsu told her she had to remember her main goal was always to hit the target. To achieve that, she would need to change her buffs. He explained that with greater range, she wouldn't have to fear creatures getting close because she could stand from afar. Jaehee felt embarrassed, just listening to the guy's advice. She thanked Junsu, who shyly asked what she was thanking him for. She said that at the moment she was about to die, she felt something within that pain. For a second, she found the confidence that she could hit any target, and her eyes became sharper than ever. Right then, she saw a mark on the monster. After awkwardly twisting her fingers, she said that even though she was A rank, she was actually more like D rank. But even being incompetent like that, she realized in that short time Junsu did everything to help her. She was trying to say something, but couldn't. He told her she didn't need to force herself, because he would give her his phone number, so if she wanted, she could just contact him. Hearing this, she relaxed a bit and said that was exactly what she wanted. However, when Junsu picked up his phone, something caught his attention. Taehoon texted saying it was urgent and asked him to contact him. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association, Taehoon was talking to someone saying they needed to talk after the meeting. It was obviously Junsu who agreed and thanked Taehoon, saying it was good the item was useful and mentioned he would need his help soon. Right then there was a knock on the door. It was Hee-soo, who said the Hunter Association chairman wanted to speak to him. On the way, she mentioned this was unusual because that guy usually only sent requests. She asked Taehoon why they would want to see him in person. One of the few possibilities was that an S-rank gate had appeared. Taehoon said he wasn't worried because Junsu would agree to help. If he could fight like last time, everything would be fine. He smiled, thinking that building a relationship with Junsu was a great choice. Meanwhile, Hee-soo was wondering why her boss was so excited about this matter. Remembering our male lead, she asked if it was because of him. The only thing she didn't understand was why Taehoon would offer unlimited support to someone like that. One of the few options was that this guy had capabilities more impressive than she realized. However, she still kept an eye on Taehoon. This girl seemed to be jealous of the male lead. When he arrived at the door, the other person asked if he came alone. Taehoon looked confused, asking back if they were expecting anyone else. The other person said yes because the hunter leader said he had called a few people. Taehoon asked who else would be coming today. The guy smiled, saying that finally he arrived. At the back, both turned around when the man called the other guy. It was the purple-haired guy with a scar, who said he missed him. Hee-soo knew very well this guy was the only person Taehoon hated. He got right in his face and said he missed him, joking about standing before the great genius of the Overkill Guild. However, Taehoon just put his hand on his shoulder and said he didn't have time for childish provocation. The other guy mentioned he knew Taehoon had been very busy lately visiting all the low-rank dungeons. Hee-soo asked what he was talking about. He said that Taehoon only hunted in weak dungeons and luckily encountered one that was misclassified, otherwise his reputation would have been ruined. Hee-soo wanted to retort, but Taehoon just said it wasn't worth it. Then the man at the door announced that the chairman was waiting. They went in and asked if the boss could let them in. I thought it would be some super buff hunter, but it was just an old man saying these people never change. He immediately announced that an unconfirmed gate had appeared 3 days ago. Taehoon asked if any were misclassified. The chairman said unfortunately they didn't know anything because they couldn't measure the mana of that place. The purple-haired guy looked very confused, and Taehoon found it very strange because he had never heard of a gate whose mana couldn't be measured. Gates were usually classified by two methods. First was examining the amount of mana to indicate the type of monster there. Alternatively, the association sent some explorers to check the creatures and decided the right. The chairman explained that they couldn't measure it, and Taehoon asked if they had sent any explorers yet. He said yes, they had sent 5 people. However, obviously, no one returned alive. The other hunter said this was crazy. He was called to a place with no information, but he reminded him that if the gate seal broke, the creatures would start walking in the city. When that happened, the whole country had to mobilize to prevent national destruction. The chairman said that although he didn't want to, he had to ask because this was an emergency. Looking at both of them, he announced that they had no choice and had to clear the gate for the safety of the city. Besides helping, they would also receive support from the Hemo Guild. Then he announced they would start the mission in the next 2 days and would receive the maximum reward. Taehoon asked if they could just choose members from his guild. He said he could choose anyone, but information must not be leaked to the public to avoid hysteria. Right then, Taehoon smiled and the man beside him noticed. I think it was Sid and the guild building a plan. The purple-haired guy arrived and everyone greeted the boss. He couldn't forget that smirk, showing that Taehoon was very confident with some plan. That obviously didn't make him happy at all, so he told everyone that he wanted her on the team. He was referring to Kang Yaren, and everyone announced that she didn't even belong to their guild. The guy left saying he didn't care, and they better call her or everyone would be fired. 2 days passed and Taehoon's group was present at the gate. With him were our male lead and the bodyguards. The girl mentioned that the time was approaching and asked about the other guild. The bald guy informed her that there were still 5 minutes left, so technically no one was late. She pulled out her weapon, saying maybe a few holes in their heads would help them think faster. But the man knocked her on the head, reminding her that here everyone was an ally. Taehoon then turned to the male lead and thanked him for accepting the offer. Junsu said that he had helped him, so now he had to repay the debt. But the truth was, 5 days ago, a dungeon window had appeared. He knew that this type of mission was extremely rare even in his previous life. He wondered why he received the quest when other players hadn't even been selected yet. The only thing he knew was that this type of secret mission offered countless legendary rewards. And obviously, by coincidence, Taehoon called him right at this gate. So Taehoon called the male lead over and warned him that he apologized in advance for some people's behavior. Just then, someone approached saying there was a lot of work to do. It was clearly the Shinhwa Guild members, implying that the Overkill Guild seemed very free. They probably thought that was why that guild only hung around low-level dungeons. The girl wanted to say something, but the bald guy told her to ignore it. Junsu knew very well that the media always talked about the rivalry between these two guilds. Then the leader of the Shinwa group glanced over. He saw the male lead and started laughing, asking if that was Taehoon's trump card, commenting that looking at his outfit, the kid must think this was a picnic. He then glared at Taehoon and implied that he must think this mission was a joke. The guild members told their leader to calm down and focus on the mission when Kang Yeren stepped up from behind the group saying every second counted. I knew she was mean, but I didn't expect her to be this malicious. Even the girl from Overkill was shocked, asking why they brought Kang Yeren along. This woman was the only elemental master in the country who could control all 6 elements. But she acted relaxed, saying that with this many well-prepared people, this dungeon was as good as won. However, Junsu knew that in his previous life this group failed, so this wouldn't be easy. Out of the 8 people who entered, no one came out alive due to incompetence. It became shocking news because it was where 7 high-ranking people died. The problem was, since the association hid information about this place, he didn't know what awaited them. Inside the dungeon, they defeated everything and wondered why it was so easy. Even Junsu found it strange. They walked through the halls of the mansion. Everything so easy they had time to admire the place. Until the guy with glasses said something. The door they just walked through slammed shut right in front of everyone. He tried to open it, but warned that escape was impossible. They counted to 3 and everyone attacked together. Nothing happened, so the leader told them to step aside. But then some puppets attacked him from behind. He spun around punching and the dolls flew into the wall. He told everyone that this place was so easy he hadn't needed to use any skills yet. Then the blonde girl asked what was happening. The monsters he just killed were recovering. He crossed his arms, saying now it was getting interesting. He created 2 giant hands, saying it was finally starting. The dolls regenerated and appeared in front of everyone, but at the same time, the leader punched them. The poor things were smashed to the ground, while Overkill members provided a little support. At the back, Kang Yeren asked the male lead what he did for a living. He replied that he was a crafter. She said she had the power to end this but wouldn't waste energy on a bunch like this. Watching Taehoon move, she commented that she was excited when they said the best would be here. But she said compared to their reputation, they were a disappointment, and she would rather have refused the offer. Junsu just stood watching, noticing the creatures had a strange energy surrounding them. He realized the puppets were connected by some kind of string. Looking up, he saw all demonic energy being sucked towards a strange object. He wondered what would happen if he destroyed it. The problem was he didn't want to reveal his ability. Right now, Kang Yeren created a giant block of ice just to crush an insect. Junsu wondered why she didn't use her power to help them. While aiming at a fly, she said she had already given her reason. She electrocuted the bug, saying she only killed what she wanted. Junsu immediately realized she hated insects, so he decided to exploit this and asked if she was scared. She said no, so he pointed to the sky and asked what she would do about that damn thing. What he created was a shield with a spider shape right in front of the demonic eye. She started chanting a fire spell, saying she was sick of this thing. But Junsu started dismantling the creature. She threw a giant fireball upwards, and the purple-haired guy wondered why she was acting like that. Suddenly, all the puppets collapsed to the ground. He shouted, asking where the monsters were and why they weren't moving anymore. The male lead approached the strange object that started absorbing energy, realizing that no one else could see it because it was demonic energy. Taehoon then suggested they should check the rest of this floor. The bald guy agreed and told them to follow him. They went into the next room, found more puppets, and the purple-haired guy ran ahead, claiming them all for himself. He punched the first puppet and Junsu watched from behind, noticing everything seemed too easy. After clearing a few rooms, Taehoon told them to move to the second floor. When the purple-haired guy tried to say something about Taehoon not being the commander, Taehoon just turned away, which made the other guy mad. He cursed Taehoon, saying he would die for daring to ignore him. However, he felt a strange pain in his hand even though the battle was easy. Junsu separated from the group, wanting to recheck one of the rooms. When approaching, he saw some lines of demonic energy. In the battle, the purple-haired guy struggled and couldn't use his skills in time. The group seemed to be fighting against something invisible. Taehoon asked if everyone was okay, and they replied they were fine. That was when Taehoon noticed a few people were missing. He didn't know where Junsu had gone. Our male lead was just absorbing energy. He realized the battle was getting harder and decided he had to join. But suddenly a trapdoor opened beneath him. He stepped back, wondering what was happening and if this was the apocalypse. A little blonde girl started climbing out of it, and Junsu wondered why a little girl came out from there. The moment she saw him, she gave a fearless smile and asked if he was a hunter. Before he could answer, the little girl turned around and told him to follow, then started running back down to the basement. Junsu called her to wait, wondering how she knew he was a hunter. She mentioned that a woman downstairs said the hunters were coming, and she was sure he must be one of them. He seemed confused, and the little girl asked if he didn't recognize her. She said it was strange because the woman said a hunter would come looking exactly like him. Meanwhile, the orange-haired girl stood there blankly. Junsu realized her mental state was completely fluctuating. When he mentioned coming from the Hunter Association, she turned around. She stood up excitedly, asking if he was really sent by the association. He confirmed and asked her to explain what happened. She collapsed to the floor, saying she was so relieved and started thanking him. She said she would tell him everything that happened. When she came to explore this dungeon, 3 others failed. Right when she entered, she was immediately attacked by puppets. She tried to go back, but the door was strangely locked. Junsu recalled the same thing happened to his group. He asked if she knew what happened to the other scouts, and she said she called them at the entrance. But those who appeared didn't seem sane. She explained that she ran away and met this little girl who helped her. The blonde girl said they played many games together. Junsu asked for her name. The girl said her name was Elizabeth, but he could call her Betty. He noted this and said they needed to leave because it wasn't safe here. Elizabeth paused and asked why it wasn't safe. She said she knew outside was much more dangerous. Meanwhile, the group continued fighting the creature. Even Tae-hoon started struggling. Then he noticed the monster's ability was weakening. They were humanoid creatures under the effect of invisibility. However, strangely, someone's Hunter Association card fell out. Tae-hoon remembered seeing this name on the missing persons list. The girl from Overkill also commented on the same thing, telling Tae-hoon not to kill this thing, because the ones attacking were the missing explorers. Tae-hoon knew that now that they were visible, it would be easy to subdue them. But then someone screamed in the room. Kim started screaming, saying it looked like it was just a bunch of explorers. He readied his fists, saying now that they were visible, it would be easy, and prepared to punch, warning that they would die a second time. But something swiftly grazed his nose, making his face bleed. He asked who did that. The Overkill girl told him those were explorers he could save, so don't kill them. The guy said anyone who fought him would either kill or be killed, and warned she wouldn't be an exception. He started getting attacked by the explorers while saying if she tried anything, she would die. Tae-hoon told Kim to calm down and asked for cooperation. Kim retorted that he wasn't interested and accused Tae-hoon of not wanting to cooperate and wanting to kill him. Tae-hoon offered to give Kim all the items in the dungeon if he agreed to cooperate. Kim parried an attack, saying if so, then he agreed. Tae-hoon thanked him, but knew this wouldn't last long. At this moment, the Overkill girl called Tae-hoon. She apologized cutely, saying it was her fault. Tae-hoon told Ray they would talk later and ordered her to focus. The main goal was to find a way to save the explorers. So someone mentioned the puppets outside. It was Elizabeth who said that as long as the creatures were connected by strings, they wouldn't be destroyed. She asked Junsu if he didn't find that scary. Conversely, Junsu wanted to know if there was a way to destroy the strings and turn everyone back into humans. She explained yes, but the strings had to be removed properly, otherwise the body would disintegrate. She asked if he liked that answer, and Junsu realized she was providing too many details for some reason. He considered asking more, then Kim declared he would give them 20 more seconds or he would kill all the monsters. The Overkill girl asked the boss what they would do. She told Kang Yeren to use ice ability to incapacitate the monsters. But Yeren just turned around and told her to stop ordering, saying this dance was boring enough already. Kim started counting down from 10. While everyone continued fighting, he counted and reached 7. At 6, he activated his aura. At 2, he summoned huge hands and declared to end this. When reaching 1, he prepared to punch. But strangely, his powers stopped and he realized it was just like last time. Junsu commented to someone that she stopped the movement just in time. Accompanied by the little girl, he said they almost got everyone killed. But now he would take over. A moment later, Tae-hoon asked where Junsu had been. He explained he had to handle some things and Tae-hoon told him to be more careful. Right then, the Overkill girl noticed something. The explorer from earlier became invisible again. The team had to defend themselves once more against something they couldn't see. Tae-hoon realized for some reason the creatures were ignoring him, both moving towards Junsu, who could see them thanks to the demonic energy. Tae-hoon blocked an attack and jumped in. Junsu said he could see them and would mark them, but warned not to destroy the bodies. Tae-hoon agreed, afraid the explorers might die, and he saw some blue pieces flying out and wondered if that was it. He struck with the flat of the sword, making the explorer visible. The monster was knocked away, and he couldn't believe it actually worked. Everyone got the hint that the circle in the middle of the chest was some kind of weak point. With this, the explorer was hit, flung away, and smashed into the ground. Kim asked why, strangely, the monsters seemed easy for him now, while Junsu just smiled at Kim's anger. Kim's guild members approached. Tae-hoon asked Junsu why he went back to the first floor. Junsu, with dead eyes, said he would explain everything. He explained that while exploring, he happened to find one of the missing explorers and checked, and that was how he learned about the weakness of each of them. Tae-hoon then asked about the little girl. Junsu simply said she helped him find the explorer. Kim just stood watching, saying this was very suspicious. The Overkill girl asked why he found it strange since it was just a little girl. Kim stated the obvious. There was no reason for a kid to be in the middle of this deadly dungeon, implying it was impossible for her to wander through the city and arrive here without being detected. Tae-hoon noted this point but said there was no need to jump to conclusions yet. Kim warned he was sick of this and prepared to destroy everyone there. Tae-hoon lost his temper and said it seemed he would have to teach a real lesson for the sake of the mission. Everyone strangely seemed covered in a purple aura. Criticizing each other, the girls started snapping at each other, claiming their master was better. The argument escalated as the purple energy intensified. Taehoon and Kim both activated their magic. Junsu felt something strange. He didn't understand why he felt so angry when he had no relationship with anyone there. Then the little girl beside him said that things changed a lot when she manipulated emotions just a little bit. She thanked Junsu for bringing her closer, allowing her to activate her ability without worry. Junsu realized he knew she was a monster the moment she appeared. But she had manipulated his mind to change how he acted. He started preparing his weapon, realizing it was too late to complain. He had to stop her and the others before things got out of control, and suddenly he found himself isolated in a world with no exit. He noticed lines of demonic energy surrounding his entire body, just as everyone else was wrapped in the same type of energy. He had no idea the demonic energy had done this until he started to feel it. However, he began dismantling everything with a slight smile, clearly activating his ability to absorb demonic energy. All the power in the room started flowing towards him, and Junsu thought she had chosen the worst possible target. Everyone started waking up wondering what happened. The little girl smiled, saying his absorption ability was quite interesting. Junsu told everyone she was the enemy needing to be defeated. However, she just stood there calling for mom and dad. Something seemed to be coming from the ceiling, and suddenly, 2 beams of energy fell between them. The girl cried, saying those people were hurting her. And with that, her puppet parents appeared. Without a plan, Kim rushed forward, saying they needed to end this. The blonde girl smiled, saying it was time for the brother to shine. But Kim landed a punch directly on the overkill girl, sending her smashing hard into the wall. Taehoon immediately asked what the hell Kim thought he was doing, but Kim was manipulated by the evil energy. Once again, and strings were connecting straight to his mouth. He said that Lewis did a great job. Junsu understood why he felt evil energy in Kim's hand. The puppet brother had been controlling Kim all along. The girl started laughing, saying she was happy to see everyone fighting. Right then, Taehoon rushed towards Kim, saying they needed to neutralize him to proceed. Overkill members smiled, saying this was great news. Great. Saying that, the poor guy was beaten until a barrier surrounded him, and everyone asked what that was. The girl explained it was an invulnerability skill he used when about to die. And the biggest problem was he would stay in that state for hours. She called her brother useless. But now the group stopped and was confident. Except Junsu summoned a huge aura, saying it was time to end this. Taehoon realized these parents were different. Each of them was as strong as a dungeon boss. This made focusing on the girl the riskiest move. Taehoon knew the right thing was to kill these monsters first. But he had a bad feeling, defying logic, that the girl was capable of more than she appeared. Kang Yaren and Junsu would handle the female puppet while he took down the male puppet. Junsu raised his gun and agreed. The puppet father started advancing, and Taehoon immediately drew his flaming sword. Kim was still stuck in his own skill, while Junsu watched from behind. Junsu noticed Kim's defense seemed to cause a glitch in the puppet control. He knew it was the same type of control used on the overkill members, but something was wrong. Kim turned into a puppet for a few seconds, right after observing that energy. This meant they were still at risk of being controlled at any moment. However, if she hadn't done it yet, then there must be a reason. So he kept shooting continuously, and even Kang Yaren started throwing shards of ice. The puppet mother struggled to defend herself, while the daughter smiled in the background. Junsu wondered why she wanted to reveal herself. Not only did she lead him to the explorers, but she also pointed out the weakness of each puppet. But wanting to gain trust before doing this showed something was wrong, almost as if she forced them to fight her. Right then, the puppet father attacked Taehoon. He blocked the blow and rushed in again, realizing this creature was very strong. However, as his blade slashed the neck, flames erupted. He knew he could win as long as he could, as he continued using the weapon Junsu created. She was running out of ammo, had crafted some beforehand, but still not enough. He told Kang Yaren to step back because her attacks were weak against the puppet. Then he prepared an enhanced bullet. The bullet pierced cleanly through the mother, and she couldn't. Confidently declared it was too easy. The puppet mother fell to the ground with a large hole in her chest. The puppet father's body was still burning. Taehoon thought to himself the attacks were simpler than expected. But now only one monster remained. Although she had mind control, he was a berserker and could handle it. He warned everyone to step back and be wary of mental attacks. Right then, the girl called for father and mother, mourning their defeat. Taehoon didn't care about her words and advanced. The girl stood there doing nothing until she smiled and said this was what he deserved. However, the puppet collapsed. The group smiled, praising the guildmaster, and Kang Yaren commented that the ending was anticlimactic. A system window appeared in front of Junsu, and he hoped it was the end of the dungeon. But he saw something that horrified him. The puppet lay dead, and Taehoon commented that even as a monster corpse, it was annoying. As he turned to leave, they all felt something. All the hunters were in pain, paralyzed immediately because they felt a terrifying source of energy. Junsu said he knew this would happen. The goal changed to defeat Elizabeth Bathory and obtain Evil's handcuffs. The girl rose from the pool of blood thanking them. She said she had been waiting for someone to kill her father and mother because they were too selfish. Selfish people obsessed with power to live an eternal life. The girl grew up rapidly, but Junsu held back from commenting because just a moment ago, she was a little girl. Kang Yaren told everyone to prepare, knowing that even though they weren't weak, defeating that woman would not be an easy task. Elizabeth smiled and said it looked like they were trying to do something cute. Strangely, everyone felt something when she activated the energy drain skill, saying she needed to recover her strength. Immediately, everyone started coughing up blood. Kang Yaren found it unbelievable that the monster could drain so much energy without a second of preparation. In response, Elizabeth was attacked by a flame, but Taehoon stood frozen while she commented on his tension. However, she blocked his attack with her hand, saying now that she had transformed, it was useless. She broke his sword, declaring that from now on, such attacks would not. She then threw a powerful punch to his chest, knocking him away. Taehoon felt short of breath as he knelt. Junsu asked Taehoon what percentage he was using. Confused, Taehoon listened as Junsu asked about the activation level of his berserk skill. Junsu knew this skill was dangerous for both mind and body, but he needed this information. He suspected that when Taehoon killed Arachne, he had only activated half his potential. Taehoon admitted he could increase power, but Junsu's sword wouldn't withstand it. Junsu then revealed that if they could buy time, he would show his true power. Observing the energy Taehoon used, Junsu declared it was time to show what they practiced. He used the ability to craft demon weapons, consuming 100 points he had accumulated. The system searched the demon realm for a suitable weapon, and Elizabeth watched curiously as the crafting process completed. A blade submerged in a sea of flames appeared in front of Taehoon. This was the demon sword Leviatine, and Junsu told Taehoon it was time to show his potential. Taehoon felt something different about the sword. He didn't recognize the kind of power it possessed despite having used many types of swords before. As he touched the blade, it emitted an aura. Elizabeth noticed the sword had evil energy and fire, but claimed she had resistance too, both and activated a blood magic spell. A red domain spread across the room, continuously draining everyone's energy. Junsu realized it was an area of effect skill, weaker than the initial absorption skill but persistent. Kang Yaren collapsed and the monster declared she wouldn't be able to use any skills. The Overkill Guild members couldn't even stand, and Elizabeth declared everyone would melt right now. But someone stepped up beside her. Taehoon was the only one left standing. Elizabeth found it strange that he wasn't affected by the blood domain, showing his consciousness was being guided by the sword. She raised her hand, inviting him to fight. Taehoon stomped on the ground and rushed at her, but she summoned 2 giant blood hands to attack him. Fearlessly, Taehoon slashed through the hands with the demon sword, cutting them in half. Confused, Elizabeth used another hand to protect herself while wondering how he became so strong. Compared to before, he was at least twice as strong. Even Junsu was impressed despite being in pain. Taehoon unleashed a massive slash across the room. The strike hit Elizabeth directly. Everything collapsed. The main objective of the mission was complete. The vampire boss, Elizabeth, was defeated. Immediately, a box appeared in Junsu's hand, a reward from the system. He hoped it would at least increase his mana. The system then dismissed the sword. It dissolved in Taehoon's hand. However, now he could summon it without using 100 demon energy points. Taehoon looked at his hand, wondering what happened. Junsu told him not to get up because he wouldn't be able to walk anyway. Junsu commented impressively that after using all this power, Taehoon remained conscious, especially when the rest of the group had collapsed. Kang Yaren, despite being tough, was unconscious while the boss was defeated. However, when Junsu approached, Elizabeth strangely congratulated him. He wondered how she was alive if the system said she was defeated. Elizabeth explained she was protected because she manipulated the puppets. She noted that she was protected. But while she felt similar energy from Junsu, he didn't manipulate anyone. She was only alive because she was the source of existence for those monsters. A long time ago, she did the impossible. She didn't know why she made such a senseless decision. She saved a few small creatures from imminent death. The story should have ended there. But the ones she saved were strangely peculiar. They said they needed to thank her for saving them. Leading to her capture, she started interacting and learning about everything they did, not knowing why she wanted to stay. Soon enough, she became a regular at their home. Not for long, but she was sure that she was very happy then. Until she realized why those creatures brought her into their family. She was trapped by puppet strings. Her body was sealed to protect them with her energy. Junsu asked how this could happen and why. Elizabeth said she didn't know, but told him to look out the mansion window. Strangely, it showed an endless desert. She knew this place wasn't real, created from her energy to protect the monster family. With an illusion, she told Junsu that his universe probably also had spatial gates since he arrived here. She explained that in her world, just like his, gates started appearing out of nowhere. Humans awakened and creatures emerged from them. Just that Junsu asked her about the apocalypse. She looked confused and said she didn't see it happen. After being trapped in the puppet body, she couldn't move. Recently, she regained consciousness when something strange appeared in front of her. Her mission was to protect a dungeon from 100 invaders to escape an abandoned world. Junsu was confused to learn she was a player with a status window. However, her body began to dissolve and she explained she had no time to answer anymore. As everything crumbled, she said death wasn't so bad. Junsu saw her body breaking apart and realized he couldn't let that happen. He recalled the item received from the demon gem. Looking at the box, calculatingly, and smiling, Elizabeth was confused by his reaction. He pulled out the item and threw it at her. Creating a collar around her neck, she asked what he was doing. This item forced monster capture but could only be used when fatally wounded. Watching the item activate, Junsu knew it wasn't random but found it interesting. When equipped, the target would be fully healed of all wounds. Elizabeth was restored to 100% health. Now they knew she wasn't a child. She was a mature monster and became Junsu's pet. Junsu laughed, saying he never heard of anyone having a player as a pet. The system announced Elizabeth Bathory was being captured. A golden energy radiated as she was registered in Junsu's system. He looked, noting her various forms. A surprise. The vampire monster had transformed into a cat, replacing the formidable vampire with an adorable pet. Junsu laughed, saying it looked like the handcuffs turned into a pet collar. Elizabeth was scared of herself, clearly displeased about being turned into a cat. Bursting with energy, she returned to human form. Trying to rip off the collar and questioning how Junsu dared to do such a thing to her, she begged for mercy and asked him to stop humiliating her. Junsu replied that without a human form, humiliation was inevitable. The system announced that he could temporarily activate the pet's ability by transferring demon energy to them. He withdrew the demon power and Elizabeth turned back into an angry cat. Picking her up, she started demanding to be put down. Holding her, Junsu asked if those people really betrayed her. As he put her on the ground, she said she had already explained her story, and as she repeated it, he insisted, wanting to know how they used her demon power to survive. He noted that it made no sense for anyone to want to live that way. Looking at the puppets on the floor, he commented that it didn't seem like a pleasant existence. He questioned whether those things had wills of their own. Elizabeth explained that this degradation was common for humans, as over time the soul and body begin to decay. She asked if he was actually showing pity for those fools. Junsu turned back and said no, but he couldn't believe anyone would want to live that way. Slowly approaching the father's corpse, he declared that if they transferred souls, then he could find a specific thing. And reaching out, picking up the orb, telling her to come closer, Elizabeth found herself lifted up, unable to control her body. Junsu explained that it was a soul crystal used by dark magicians to store mana. It seemed the mother of that family used it to transfer everyone's souls into the puppets. Elizabeth started yelling at the orb, asking what he was talking about. Suddenly, she found herself in another place. At a table, she told the family she saw the future many times, but it kept happening. Worlds would keep colliding and it would get weirder. She said they only had at most 5 years to live and they couldn't do anything. Elizabeth said she had a bit of a bad feeling. Elizabeth stood there, wondering if this was a memory. The father mentioned they could use an option they had researched, the hypothesis of other dimensions. The mother said with Elizabeth's power, it could disconnect the mansion from this universe. But that meant getting lost amidst countless dimensions, waiting for hundreds or thousands of years. The blonde boy declared this wouldn't apply to Elizabeth. Elizabeth. The mother was confused, and the boy explained that while this place would prolong their lives for a few years, Elizabeth was different. He reminded his parents that without her, they would have died that day. Even if she started to hate them, they had to do everything to save her. Elizabeth asked what they were doing because she trusted them. The family observed the tears and her eyes as she was transforming into a puppet. The boy asked his mother if their minds would remain intact inside the puppets. The father replied they would be fine for a few decades, but after that they would likely begin to deteriorate and forget who they were, moving only as mindless puppets. Once they disconnected the mansion from that dimension, it would be their turn to protect Elizabeth from the monsters, until someone from another universe arrived to liberate them. Junsu consumed 50 demon energy points to view the family's memories. At this moment, Elizabeth was crying, asking why they didn't tell her anything. Junsu said that if they had told her, she would have surely chosen death. Junsu told Elizabeth to stop crying and get up because they didn't have much time left. Elizabeth's power was still effective for 2 minutes, and he said he didn't spend demon energy just for her to stand there crying. He told her she needed to be the one to end this for the sake of the family that protected her all these years. She had to be the one to bring closure to them. Elizabeth desperately asked how she could do such a thing. Junsu told her not to be so naive anymore. That family could have spent their last years happily, but they chose a different path. They sealed themselves eternally to give her a chance to survive. This was the only chance she had to repay their sacrifice. Otherwise, it was the least she could do. Elizabeth slowly stood up. She looked at her family, remembering the happy times. Then she began activating her demon power. The entire room exploded, and a window appeared, announcing that the hidden objective of her true story was completely fulfilled. Elizabeth just stared at the destroyed puppets, tears streaming down her face as she cried. Junsu achieved all dungeon objectives and received a special reward. Sometime later, everyone was outside the dungeon. A group of explorers was being taken away, including Kim, who had survived. The male lead felt like he had been there for years, but thought it wouldn't make much sense to say that with Elizabeth beside him. He asked what Elizabeth thought of that place, and she said there wasn't much mana there, but she would try to live the best life she could because that was what she owed everyone. Scene shifts to a house at night. Kang Yaren was complaining that the stressful days made her unable to stop drinking. She suddenly stopped and stared, wondering what the hell, why that rat was also trying to ruin her evening. Lights turned on and a man commented that calling him a rat was cruel. He brought a glass of wine, saying he was waiting for his partner. Yaren told him to get lost because the wine bottle he opened was worth more than his life. The man said she was cruel since he was only there because he mentioned the master was interested in unconfirmed gates and asked her to explain everything that happened there. After she recounted the events, he commented it was surprising someone like her fainted in such a dungeon. She admitted things got complicated, but she ended up seeing everything before passing out. Tae-hoon had activated full berserk mode and was using a sword she had never seen before. The man slammed the table, realizing that hunting an S-class individual was always worth it. Yaren agreed that Tae-hoon was impressive, but warned him to pay more attention to the support, since everyone thought the boy was D-class. But he created a sword that utilized Tae-hoon's full power. The purple-haired man laughed, saying if he could do something like that, it was indeed good to have him around. However, he believed that one who only knew how to create tools was only useful if a strong person could use them. He only cared about combat power, considering anything beyond that as impurity. Yaren told him that this impurity would be the reason Tae-hoon defeated him. The man said since the witch had fallen for that support, he would pay closer attention. He promised soon he would kill both the support and Tae-hoon. Scene shifted to a few days later. Junsu woke up in bed, exhausted and tired. After that battle, he slept soundly for days but never felt ready. He thought it might be due to Elizabeth's skill and wondered if there was a way to deactivate it, not seeing her anywhere. He looked around, wondering where she went. He noticed the open window and assumed she left. However, he thought it was fine since he could use her power to bring her back whenever he wanted. Elizabeth was walking on the streets scaring people. Meanwhile, Junsu focused on the treasure chest he received. He never imagined seeing one of these in real life. Something players occasionally got in games. You get a somewhat random reward. However, this meaningful treasure only offered what the opener needed. The problem was, for example, it could give a weapon that could only attack but not defend, or a shield that reflected any attack but hit friends. The strangest thing was every item was always useful despite these issues. Junsu knew that what he needed most right now was something to increase mana recovery. When opening it, he knew exactly what would appear. So, he opened the meaningful treasure, wondering what the item's defect would be. The system announced that the correct item was being selected for Junsu. A light radiated in the room, and a moment later, a ring appeared in his hand. It was Trader's Gluttony, allowing him to steal mana from others. What confused Junsu the most was that the amount of stolen mana increased, the closer he was to the person he was stealing from. Frustrated, he threw it at the wall. After seeing it wasn't a goodbye, Elizabeth returned home. He realized that although this was useful, it would also be extremely difficult because he would drain his friends. Elizabeth saw him stressed, asked why he was so worried about his death. She then mentioned that the idiot from before was visiting. Junsu went to the balcony to check. Sure enough, a limousine was parked outside and we know who it is. I thought it was Tae-hoon, but it was Kim saying he couldn't believe a support lived in a place like this. Junsu commented that the guy who just arrived was an idiot. Kim looked up, thinking it was stupid to come here, but that guy was worth the trip. When he was frozen, unable to react, he saw the boy give a sword to Tae-hoon. Even trapped in his own barrier, he could still feel its power through the protection. He didn't know how a D-class support could create something like that, but he was excited, thinking if that damn Tae-hoon couldn't recruit him, then he would. Junsu appeared and asked why Kim was there since he didn't give out his address. Kim said people usually got excited because it showed the guild's valued. He reached out saying since Junsu came down, he must know why he was here. Junsu brushed past him, saying he was more interested in renewing his assistant license to enter dungeons. At this moment, Kim said he would pay triple. Triple whatever Tae-hoon was paying. He admitted he didn't have a good personality, but always bought the talent he wanted at a worthy price. Junsu turned back and said at least Kim knew what people thought of him, but warned that his answer wouldn't change. He walked away, saying he also told Tae-hoon there was nothing they could offer. To him, Kim was furious, muttering that Junsu was just like that damn Kang Yaren. He recalled she once said people in that guild were so arrogant they didn't want to recruit. Clenching his fist, you guys will see about having nothing to offer. Sooner or later, those two players would have to beg to join his game. On the way, Junsu wondered why he could only reach the association by walking when suddenly someone bumped into him on the street. He turned around and apologized. But the other person said nothing, just nodded. Junsu found it strange he didn't notice anyone approaching him like that. Then he realized something. He seemed to know who just bumped into him. Looking back, no one was there. He wondered why Dojin was still alive. This was the younger brother of his first group leader, who just recognized him. A hooded man stood nearby, while another spoke about the danger of any dungeon above C rank. Junsu was beside a girl. She said she was worried since she never entered such a hard dungeon. He reassured her, saying the leader seemed seasoned, so as long as they followed his instructions, there was nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, the hooded man watched them head towards the gate, seemingly targeting the male lead. He knew he was a D-rank support hunter who had been hunting for less than 2 years. His whole career started with the Wang Guild, which was also the guild of Dojin's brother, Do-in. He recalled asking his brother why go to a D-rank dungeon when he could go to a much stronger one. Do-in explained there were still many resources there and harder dungeons had overly expensive entry fees. His brother commented on the unfairness of large guilds monopolizing all the gates. Do-in said it was fine because if they could exploit half the resources in that D-rank dungeon, they would profit. He explained that his team had trained and fought hard, so they wouldn't have to borrow anything from any other guild. He said the world was about to know the power of the Wang Guild, which never happened. Junsu received a call from the association with news. He complained, saying it was ridiculous for a B-rank explorer to die in a D-rank dungeon. The staff explained it happened due to a misclassified dungeon and they were still investigating. That was when Junsu felt an accident wasn't the cause of his brother's death. He knew his brother had won access to that gate through an official association. The question was whether it was possible to fake a gate auction. He knew something fishy was going on that no one else knew. The staff told him the body would be returned in 2 days and they were lucky to have at least found it. This was only possible because one person survived and brought the bodies out. Junsu thought this D-rank explorer was too lucky. Back in the dungeon, everyone prepared to enter the gate. The leader excitedly told everyone to be careful not to get hurt, and they started going in. The deceased's brother kept questioning how a B-rank explorer group could die, and a G-rank survived. He would continue investigating until he found all the answers. Right then, the security guards outside seemed confused. They told someone to stop, saying only authorized participants were allowed in. The person said he was actually invited and presented his permission file, laughing and saying it was ridiculous for someone to walk to a gate with full gear if they didn't intend to enter. The guard said everything seemed in order and he smiled while thinking that was too bad. If the guard hadn't accepted, he would have had to kill him. The target this time was Dojin Mu. He wanted to see what this future hero could do. Scene shifts to inside the dungeon. Many skeletons lay on the ground as the group continued advancing, taking down another creature. The leaders seemed happy, saying they defeated the monster. Dojin commented that this couldn't be a C-rank dungeon. At least it had to be B-rank and one of those complicated ones they were still hiding. The leader thanked him, saying if it weren't for the boy, things would have gotten complicated. However, Dojin said he only did half the work. Seeing everyone lagging behind him, he bent down and stared at the blade he was holding. Until just now, the mage was still standing, and the leader had fallen. He started fighting but had no chance of winning. Then someone asked him if he wanted a new weapon. It was Junsu, who said he could craft some things, but Dojin would have to forget about his ability. Dojin realized these daggers were far superior to the ones he usually used. But how could a D-rank guy create such weapons out of thin air? He called Junsu and asked exactly who he was. Junsu replied that he was curious about the same thing. Dojin said fine and asked if he remembered a person named Do-in, telling Junsu that was his brother and Junsu had been part of the guild. He wanted to know what happened to his brother and what Junsu's involvement was. But then a wave of red energy flooded the room. Dojin was startled because that wasn't part of his power. The attack hit his chest, pushing him back. He looked confused, wondering if they missed a monster alive. Right then, the man from earlier appeared, saying this was unexpected. He wasn't surprised that Dojin, the future hero, blocked his attack. What surprised him was that someone else also survived. Junsu was just observing. Dojin didn't know where this guy came from, but he was extremely strong. The man told him to relax and not be so scared. Junsu lowered his shield, and the man recognized him as he called him Impurity and said he was a D-rank support hunter. That confused Junsu. The man said it was a pity because defeating him without Taehoon wouldn't be as fun. Dojin wondered why Junsu knew Taehoon, but the man raised his blade, saying they would have to have some fun to discover if he was special in any way. Even rushing at Dojin. Dojin managed to defend himself but was knocked back, realizing the man was much stronger. He knew that if he kept defending, he would die without achieving anything. The man released a wave of red energy and slashed Dojin, dodging, rushing forward. The enemy started smiling, saying the other person wasn't doing anything. Seeing Junsu standing still, he said it didn't even feel like a 2-on-1 fight. Junsu agreed, saying he was right about that. Right then, the enemy felt something strange. His entire hand was wrapped in strands of demon energy. His heart pounded and movement was difficult. Behind him, Elizabeth was standing there, clearly casting a spell. The two of them declared that actually this was a 3-on-1 fight. The problem was Junsu was now out of demon energy and Elizabeth. The summoning would end in 10 seconds. Junsu managed to summon her for a brief moment, but the damage was so great he almost got killed. However, that brief moment was enough to end the fight. The man tried to slash Elizabeth, but she activated her vaporization ability, saying, "What a pity," but she wasn't afraid of physical attacks. She mentioned he looked like someone she knew, but much weaker. Anyway, it didn't matter because he made the wrong move. Dojin approached from behind. Desperately, the man turned to slash Dojin, but he missed and Dojin was already below. The blade pierced through and the familiar Elizabeth was unsummoned, leaving and saying it wasn't a big deal. The man was now missing a part of his body. Dojin was about to finish him off, but unfortunately, the man managed to sacrifice a part to avoid death. He told ordered surrender and dropped his weapon, which enraged him even more. He dropped his weapon, a clear sign of surrender, but Dojin realized he had another plan. The man stood still for a moment and pulled out a purple stone from his body. Dojin noticed it contained demon energy. The man broke the crystal and Dojin rushed at him, saying, "You must have a plan, yeah?" and attacked straight at him, creating energy circles. But then Dojin realized it was a teleportation circle. Junsu was relieved the man escaped because otherwise both of them would be in bad shape and he couldn't help anymore. When Dojin was about to stand up and ask something, Junsu told him it was okay and that he would explain everything. A while later, they were outside the dungeon. Some of the adventurers behind them had been killed by that man. Dojin said that it didn't feel right to lie and say the adventurers were killed by monsters. Junsu said that until they figured everything out, it was better to proceed this way. If that guy had a permit to enter, it means he used a fake pass. Dojin asked how that could happen. The protagonist replied that he didn't know either, but it seemed they were forging things related to the association. The worst part is that the documents might be real. Anyway, a similar incident happened 3 years ago. It seems that somehow, someone can forge any document from the organization, and the mastermind is someone with immense power, powerful enough to easily deceive everyone. That's why right now it's better to lie to everyone. Dojin understood that this was the best choice for now, but asked how Junsu could be a G-rank hunter when his skills were so good. Junsu revealed that a year ago he was worse than D-rank, and even his basic dagger wasn't D-rank. But it was during that dungeon incident that he awakened some kind of ability, something that allowed him to survive alone that time. He knew it all sounded very suspicious, and he wouldn't believe it either if someone told him this. However, his goal was to reveal the whole truth once he discovered the person behind the incident. He apologized to Dojin, saying he would do whatever it took to find the one responsible for Doan's death. Dojin was silent for a second, then asked who told him to do such a thing. He wasn't the only one involved in this, so he would also search for the culprit. After all, the two of them weren't any different. He had seen with his own eyes what these people could do, and also wanted to expose the truth. So he wouldn't stop until he found the criminal behind it all. He told Junsu that he hoped they would go far, and from now on, they had to rely on each other. The scene shifts to an abandoned warehouse. A teleportation circle appeared in the center, and the one-armed man from before stepped out. He fell to the ground, recalling, "Those bastards," and swearing to kill him. A girl told him he looked very confident for someone who showed up after being defeated. She laughed in his face, saying it would have been better if he had died and then came back, because at least that way he could be used as a sacrifice. He started to complain, but she told him to shut up because she would help him, as the master had certain expectations of him. She sent an item flying towards him. The thing looked like a mask full of mouths and eyes. He asked what the hell this was. She told him not to think too much and just swallow it because it would become his new arm. He refused, saying there was no way he would swallow that hideous thing she created. She laughed, saying it seemed they couldn't trust each other, but reminded him that a swordsman missing an arm is useless. He stared at the creature, and the girl told him that with it, he would get everything he had ever desired. He ate the creature and clearly felt something strange, surely. She remarked that the two of them seemed to get along very well. The arm appeared, and she said that this was just the initial form, telling him to let her know if he didn't like it. He gritted his teeth, saying that in the end he would kill them all. The bastard who cut off his arm, and of course, that damn Junsu as well. The scene changes to an airport. There were many security personnel blocking the entrance. People were wondering if a celebrity was arriving given the heavy security. Amidst the gossip about the Cheonmyeong Guild, a girl said she had heard of them. A guy explained that the group was returning from Europe after handling a very difficult gate. Then a red-haired girl said she had finally arrived. A blonde girl appeared, and people started asking about the dungeon she participated in. Her name is Hyun, and she is a guild master. The red-haired girl approached and asked everyone to let her rest a bit. In the car, someone welcomed her back and started handing her a lot of information about the meetings she had to attend. However, the information that caught her attention was that the executioner had been sighted a few days ago. She asked where, and the girl replied that it was in a misclassified dungeon. Some people in the area recognized him by his abilities and appearance, and only 2 people survived the incident. She saw that one was an assassin and the other was a D-rank support. She asked how that was possible, and the secretary said she didn't know either. The only thing they knew was that both claimed the rest of the group was killed by monsters. She wondered if they were working with the executioner or were threatened by him. She said to put those two on the list because she needed to speak with both of them. Back home, the protagonist sighed, saying he found nothing at all. The man from before wasn't registered as a hunter or was using some kind of disguise. However, he began to suspect that this guy was related to all these misclassified dungeons. Elizabeth's mansion was a prime example of a place where 7 extremely talented heroes could have died. Even if they all had the potential to become heroes, their futures would have ended there. They not only interfered with organizations, but also sent assassins. Junsu started to wonder who the next target might be. Then he received a strange call. As soon as he picked up, someone asked if it was Junsu, and he shuddered. The scene shifts to another bar. Yurin was sitting at the counter, and someone greeted her. She said she expected him to wear something appropriate for the occasion. Junsu replied that he didn't care about fancy places, so it didn't matter what he wore. What he wanted to know was how she got his phone number and address. Since it wasn't registered with the association, she didn't know the address and concluded that Kim must have gone to see him. She imagined the scene of him with his confident smile inviting Junsu to join the guild. But Yurin activated her charm skill, saying she was interested in something more private. She told him to sit down and have a drink. But Junsu stood his ground, saying she should quickly say what she wanted or he would leave. She said she wanted to ask about the dungeons because she had fainted while they were there. She knew Taehyun was strong, but there was no way he could defeat that monster alone. Junsu told her to ask Taehyun because he was just a D-rank support. He said all he did was create a sword with the remaining energy. Yurin smiled, saying she understood, and asked about the information he mentioned wanting to share. He explained the situation, and she wondered what he meant when he said she might be the next target of the person hunting hunters. He said that misclassified dungeons were a sign that someone there was a target, and since she was the only one without a guild, he suspected it was her. She admitted he made a valid point but reminded him of a certain detail. After all, she wasn't the only one in that situation. She moved closer, pointing out that there was also a D-rank support without a guild. She lamented that if what he said was true, then he was the one in danger. She seductively offered to protect him if he asked. But Junsu wasn't interested in her games and said he was going home, not forgetting to tell her to take this seriously because her life depended on it. With that, he left. She picked up her phone and watched him as he went, wishing someone good luck. Her phone showed she was talking to someone named Rat, and she said it was time to take a look. Fortunately, Junsu didn't get involved, otherwise he might have died in his room. As he was walking down the street, someone commented that the kid was brave not to leave. Just like this. And you remember that the previous chapter ended when our little hero was on his way home and suddenly felt something strange. The enemy appeared, saying he was really brave to walk around alone. It was the blue-haired man with a smirk on his face, and he warned that no one would hear any crying here today. A purple barrier covered the entire city, and the guy bragged that his witch was the strongest and no one would notice the disturbance. Today he guaranteed that one of the two would fall. However, the little hero said that this wasn't too bad, not bad at all. This magic prevents people from passing through, but it's a replica of the real world. The demonic energy was quite obvious, and he was wondering where did everyone go? And now he was glad they finally attacked. The villain was confused, scratching his head. What the hell are you talking about? Troublesome brat. The little hero revealed that he had been waiting for them tonight, especially since Yurin Kang herself said he would be the easiest target. The opponent started biting his nails, telling him not to lie, and prepared to attack, rushing forward and unleashing an energy slash. However, a blue barrier appeared around the protagonist, and the attack scattered everywhere. The assassin wondered how this kid defended against such an attack. And as the smoke cleared, our little hero stood there with a floating sword. The enemy was dumbfounded. This attack should have incapacitated half the hunters. But Yunsu, dispelling the sword, said this was the first time since last year that he could fight without worrying. The opponent rushed in again while the protagonist said he agreed. Supports are weak, and so why doesn't the man use his full strength to verify that? Right at that moment, he activated his greed skill. Meanwhile, on another street, a car pulled up. The door opened, and a girl with light-colored hair stepped out. She observed the area and realized there was no gate nearby. So why did she feel such strong demonic energy? This girl's name is Hyun, and she has one of the best support classes. That is because instead of using mana, she uses divine power. Because of this, she can sense demons from afar, which is the opposite of her power. Just then, her assistant asked if they should notify the association, but the girl told her to wait a moment. If she didn't return in 30 minutes, then call for help. Her staff began to glow, and they identified an aura starting to form. Meanwhile, the assistant thought her superior was acting strangely. That was because she was walking towards a wall, but her expression changed when the girl walked into the wall and disappeared. Right then, she realized not only did her friend disappear, but she could no longer sense her presence. All she prayed for was that she hadn't fallen there, because if she did, how would she help? Meanwhile, inside the barrier, explosions occurred. The blue energy sword cut through, while the villain tried to defend himself with his weapon. The battle had just begun, and he was worried about what to do. Suddenly he looked to his side and said that cheap trick wouldn't work on him. But then there was something behind his back, and before he realized it, it was a grenade. The object exploded from a distance, and it was clear that Junsu was controlling it. He stood there calmly, while the girl who created the barrier now understood why they wanted to eliminate this guy. Even though the appearance of the weapons he created was simple, they were simultaneously durable and sharp. Furthermore, the most impressive part was that he was using absolutely everything. His control was extremely precise. He also seemed to have created another type of item. He could truly improvise in countless ways and had extensive combat experience. How could such an individual hide from everyone's sight for so long? The opponent was coughing in the smoke while Junsu asked if the grenade was effective. It didn't have much impact on monsters, but against humans, the damage was significant. The opponent was in serious trouble, and Junsu said it was unfortunate. This was happening to him again. He advised the guy to surrender, saying he should leave immediately. The assassin smiled, saying it seemed he couldn't continue to be polite anymore. Just then, the boy was surprised to see the little hero had prepared swords of revealing light from Yu-Gi-Oh! And started raining swords down on the opponent. You could have had a choice because our hero just closed the distance and delivered another blow. A gust of wind rose, and the protagonist gave that look, and smoke started rising from the ground. The blue-haired guy dropped his sword, groaning in pain, and his arm started twisting and changing shape. Meanwhile, the witch said she didn't want to do this, but she had no choice. She smiled and apologized. The opponent was in danger. It was just a pity she couldn't use this power from the start to collect more data. Then she told the chaotic bastard to go, and suddenly the guy's arm turned into a blade. The protagonist wondered where all this demonic energy suddenly came from. The situation was worse than he imagined. But right at that moment, a large sword came down on that idiot again. However, this time he swung his blade, creating a cut. He started advancing towards the protagonist. The protagonist had to raise his humble shield, while the little witch was impressed that the kid was actually holding out. However, there was nothing he could do. Unfortunately, today, he had to die. But in that moment, the protagonist was taking a small item out of his pocket and recalled receiving a gift when he joined the Baddest Guild. Something that could be useful at the right time had come. He was a bit unsure what it was, and the system showed it was a bloodstone from a Reikian. The item allows him to copy the class of the person who killed the Reikian for 1 minute. What? How? I'm so confused. Not only that, he also gets the skills of the same rank. On the other hand, the side effect is losing 99% of health. Damn, just kill the kid already. Back in the present, the protagonist told himself he never imagined he would be forced to use something like this. While the assassin was there trembling, the protagonist put the small marble in his mouth. The other guy rushed in screaming. The protagonist stood there calmly, swung his arm to the side, while the other guy was screaming. The effect of the Reikian stone activated, and in that moment the other guy hit Junsu. The warning message stated that Taehyun's class and rank had been copied. Seeing that, the idiot's expression changed, and a real sword appeared this time. The protagonist commented that now he understood what it felt like to be a combat class soldier. His sword was covered in flames from that guy earlier, and the little witch was totally confused, as the protagonist even created an aura around those flames. The boy is angry. However, the little witch was very well informed. When she saw him put that cake in his mouth, she knew what he did. Clearly, he could only have consumed a bloodstone and was forcibly using someone else's abilities. But still, why the strange demonic energy? Normally, a hunter, no matter who, shouldn't have that kind of power, which confused her. The truth is that Junsu didn't actually have demonic energy since changing classes. However, the stone had a bit of residue, and that bit of residue was enough for his system to absorb. As soon as he ate it, he absorbed 100 energy. And then we see, right when the villains were about to rush in, he used those points to create a new demonic weapon. 100 energy points gone, he searched for a weapon from hell, managed to create a Fragarak. In that moment, he rushed in Tanjiro style, slashing with fire. The side character knew he was done for. The guy ran away, his blade vibrating intensely, while he bit his lip, wondering how he was going to deal with this. However, Junsu rushed in like a meteor, literally exploding on the ground. In the same second, he was face to face again, swung his arm back. A sequence of slashes. The little witch was confused. Even if he changed classes, he shouldn't be fighting like a master. The bloodstone allows the swap, but doesn't provide any combat experience. Moreover, as far as she knew, Junsu wasn't a fighter, so why did he know how to fight like this? The story later says that the sword the protagonist made for Taehyun was much stronger in pure destructive power. However, the Fragarak had some special abilities as a demonic weapon. The protagonist was there fighting and thinking that he couldn't even analyze his own movements, as if he were possessed. The sword sort of moved on its own as soon as he thought about cutting something or attacking the other guy. Basically, this was a weapon that possessed the user and attacked on its own. And for someone who didn't know how to use a sword like him, this was the perfect situation. The blue-haired guy continued to be overwhelmed. when suddenly Junsu disappeared and appeared behind him, landing another blow to the ribs, while the other guy felt like his limbs were paralyzed and fell to the ground. On the other hand, the protagonist was exhausted. As soon as the other guy fell, he also fell to his knees, wondering if the 1 minute of item activation had passed. He was in pain while the paralyzed guy was getting up. This bastard won't die. The protagonist put his hands on the ground and wished he could use the sword one more time. But right at that moment, he rushed towards him. However, before he could do anything, out of nowhere, a golden light enveloped the entire space. A pillar of divine energy hit the guy in the middle, and our protagonist was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Someone was approaching from behind. And when the protagonist turned around, it was Hayan looking extremely cool. "Oh girl, it's past midnight. Why are you wearing sunglasses like that?" She said she had a lot to ask, but now wasn't the time. That blue-haired kid was completely immobilized. He started to pass out, but strangely, he opened his eyes as if he had escaped control. He asked what happened to his body, while the protagonist was also confused, not understanding what was going on. Just then, the other guy screamed, saying, "That damn witch. What did you do?" He should have answered quickly, but she said he gave her no other choice. Gosh, her divine power created a demon guillotine. What is this? Oh no, wait, both were a bit surprised. The blue-haired guy didn't understand what the hell, and clearly the blade dropped VRO, and that was the end. A sea of blood formed as the chubby little witch landed, saying it was a surprise. Unfortunately, he was pathetic even in his last breath. However, Hayan wasn't going to let things end like this, and she ordered that bastard to kneel and put her hands on her head. However, the villainess just smiled and asked what she would do if she didn't comply. Right then, another pillar of light from the Saintess struck her. But strangely, the evil woman protected herself by creating a shield. Wow, she intended to take the headless body of the other guy away. She's truly scary. Clearly, Hayan wanted to understand why this woman had divine mana. And amidst that, the little witch just said she did it so this idiot wouldn't reveal anything. She wasn't really interested in fighting, so let's talk next time. A magic circle appeared under both of their feet, and both of them disappeared together. Hayan thought that bastard had been teleported, and it was at that moment that the protagonist collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. She simply observed that the poor boy had fought a lot and was starving. Sometime later, the boy opened his eyes and looked around trying to understand where he was. Perhaps when he passed out after the battle, he was brought here. And the most surprising thing was that his body was actually in pretty good shape. On the other hand, he woke up tied up. What is this? Does this girl like BDSM? And she walked over saying she gave him the best medicine. Don't say things like that. The protagonist thanked her for saving his life from what happened. She said that before he was untied and before she answered, he would have to answer some questions. She said, "Mr. Junsu, why were you with those people? Also, I won't answer anything you ask before you answer me." Junsu realized that this damn woman already knew his name, so decided to reveal everything. Meanwhile, the system warned that she was Wu Haiyan, ranked Saintess, very famous to the public. The problem for the protagonist lay in past memories. That was because her guild, the so-called Heian, was far from being one of the best guilds. The strongest were Overkill and Shinhwa. There was another guild called Soul Link, but it was much weaker than the other two. However, on the other hand, at this moment, the story was different. Heian was at the peak of the giants, and all this made the protagonist wonder what had happened. Everything he was researching led him to this woman, who now wanted to know if he was going home. He answered yes while thinking that she was the best support in the country, someone who rose from C rank straight to S. However, in his past life, it seemed she was a support who only reached B rank. Suspicious, huh? The protagonist didn't seem to remember much about her in his past life, but her appearance was indeed very different. This girl was much more aggressive. What happened? Whatever is happening with her new attitude, it's working because she improved much faster. One of the things you might suspect is that she is working for some group that specializes in attacking would-be heroes. But she was also the one who saved him, so that would be a bit strange. Haiyan then said she would ask another question and wanted to know if he knew that guy, the one called the Executioner. He said that question was easy to answer, but first he wanted to ask her something. She seemed to know the Executioner. It seems she didn't report the incident and was still interrogating him privately. What exactly was going on there? Haiyan smiled and said, "Are you planning to interrogate me, kid?" He pointed to his arm and said no, he wasn't that stupid. He couldn't even use his hands, look, because he was tied up with these ropes. Moreover, he wouldn't fight someone who could defeat him. However, the aggressive girl said, "Oh, I would never hurt you." The protagonist said he knew, but that wasn't enough for him to reveal any information. After all, surely she had seen it too. Those enemies didn't hesitate for a second to kill allies, let alone enemies. That's why right now he was thinking that maybe she came to save them, or maybe she came pretending to save them to make him reveal more information. This was because initially, the Executioner himself said that no one would be able to pass through that barrier. And considering all this, if she wanted answers, she would have to prove she was clean. She laughed, wanting to know if he really thought she was working with those guys. Then she talked about someone named Ji-yoon, someone different from her, who was extremely talented and hardworking. The protagonist knew Ji-yoon as the Lotus of Fire, and she was indeed very hot. Don't tell me she died. Artist, I forbid you from drawing that sleepy girl so beautifully and then saying she passed away. Hyeon said many people wanted her sister on their team, but she never accepted the offers. She believed it was probably because they ultimately wanted to work together. The goal was that one day they would form a guild together. Then she walked into the room full of excitement. Hey, showing a piece of paper saying that from now on they could have their own guild. Moreover, there was a document as proof of purchasing a gate. No, artist, why do this to us? She died in the first dungeon she went to. The protagonist knew that document was forged. Probably she entered an unconfirmed gate. Hyeon was surprised, wanting to know how he knew. And yes, that was exactly it. However, that wasn't all. They should have been able to escape the dungeon. But that was when the weirdest thing happened. When they were fleeing, a stranger appeared to stop them. Well, it was the executioner asking if he could join the fun. Ji-yoon replied that he was out of his mind and told him to try. However, the executioner just clenched his fist and prepared to attack. In a swift movement, his first blow hit Ji-yoon, who was standing behind her sister. He even said that now that the trash was removed, they could start the real fight. However, Hyeon ran away, wanting to save her sister. But suddenly when she opened her eyes, she only saw a collapsed mountain there, in the middle of the forest with blood gushing from her mouth. She fled in despair. Obviously, she found her sister lying crushed on the ground. The artist's perfect design was ruined, and she cried for her little sister. After that, she trained hard and formed her own guild. She might not have been talented, but something awakened in her when she was close to death. And that was exactly what made her survive that strange fall. The ability she possessed could heal the target and even resurrect others given enough time. Basically, thanks to that, she had a lot of money and power, but she still hadn't found her goal. Junsu thought that now he understood why she acted that way. They really went through the same thing. After that, he decided not to question her anymore. So he stood up and said he would tell the story now. A while later, after rambling, he reached out his hand and thanked her for saving his life. She shook his hand and also apologized for her mistrust because she would have done the same. When he was about to say that he wanted them to be partners, suddenly, someone opened the door saying he would never let that happen. Both of them were a bit confused. While the other guy was exhausted from running, the protagonist wanted to know what Taehan was doing there. Then Taehan called Hyeon, and the protagonist realized they knew each other because he used her given name. And she explained that she and Taehan were in the same class at the training center. We can see that usually people with weak abilities have to undergo mandatory training. It is in this training that people learn how to use the abilities they received. Hyeon revealed that she had been keeping an eye on Junsu since he survived the executioner in that dungeon. While investigating, she also discovered that the Overkill Guild was interested in this boy. In a message, she asked Taehan if he knew this Junsu Shin, and that guy lied, saying, "No, I've never heard of him. Who is this kid?" She found it suspicious because such a Taehan rarely lied, so there must be something here. Right then, her interest in Junsu increased even more. Taehan denied, saying no, it was all lies, but wanted to know why she was there. The woman then talked about the conspiracy theory she mentioned. In a flashback, she spoke to the guild masters asking for help, warning that there was an unknown organization eliminating hunters. However, none of them believed her and all asked for more proof. The protagonist realized that the three leaders already knew, and the girl agreed, but unfortunately, even though they knew, they had no proof. But now that she had seen these guys organize an attack on Junsu, she was sure her theory was proven. Taehan asked the protagonist if this was true, and he said, unfortunately, yes. He was attacked in the previous dungeon, and that person returned this time along with accomplices. Taehan asked why the protagonist didn't ask for help after that. Hyeon interrupted, saying she also went through the same thing, but Taehan never believed her. Moreover, it would be very risky for him if he spoke up, especially since he could be blacklisted, and also the fact that he didn't know if he could trust Taehan himself. This also said that Taehan found the boy but failed to recruit him into the guild. Then she turned to the protagonist and asked, "So kid, are you going to accept what I offered?" We find out this wasn't just a recruitment. In fact, for the last 2 years, she had been investigating all the crimes and knew countless cases that could be the work of this guy. Moreover, Hyeon started to notice a very clear and simple pattern. The Overkill and Shinhwa guilds and others that met a certain requirement had no cases of missing persons. However, the protagonist said that it couldn't be just because of the size of the guilds, as these villains could manipulate even the association system. She agreed and said yes, the secret lay in the internal structure of each team. The number of people disappearing was much higher in guilds with many members and were dispersed. These guys tried to cover up the cases to protect their reputation, and that's what made them easy targets. The protagonist asked if there were any incidents in guilds with tight organizational structures, and she confirmed. Regarding this, Taehan figured that was because they were stronger, had better leaders, and a good reputation. Their teams took very good care of members and would obviously realize immediately if someone went missing. Hyeon then revealed that she also monitored the villains, but maybe because she was from Haeon, it was like 1 or 2 absentees. She also observed the leader of Shinhwa, and although that bastard was extremely suspicious, he took very good care of the members, and so far, no one had gone missing. But that didn't make anyone immune, it just proved they were lower on the priority list. If Junsu were with them right now, obviously, he would be safe. Taehan crossed his arms and said unfortunately, he had to agree with her. But he didn't need to enter the Haeon Guild to be protected. Clearly, his guild overkill was much stronger and flexed like that. Haeon found it strange and asked why he was taking this personally. Was his ego hurt because Junsu didn't reveal about the executioner? Not to mention how he would explain to the entire guild that he was entering a war just because of his support. The crazy thing was that there was serious trouble going on here. However, the protagonist said, "Guys, I'm the one deciding here, you idiots." Then he apologized, but he didn't intend to join any guild, Blondie. She was like, "Well, and this girl here didn't convince you?" He just laughed and said, "I don't need to. Wow, embarrassed much." And he explained that actually he wanted to continue being a target. This was because while everyone focused on attacking him, no one else would have to die. The boy is truly good. On the other hand, Taehan said he was crazy for wanting to be the only target. The protagonist told him to remember that even the Haeon Guild couldn't gather information due to a lack of clues. That's why he concluded that if he could act as bait, they could probably predict more moves of this organization. In this way, next time he was attacked, they could arrest the villains and get evidence. Haeon wanted to agree, but was breaking out in a cold sweat saying he couldn't do this alone. The protagonist smiled and said he told both of them this because he clearly expected their help. When the time came, he would call and clearly expected both to show up. Haeon realized this bastard wanted to force her to help him without joining the guild, but unfortunately, she had no other choice. The protagonist then said he would be going. "Help us out because I'm counting on you too." The scene shifts to a building in the middle of the city, where a calm guy was standing in front of the window. The mischievous witch walked in along with the headless corpse, reporting that, unfortunately, the friend behind lost his head. The boss turned around and asked if this monster was killed by the author, and the girl denied. The author was indeed very skilled, but it was Woo Hyun who interfered badly in this. Why do I feel this boss looks a lot like the protagonist? I don't know, slightly suspicious, a bit like Sung Jin-woo, and he said the protagonist's behavior was very strange. They needed to handle him personally. She said she understood, and he told her to send the hermit. That would help close the gap between her and the executioner. The girl seemed to want to refuse, saying she could handle it herself. But he said it was an important hunt and wanted to ensure there were no errors in the mission. He asked her to ensure nothing went wrong and no unexpected incidents occurred. Well, the boss counted on her, so she blushed, but I saw that blush. At this moment, the guy wanted to know, aside from the participation of the Haeon Guild girl, was there anything special about the author? She warned that this Junsu Shin was not an ordinary person. The quality of weapons, the quantity, and everything else was very distinct. He was A rank or higher than that. Not to mention there was a time he even cornered the executioner easily. Basically, as she observed the situation, she would say this guy was always 1 or 2 steps ahead of the other guy. Moreover, in a brief moment, something beyond reach happened. He used demonic energy, but it was different from how she used it. Right then, the boss approached and told her to explain exactly without missing any details. A day later, Taehan was on the phone talking to Junsu, who seemed to have visited one of the guilds. "I think it was Taehan. Oh, but now I'm a bit confused. I don't know." And just told the protagonist to take the opportunity to eat well since these guys had a lot of money. However, the protagonist just said that, as always, he wasn't there to be part of any guild. He told him to call if there were any problems. And then the phone hung up. Now I remember, that was Dojin, the friend he helped not long ago. And the protagonist knew that this guy could take care of himself. A kid with a lot of talent to develop and a true rough diamond. Surely for him, being in a guild would help and develop much better. While he was there sipping tea, and the mischievous girl was observing, wondering how long they would continue to use this child as bait for the villains to appear. She wondered if he really wasn't going to do anything else. He said no, he would continue to provide mobile support, hide all plans, and continue his life. Taehan understood if everyone disappeared together, then they would really think they were related. Haeon told him to explain why. He said that now that they knew about his ability, they would consider him a threat. They wouldn't need to stay silent for months without contact, and maybe only when he was truly alone would he be attacked. Taehan wanted to know if that was when they would act, and the protagonist said very likely, especially since the opponent knew how to hide very well and would be very cautious. But theoretically, yes, when this attack happened was when they would need help. Haeon then took a box and said all right, but he should accept this treasure as a precaution. She was thinking that she felt he was hiding something, but that didn't matter. For her, the most important thing now was to avenge Ji-yoon. The protagonist decided not to communicate information about the future, especially since he didn't even understand what was happening. Moreover, she wouldn't believe everything he said just because he had a special class. She was a good friend and would be a good companion. But there was no reason for him to tell her everything. Right then the door opened and guess who walked in, Jihan? That's the shy archer girl from the cave, remember? However, no strangely, she appeared as a blonde healer. and the protagonist was surprised that the kid was wearing glasses. He helped her awaken her potential in the dungeon, but he didn't think she would even change her appearance. They kept in touch, but it was just basic stories like, hey, how's it going? Going to a dungeon? Yeah, and that was it. It seems that after awakening, she attracted attention and everyone now saw potential in her. Moreover, she participated in countless extremely risky dungeons and was even recognized as one of the top 10 marksmen of the year. The protagonist said, wow, I heard you made the top 10. You're the real deal. Yes, it's all thanks to you, Junsu. No way, I just helped you awaken. You would have done it without me anyway. But where is that idiot? Is he with you? Look at the idiot this time. The artist really tried to create the king of posers. A C-rank idiot with the butcher class named Seo Seyoung. The protagonist asked if this was her new ally, and it seemed they partnered up because of some advice he gave. There are very few range classes that can fight alone, and even then, that person still needs to be extremely skilled at dodging, positioning, which is very difficult for a newbie. That's why she knew she needed to cooperate to be close and again, basically use that person as bait. This kid was clearly not the tankiest, but he had good evasion skills and could avoid attacks while she sniped from afar. Theoretically, Dojin would be the ideal partner for her, and he even thought about creating this dynamic duo while he believed her being close to him right now wasn't safe. And he reached out his hand. Wow, this kid is drawn really crookedly. What happened? Artist? I'm starting to think this kid. Now I'm starting to find him suspicious, huh? Is this kid a villain? That would be a surprise twist. And Junsu noticed his hand was full of sweat and wondered if he was that weird with everyone. That was when Jihan also mentioned that she started using a longbow, just as he suggested. She had to relearn everything, but after a few battles, she dealt much more damage. She had trouble finding a good partner, but finally she got Seyoung. The only point was that their teamwork needed improvement, and the idiot agreed. Junsu noticed this kid was even harder to approach than the archer girl was before. Then she said she wanted to ask the protagonist for a favor. Or rather, she really wanted to hire him for a certain mission because it wasn't something she could ask as a favor. She wanted to join a guild. Immediately, the protagonist panicked like crazy. She hadn't decided on a guild yet, but she wanted to go to the flying island and achieve an official record. This flying island, imagine it as a floating island, a dungeon, an anomaly, a gate that never closes. It seems it's the type where when you kill monsters, new ones spawn and gates constantly appear on each island. Because of this, the government tried to come up with practical ways to solve this problem. Instead of trying to close the gate, which seemed impossible, they created facilities and poured countless resources into it. Basically, the island turned into a sort of test where hunters could train, and Jihan wanted to go there to be evaluated together with her partner. The problem was there was a requirement. To start the test, you need a damage dealer, a ranged attacker, and a support. And she wanted to call the strongest support in Korea. Junsu found it strange that she came to this conclusion. He didn't give her this idea, and she was always the type who preferred fighting alone. Although in the future, if she was much more confident, she was still the type who preferred having no allies. That's why he wanted to understand how this change occurred in her personality. Then he said, okay, this evaluation would open more doors for them. A while later, they were in front of one of the gates. And I love how the most random people have such cool designs. The girl there seemed to be just the person explaining how everything worked there. The bracelet contained their mana, and basically it would serve as both a ticket and a security device. They had to use this item to enter and be transported to the test island. Before retiring, she was an A-rank support and was also there to protect them in case something happened. She asked for everyone's cooperation and to let her know if they encountered any problems. The protagonist looked at the team and oh my god, the idiot there, even though he was wearing golden armor and had a small sword that was pretty crazy, was shaking all over. He found it strange. As far as he knew, he had fought several times with Jihan, so why did he still seem insecure? Not to mention, he had never seen a sword like that. His weapon had a unique design and a pink jewel shining. Right then, the officer said the test was about to begin. And so we were on the island. They stepped out of the gate and she warned that each wave of monsters would have a certain number, and they had to kill all monsters in each wave to move to the next one. Did the blonde girl want to know exactly how many waves of monsters there are? The woman said there are 100 waves. What? This is a 99-floor tower. Back in the day, this place was so hard that all the hunters had to join forces just to clear the area. That girl on the left looks like she's wearing gear from Attack on Titan, and currently, the record holders are the experts from the Overkill Guild and Guildmaster Hayamu. Look at those two troublemakers. And it seems like in total they've cleared 73 waves, so no one has completed it yet. Junsu imagines that Taehan couldn't beat this place simply because he didn't have a sword that could withstand his power. The officer then says goodbye and laments that she'll just be watching. Suddenly, a horde of goblins from the underworld begins to appear. A pillar of blue fire rises in the middle of the forest. And wow, that kid is already emitting a red aura. I thought they were just goblins, but Proto says they are gremlins. At the same time, he feels a strange, hostile energy coming from behind. When he turns to look, it's that guy Seyon who is being engulfed by malice. The scene suddenly changes and we are at the fourth wave with 3 orcs and the kid is bloodied. Proto notices this kid has a strange, hostile energy. Moreover, he is laughing like a psychopath and seems too excited in this battle. Then he remembers that in his past life there was a secret and mysterious guild named Void Fantasy. No one knew who the guild master was, but these villains attacked all players. Because of that, all the remaining people had to gather together, forming an alliance to take these guys down. Proto asks, "Hey bastard, why are you doing this?" The blonde reveals, "You wouldn't know because you didn't receive the secret quest. They are the ones who received the mission to kill countless players." Proto immediately grabs him and asks if that bastard was blinded by the reward. But the guy just laughs and laughs like the Joker, saying he wishes good luck to those who want to survive. In the villain's eyes, you can see something, and boom, his system is ruthless, even failing the mission and blowing up his head. However, Junsu thinks that this time things will be different. He won't let that happen again. He must find out what the truth behind this mission is. Jihan doesn't see anything suspicious and says, "Well, what do you think about the way he fights? I think he's quite unique." Proto realizes that the bastard didn't ask for help at all. They were already at the 5th wave, and so far neither of them had done anything. She says she's getting used to it. Berserkers change their personality when they enter battle. It seems the cursed translator mislabeled the class as Slayer, but it is actually Berserker, because Proto is saying that for a Berserker, he fights in a very different way. Normally, those guys are more violent, but he is using some kind of fast stabbing attack style. He hits another monster. The monster attacks from behind. But at that moment, the creature takes a hit to the flank and falls down dead instantly. "It was Jihan who made that precise shot, and our young man." Junsu, while injured, comments that Seiyan would do better in a one-on-one match. However, now he's starting to understand what this guy's tactic is. He likes to activate that aura and frantically attract attention while Jihan just stands in the corner showing off. Suddenly, Seiyan apologizes. He doesn't control his emotions very well because his level is still low. Jihan says it's okay and asks for 30 seconds for them to rest. In the meantime, she also comments that her friend fights well, but he has a few blind spots. Our role is to take care of those blind spots, and the male lead wants to know how he can help. She then says she knows the male lead can use that swordsmanship skill, and just asks that when her friend is in danger, please intervene. So they continue moving forward. We are at Wave 6 with 20 wolves. Jihan puts on a show, hitting several lizardmen in the head on floor 7. Wave 8 is 24 skeletons. Wave 9 is 13 orcs. Seiyan continues with that psychotic look, slashing everything apart. Jihan is getting exhausted, saying that soon at Wave 10, they will start facing elite monsters. And the male lead realizes he is having to use more mana than expected for something that is only in the early stages. Moreover, Jihan seems fine, but Seiyan is already exhausted. They are truly a team exposing their lack of experience and level difference. And Wave 10 has arrived with 2 trolls. She was scared, wanting to know how they would win, and the male lead agrees that this is harder than usual. The difficulty of this dungeon is increasing extremely fast. On the other hand, he is confident that Jihan's arrows hitting the monsters' heads will stop them from regenerating. Suddenly, one of the 2 trolls rushes in and smashes the ground, but Seiyan dodges. The male lead notices the poor guy is having to move too much and has no time to attack. To buy time for him to aim, Jihan decides to attract attention. The male lead tells her not to do anything reckless. But it was too late. While that idiot celebrates, now the beast is rushing after them. The male lead turns back, saying he'll try to buy time, and tells her to aim for the head more. Then he decides to use his skill more efficiently to save some mana. He uses Great World, throwing out something that looks like a rope wrapping around the beast's leg and tying it up. Seiyan quickly recognizes our boy's power. The beast falls to the ground and the boy tells Jihan to aim for the head. However, she points at another monster and wants to know what they will do. The beast is rushing towards the 2 of them. Junsu finds this very strange. Monsters are supposed to know how to help each other. It seems this creature is somewhat analyzing the combat situation. He really has to prepare to fight this one when suddenly, the girl wearing a cap appears with great potential, protecting them by creating a barrier. She warns that she will protect them and they should go to a safe place. These monsters are too strong and shouldn't even be in this wave. Their islands are having some weird problems today. The male lead observes all this, but at the same time, he can't understand it. He doesn't feel any demonic energy nearby. The girl in the cap then says she will save them and uses an emergency skill to pull everyone out of there. They are teleported and a notification appears about abnormal gates appearing on the islands. He rushes to say that everyone needs to evacuate. The male lead says it's better for them to leave and Jihan agrees. Meanwhile, at a control room, a guy is watching everyone flee. He is trying to warn about something, but the mischievous little witch is already behind him saying she didn't expect to see such a familiar face here. Oh my god, now I feel sorry for the executioner guy. He's being kept alive without a head and she asks if he's impatient for revenge. However, someone suddenly puts a hand on her lips and tells them to be quiet. After all, they shouldn't break the organization's rules. The woman, however, just turns away and ignores it. Back in the forest, the lovely girl in the cap is looking for the boy she left behind when teleporting. She finds that half-crazy berserker boy there. I think these guys want to do something crazy. She approaches asking if he is okay. And he turns around, you can see he has a secret mission. Meanwhile, the red-haired girl with Taehan warns that they received a call from the association. It seems some strange gates are appearing over there on those islands and people are requesting reinforcements. However, Taehan doesn't care, saying they should handle it themselves. However, the girl insists that the problem is quite serious. Moreover, it seems they have lost contact with the office there. She wants to know if she can send aid right now, but he asks her to wait a moment. Right then, he remembers Junsu said he would be on those islands. He checks his phone and confirms that this guy seems to have mentioned he went there. Strangely, he imagines that Mr. Shin wouldn't want him there, as that would make him harder to attack. He asks about the other 2 guild members and she says unfortunately, they have already gone on a mission. He wants to know who could be sent, but unfortunately, there are no good options. Then he asks if the association called that bandit over there. She wants to know if he's talking about the Shinhwa Guildmaster, and if it's that guy, then yes. He then just turns around and says it's fine. Let that guy handle it. She is a bit confused, wanting to know why he isn't going to help. And he just explains that, well, they have business to attend to and Shinhwa will manage to deal with it. Scene changes to the car and someone wonders how this happened. The orange-haired girl wants to know why they aren't going to help, huh? The driver explains that they are just civilians who have never fought properly and would just lose their lives. He asks if she brought that staff and she says yes. The guy seems unsure, saying he would just be in the way while she suggests he hold a large gun. He thanks her, saying it's better than nothing, and with that we see some guys in the army welcoming them. The man introduces himself as the Guildmaster, and the old man laughs, saying he reminds him of his daughter who moved abroad after getting married. Suddenly, the old man says that while the guy is more confused by the fact that no one from the 3 big guilds came to help, countless abnormal gates have appeared, but they never lost contact with the base. And worst of all, now that this thing has been reclassified, they will need more help. The old man scratches his head upon knowing there are people stuck on the island, but says they can try scouting the area. They'll find those who fled, and whoever is there, they'll bring back. If they encounter a problem they can't solve, they'll simply leave. All this is teamwork, and surely it will be fine. My god, but the guy wants to enter the dungeon with a group of retirees. That won't end well, and the taxi guy already knows it. The orange-haired girl wants to know why that is. He explains that these small guilds don't have many chances for big rewards, so when something like this happens, they always want to take advantage, but clearly the risk is huge. Worst of all, these guys look more like retired soldiers. They go into the dungeon with rifles. The only advantage they have is that the old man seems able to enhance bullets with some power, and even being military, they can deal some damage. He knocks on that idiot's head, telling her she should know how the hunter world works better, but in that, he also tells her to keep an eye out and make sure not to steal anything wrong and also not to die like fools. Just as she agrees. The army guys called them. Nearby, Junsu looks back. The Guildmaster's group is advancing, and the assistant says she knew it would end like this. The white-haired girl complaining says they really should wipe everyone out. The man, however, eating breaded chicken says that's difficult. It's a public place and would attract too much attention. Not to mention, he doesn't want to partake in any plan if it harms innocent people. The crazy guy next to him likes that. And the woman doesn't seem to like that comment for some reason. The headless guy put a blade to his neck. He says it's funny how they get along. While the witch says that if it weren't for the fact that he is necessary for the plans, she would have killed him the moment he opened his mouth. If he understood, he'd better continue his part in the plan. He, however, replies that he isn't really interested. Assassinating people isn't his style. However, just for a second, she grabs him by the neck and says they are not the same. Moreover, a kid needs more mana to access the gate, and he'd better be obedient if he wants to live. At that moment, the kid raises a finger and says rule number 1. Back in the dungeon, everyone is trembling, asking what is happening. The big bearded guy says he's from the office and tells everyone to check. In addition, they need to observe around the entire area to understand what is going on in this place. At that moment, the driver explains that unfortunately, there is no signal and they cannot record a video report. The military guy says he understands and tells everyone to stay alert. It seems that right now they are looking for the 5 officers who went missing. The guy asks about the location, and he says they were near the center of the construction. Many of them hold walkie-talkies and call for the Guildmaster unit's people. Meanwhile, the girl holding the staff says that all the people working on this island are retired. They will surely manage. The other guy says maybe, but right at that moment the door opens. And seeing the sea of blood in the room, it's clear they didn't manage anything. At that moment, the old man asks if these are those people, and looking at their clothes and gloves, clearly they are. At that moment, the military guy asks if they checked the security room. And the other guy says yes, they are searching there right now, so don't worry. Right at that moment, the guy realizes the messenger isn't who they expected. And immediately he tells those nearby to protect everyone because something strange is happening. He also warns those holding machine guns to keep an eye on the monsters and be careful because someone hacked their communication system. The driver is confused, not knowing what is going on, but one thing is certain is that someone tricked them into bringing them here. It was right at that moment something exploded on the ceiling. The old man looks back and suddenly a red laser beam falls on him, and something grabs his axe. A giant demon with purple aura, but the scene shifts to outside. John Howling is celebrating their arrival, but her partner, Hirang, says this damn girl never drives. I still don't understand what's wrong with these hunters and their fear of driving. Everyone tries to avoid sitting behind the wheel. Then they start heading towards the dungeon on the island, saying it's been a long time since they passed by there. The two are walking and talking while Proda and Jihan are hearing everything. Someone calls the two of them, and upon turning back, it's our boys saying they met once before. The other guy asks what brings him here, and the male lead then says it would be hard to explain this situation. Meanwhile, someone is screaming, telling them not to stand still. Back in the dungeon, the axe guy is blocking the attack while two idiots wear shields on their backs. The guys start firing, shooting at the demon, and wow, look at those idiots' bullets. Actually, I thought they would penetrate everything, but it seems they didn't do anything. Or at least the shots made the beast run away, which gives them a chance to grab the old man and get him out of there. The problem is, they have to be careful because now this monster could come from anywhere. At that moment, the old man tells them to watch their backs. But right at that moment, the demon rushes right behind the rifle guy, smashing him into the ground. While the other guy is crushed, everyone is shocked. And then the headless one appears, attacking the idiot in the shadows. The old man, however, frowns and rushes with the axe full of aura, delivering a slash, and was prepared for another smash. He creates a wall of ice in front of everyone, who are shocked that the old man is so strong. However, right at that moment, the fierce girl appears, saying they managed to collect a decent amount of mana. This henchman is perfect for what she wants. At the same time, the old man tells Mr. Lee to get everyone out of there. He doesn't know what's happening, but two people are already dead. And now it's no longer possible to guarantee anyone's safety. The most important thing is that reinforcements are brought, or else everyone will die. He is focusing on preparing, but his expression soon changes. The woman is summoning another creature and lamenting that the gates will be closed. Outside, the male lead is talking to her, right? It seems he told him everything, and the guy says he really is unlucky. However, he is still a bit confused about whether the kid really wants to get involved in this. The kid obviously wants to somehow join these people's mission, but the others don't really allow him. The truth is, he doesn't even know what he's doing. That's because he hasn't received any quest, and quite common incidents on that island are happening. However, deep in his chest, he feels a strange sensation of excitement. And the GM then says that one of their members is still inside. All they want to do is go in to check their friend's location. Hirang complains, saying they are there to solve this themselves. However, Joan touches his shoulder and says it's okay. They should let Junsu join, especially since the kid fought alongside them in another dungeon. Oh, and the girl has a cute little design. Also, she doesn't care. It seems they will be kicked out of the guild for letting this kid join. Hirang himself scratches his head and says, "Okay, let's go, you little rascal." Suddenly, they start introducing themselves formally. The male lead is thinking when another person runs up from behind, asking if they are from the Shinhwa Guild. It seems all the guild's gates are becoming much smaller. The male lead looks scared, while inside, the mischievous little witch is radiating that aura. She tells the other creature to advance, saying it's time to clean up their new house. The big guy heads towards the old man, who is swinging his axe back, saying that this bastard needs to respect his elders. The attack seems to hit hard, but someone is preparing a golden pistol while the other-faced monster still looks like it's smiling. While the old man swings the axe and has pulled out the Glock. The old man is really effective, huh? And worse, his bullets seem painful. The creature is knocked away. Oh no. But I think another one is coming from above. He reaches for the incendiary grenade on his thigh, pulls the pin, throws it up, activates the power, exploding in the middle of the room, and oh my god, what is happening? The rest of the group is fleeing, grateful that the old man is holding everything back and telling them to run. At that moment, Dajian, who I think is the pilot guy, remembers something about these dungeons. It seems the gate remains open due to certain devices. In theory, it is impossible for the gate to close while these devices are activated. With that, he is sure that this summoner must be influencing it somehow. If they can stop her, everything probably returns to normal. And the guy was right, because as soon as the old man fired those shots and shredded the other creature, the gate dilated. Right at that moment, Yunsu and his teammates cross through the gate and encounter the mischievous witch head-on. She looks confused and immediately recognizes him. Oh, she is shocked by our male lead. The male lead is sparse with words. Before she can say anything, he shoots a giant blue lightning bolt straight into her stomach. Even he is surprised, thinking he acted on instinct, thinking she would attack him. However, maybe that's a good thing, because you never know what this crazy person will do. Right then, he summons the Great Sword, telling her to explain what is happening on the island. She, however, smiles and says, well, she is very scared of him. What happens if she doesn't say anything, huh? Will you kill her? Yunsu only says that's right. If necessary, that is what will happen. Then he raises his hand as the hooded guy from the upper floor says, rule number 1, the spear is in my sight. Rule number 2, you must answer my words. That guy is worried because he registered as a normal citizen, so he could be tracked. He also warns that this is the last time he helps the witch. Then he states rule number 3 and reveals his ability. Well, the hermit's ability allows him to force anyone in his sight to do his bidding. However, within a certain period of time, he cannot change targets or select multiple targets at once. And Hee-Rang immediately stands there saying, "Yes, sir." The group is still a bit confused about what just happened. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Sam, observing a photo of a couple. He is wearing blood-stained armor, wondering if this is police officer Yu's home or not. However, as he turns around, suddenly a status board appears announcing he has failed the illusion mission. He is completely confused. And another window pops up too. My god, it's like message spam. This time it says, "This is what everyone thinks at first. Buddy, I'm just as lost as you guys." But suddenly a fist flies in, punches straight in the face, and pins the poor boy to the wall. And the bald guy appears saying, "Next time you better complete the mission, or you'll be killed." 2 hours later, back to the present, Hye-Rang is preparing to attack his own group. The male lead shouts, telling Hye-Yeon to be careful, and notices this guy is acting quite strange, but he isn't using any skills. Not to mention that strange summoner has disappeared. He knows he has to subdue Hye-Rang and figure this out. The old man then tells the kid to get out of the way, heads in that direction, and swings the axe, blocking the spear tip. Simultaneously, he activates ice transmission and freezes the kid. This old man overpowers him, but that guy is also very tough. He asks if they are the reinforcements that just arrived, and everyone says yes, while mentioning that the person he just froze is theoretically one of those who came to help. The old man stops to think, and says that if that's true, he won't help deal with those creatures because there are a lot of strange monsters. Meanwhile, the guy with glasses is asking the witch what she plans to do. Her enforcer is useless. I agree, he was defeated by the old man. The witch tells him he'd better keep his mouth shut or she'll start sucking his mana. And in the meantime, she is also wondering why that support Dan Jun-soo is on this island again. He really needs to be wiped out once and for all by those gates. Suddenly, the male lead feels something strange, and I don't know what it is. But it seems like a series of gates are appearing in front of them. Everyone is confused, and true enough, a ton are rising up. The old man is trying to understand what is happening, while the male lead is sure the problem isn't the quantity, but rather the level of demonic energy radiating from those things. Perhaps his suspicion is correct. We see a horde of demon monsters he once faced. Clearly, the one behind this is also the one behind all those things. They are the ones responsible for forcing gates to appear in other dungeons, kind of ruining the qualifiers. The glasses guy says the master will be furious, but the villainess says she doesn't care. Their time is running out and he needs to stop being a nuisance because the goal now is to kill these people. Anyway, ultimately they have 1 more year until the Great Awakening. But then her expression changes. Saying something unbelievable is happening, it's too early. It was a multi-dimensional error that triggered the emergency protocol, welcoming the new player, but the name cannot be known. The other guy isn't the only one panicking. Junsu is also confused. This thing should only appear in 10 months. Oh my, everyone awakens a small system. Now I understand the girl in the tight vest, the blonde here, Miho Hye-Rang, or rather the name Joan, is actually the little redhead. The window then immediately also gives her a quest. She has to survive 10 waves of monsters and escape the flying islands. The male lead still stands there in disbelief that the screen appeared. Right at that moment, someone points forward. From the gates, goblins are pouring down like rain. The creatures fall to the ground holding swords and start rushing in. The girl here pulls out that staff, which I still don't know what it's used for, looks cool, but does nothing. They are standing there shocked, then the male lead in the corner tells them to run to the other side. Man, they are running away. But there's a whole swarm of monsters chasing them. However, right then, Miho Hye-Rang jumps over everyone's heads, pulls out the large shield and slams it down hard in front of the goblins. She is very eager to pass the 10 waves of monsters and escape this room, for sure. She activates the enlargement skill, making the shield huge. Meanwhile, I think that spear-wielding idiot is still stuck. She is duplicating the shields, blocking all the goblins. While the old man says they will have to help block the path, Junsu asks them to wait and activates the creation skill. Apparently this time, he also creates a shield barrier there, both holding firm. Everyone is shocked and wants to know if he is using some item. How can someone create so many at the same time? Both of their plans are truly that little Spartan plan type. With a shield on each side, the monsters can only come from the middle, and then just throw everything in there and they will handle it. For some reason, saying this reminds me of playing RPGs when you usually make those little plans. Ah, good times. At this moment, Hye-Rang is asking the old man to release the frozen uncle over there because the spearman is best when fighting large numbers of monsters. The old man is staring at the block of ice, asking how that kid using a spear is good at killing many creatures at once. Usually, mages are the ones good at that. However, I think it's best to stop thinking like that, and realizes there's a whole bunch of monsters coming. Right then, Hye-Yeon passing by calls out that presence, pulls the bow and unleashes a rain of golden mirrors. The attack bounces, hitting goblin after goblin, leaving everyone impressed. Indeed, the reinforcements helped a lot. The orange-haired girl is impressed with the team coordination, and the old man says don't worry, they will handle it. However, what he wants to ask Mr. Lee is, did you serve in the military? Because if so, give me my big weapon. Meanwhile, the suspicious guy from the beginning is on the second floor watching, not understanding what is happening. The item on the left looks like a high-grade item, but there is no way anyone in the world can summon as many shields as that barrier on the right. The little witch here, she isn't pregnant to think bleeding from her stomach like that girl is normal. She'd better leave there before she dies, or, oh, I forgot. She's the villain, right? She can die. She's always surprised by that damn Junsu. And the glasses guy agrees that this kid is strange. On top of that, he even controls demonic energy. How can they defeat something like that? She says they just need to wait. And the second wave hits 300 zombies, 200 skeletons, and 100 undead. And she says that she lost control of the gates as soon as the system activated. Now that it's open, there is nothing more she can do. The other guy asks, why not just let everyone escape then? After all, they just want the islands. She replies that she considered that for a second. But upon seeing the girl pass by with a large blue phone, she says unfortunately they did something she cannot forgive. New monsters are approaching. While Hyeon is preparing another shot, realizing that her mana is running low, Miho Hye-rang rushes in, but she is confused. Let her handle it, she is the damage dealer. However, Hye-rang says she also knows what she is doing. She claps her hands there, standing right in front of all the monsters. Wow, the clap was strong, look at that. Everyone is confused, wondering what she is planning to do. And that's when Hyeon notices the sound of clapping seems to be getting louder. In fact, the sound didn't stop even after she had stopped clapping. Right then, Hye-rang steps forward and activates a blast wave, punching and blowing away. All the creatures fly backwards. Right then, Hyeon realizes no wonder she is ranked S. Everyone there wants to go help more. However, Hyeon says they cannot stay still. Sion is still in the dungeon. That's because Police Officer Yu went to pick him up. That news from the pilot guy reveals that Police Officer Yu, whom I think is the girl in the cap, never came back. Well, they found her body. No, hey artist, don't do that. Every time you draw a beautiful character, you kill her 10 seconds later. Damn, and obviously Hyeon is a bit scared because what does that mean? Sion died? The male lead asks if there were any other bodies. And the guy says yes, there were a few people from the security team. However, he didn't see anyone matching their description, so maybe that person is still alive. Right then, Hyeon seems to be deep in thought. Then she asks, wasn't there supposed to be another person there with them? The scene, however, shifts completely to a kitten walking on the wall, while the kid on the ground asks why they are doing this. The guy holding the knife says he warned him to pay up soon because he has a mother in the hospital. The blonde kid on the ground says he knows, but threatening won't make him rich. He also needs to make money to pay these bills. However, the other guy just replies that he doesn't need to worry anymore. His mother died yesterday already. Also, he planned to kill people anyway and was just trying to figure out his abilities as well as hide what he was about to do. The little cat is stretching there, saying it thought this universe would be more peaceful. However, it seems the incidents have already started. The cat is watching the kid there, who I don't know if it is Junsu, but I think it's the kid from the Demon Guild. Sometimes it's hard to tell apart. Then the little cat jumps up saying it will have to exercise. There are a few parts where I really feel lost. Back to the trouble, the old man holds his face, saying he got distracted in this mess. He turns to our guide and says those bastards must be using monsters to control the gates, or something similar. They are probably behind everything. The male lead realizes that's how that woman escaped. Somehow, they really managed to control the gates. Then Hyeon appears and says they will have to split up to find Sion. However, the male lead asks, do we really have to find him? He says that because he believes Sion is alive. They would just be wasting time hunting for him out there. However, Hyeon says they cannot guarantee that. He could be out there trying to survive. However, the male lead says Police Officer Yu said there are specialized abilities for rescue. Now I'm confused. Didn't the old man say Yu was dead? Or did I mistake the name again? Impossible. I'm almost sure the old man said she died. Well, I don't know. What I know is they found out those people control the gate and the third wave is about to start. Both point out any creature, monsters have spilled out of the gate. The male lead says this is a race against time and they need to end this last wave quickly. But then Hyeon starts losing patience and asks if efficiency is the only thing he cares about. Why would he give up on a friend without even trying? She is truly disappointed. She never imagined Junsu would act like this. Our male lead seems to recall a day she also said the same thing about being disappointed. Right then, for some reason, he seems to remember something. Then the old man appears and asks them to stop arguing with each other because it won't lead anywhere. They are wasting precious time and the priority now is actually to rescue the hostage. After all, they cannot call themselves hunters if they abandon people. However, right at that moment, a gate appears behind him, astonishing everyone. Junsu turns around, someone is calling him, the support guy. That masked guy tells him to enter the gate alone if he wants to save the so-called hostage. The scene afterwards switches to someone playing with a phone, asking about a certain recording. He says he already deleted the video, so there's nothing to worry about. In the middle of the room is the poor girl as a hostage, begging not to be harmed. However, the witch just ignores her and says the system activated too early and now they have no time to waste. She wants to know about the quest reward, and the other guy says the most important thing now is the chance to escape. Right then, the witch warns that this girl is no longer useful, and the girl is clearly in shock. She begs for her life, saying she didn't see anyone's face, but the witch just tells her to shut up. Just then, the masked guy suggests they could use her as a hostage instead of eliminating her like that. Isn't she the one wanting to eliminate that support guy? This is the perfect opportunity. The witch agrees, but knows this guy says so only because he doesn't want to kill a girl. However, the truth is the masked guy just wants to test the male lead somehow. The scene then returns to Junsu staring at the gate while the police officer is worried, clearly warning that this is a trap. However, Shinta is certain this is the only way to save that woman. Shouldn't have wasted time arguing. After all, meanwhile, Hirang is there surrounded by monsters, holding everything off alone. Really, you guys keep chatting while she is facing the fourth wave. More than 80 warriors, archers, skeletons, knights, countless monsters. And Hyarang starts getting surprised because there are still 6 waves left. At this rate, there will be no way to survive. While she is terrified, the male lead is stepping into the gate, and he knows it's not exactly what he wants to do, but maybe he'll have to show everyone his ability. Then he asks the old man next to him what his name is, and he says, "It's Shinta." The male lead tells him to take those swords, but he doesn't want to accept. Our boy just tells him to throw them over the balcony as far as possible in a minute. The old man is confused, but our guy is already heading towards the gate, asking him to keep the promise. On the other side, he finds the witch. He stares at her and asks what she wants from him. However, she just warns that she will harm the hostage if he tries anything. It's a pity she will have to finish him off so quickly, so goodbye. Right then, the masked guy raises his finger and starts stating rules to the male lead. Meanwhile, Jung Hayan still stands frozen like an idiot. Everyone is desperate, calling for his help. It is at this very moment that we see the plan. That the male lead asks the old man. A minute has passed and he throws the swords away. The male lead has a feeling that he left something important behind since arriving on the island. And the moment Hayan talked about abandoning friends, it made him realize something. Suddenly he calls the name Kang Yurin, whom we thought was a man until now, but in fact is a girl standing there wanting to know how he knows that name. Meanwhile, the 2 swords are flying, heading towards the 2 people. The whole place is torn apart. And right then, everyone is wanting to run away. While Junsu says they will have to do much better than this if they want to catch him. Right then, the woman screams that she really should have been more careful with him, while the male lead finds this potion appearing out of nowhere strange. Suddenly, a shield appears around the nun and she apologizes for having spared him. However, unfortunately, the game has changed and now she will need to take his head. In a blink, a gate appears behind Junsu, and a creature rushes to attack him. However, it actually crashed into a barrier. The male lead dodged this at the last second, ducked down, but another one is rushing for his neck. The boy pulls a matrix move, leaning back, but hands are now rising from beneath him. Even the creature is on top of the gate. The sword, however, he slashes someone passing under the arm and cuts him. My god, how many things are hidden underneath? The boy thinks he can't escape this suddenly. The spear tip strikes down the creature. Then we see 2 minutes earlier when Jung Hayan was being helped there, pulled out of the ice. The group then realizes all those shield spells were done by the kid. And the spear guy finds it strange, dude. How does a support summon this many? However, Hyarang tells him to stop talking and help fight, defending against monsters because they are in desperate need of support. But a wave is approaching, and worse, she starts recognizing them. These are orcs she faced before, and the 5th wave comes with over 20 of them. Immediately she draws her bow, thinking that even though there are many, at least she learned how to fight. The key is shooting an arrow to take the head to cut off their regeneration. She seems confident and launches another attack, sure that this will be easy. However, the creatures don't make her life that easy. One ducks to dodge and grabs a pile of bones on the ground. The monster throws it all towards her, and the shield bearer has to step in to protect her. Hyarang is confused. Trolls shouldn't be this smart. Even worse is that among them. There is a mage. And the creature starts launching an attack, sending a sonic wave. However, suddenly it is torn apart in the middle. Both the orcs and the hunters are confused. Shinta then suggests they need to go help the male lead while Hyarang helps the injured Hayan up from the ground. However, for some reason, suddenly the creatures seem to stop attacking. The scene afterwards switches back to the boy facing the nun and saying he warned her already. Suddenly, a golden weapon shines and falls to the ground. He says that, unfortunately, it will be hard for her to defeat him now. Right then, he drinks a blue potion, thinking that this time he already used 2 bottles. The nun says she is truly impressed. She put her all into that attack. The boy jokes that he doesn't believe that was everything, but then she says she noticed he is showing off his power, but he isn't attacking her. The boy is a bit surprised to be found out so easily. In a flashback, we see him receiving a chest looking quite surprised. Inside is the twin ring that allows the user to exchange thoughts with another. It can also teleport once, but when that function is used, the item disappears. It was Hayan who gave it to him, saying that even if he is alone, she knows she will wait to contact him. After all, the enforcer doesn't work alone, and at any moment he could be ambushed or sabotaged in some way. And that ring is the perfect solution to summon someone. Clearly, the male lead is using that ring, and at any moment he could bring Taejan over. But then he tells the nun she is just speculating. He doesn't need to answer anything she says. She admits that this is indeed causing a bit of trouble, especially when the creatures can't defeat them. Even more so when the person supporting her is returning there. However, the male lead says he won't let her escape from there, especially since he has a lot of things to ask, but he will wait to find out what she wants. However, the woman just says what a pity. She hates revealing unfinished projects. Suddenly, a purple hand rises and back to the battle. Jung Ha-yeon doesn't understand what happened there. He takes a heavy hit and gets thrown into the wall. The witch says she wanted to finish the job before hunting him down, but now that he has returned to this place, they will have to settle this. She asks what the boy plans to do. Can he take down the enforcer and all the gates? However, the male lead replies that she has completely misunderstood everything. She is the only target he needs to focus on. He wants to know what she is capable of because one of the enemies is also very strong. However, she replies that she won't reveal her abilities just because he asked. If he wants to force her to use her moves, he has to survive first. The kid says that's not a problem, but she says she is a bit of a villain and we will use whatever means necessary to win this battle. The main character says that in that case, he only has one option left. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows begins to appear above her head. In a flashback, someone calls the nun and says there is a mission. It's the guy over there, the one who looks like Junsu, saying they need to find the origin of that creator, how he uses demonic energy and how far he can go. However, he suddenly turns around and says to forget about it. The most important thing is actually the surgery. Wow, does this guy have bipolar disorder or something to change his mind so fast? Oh, alright then. But he still asks if he can see the skills when the system activates. That would be perfect. But the focus is still on finding the gate. Hey, weird kid, just say what you want directly, and the nun is now in shock. She thought this was a chance to get information, but why does it look like she's about to lose? And worse, why isn't he using demonic energy? The main character says that recently he has started to recall things from his past life. According to what he knows, Haring and Jia were completely different from how they are now. Was Jia a teammate in the past life? I don't know, I'm getting a little lost here too. Let's try to find ourselves. However, clearly, even if they are different people, they still have the same abilities. What the main character wants to know now is what the nun's powers are, and if he has ever seen them in his past life. And obviously, if given the chance, would he kill her? Wow, Main is really intense. The woman asks if he is fighting seriously by just summoning those spears. As soon as he agrees, she says that's fine then. However, suddenly something is happening. The main character stretches out his hand and a strange aura is heading that way. He's using Zelda's Loyal Link skill, controlling others' weapons at will. And now he is obviously using her lock, right when that big guy was about to smash the poor girl's head. However, he stabs into his arm. My god, it went through the hand and dragged right through the elbow. Ah, he controlled her weapon and from that weapon created an attack on the beast. Now I understand. Got it. The main character is glaring while she thinks that to use that much, he must be distracted. She intends to attack with that scythe, but gets blocked by another weapon falling to the ground. At the same time, from in front of him launches a barrage. A rain of spears pours down from above. One of the spears lodged right in the middle of her forehead. But suddenly she lets out a scream and energy spreads everywhere. The monsters try to defend themselves, and those guys raise their shields. Everyone is trying to protect themselves. From all this chaos, while that girl is standing there screaming, wow, she looks transcendent. Worse still, she doesn't even know how she activated this. Now it's complicated, but it seems this is her anchor skill, probably the main skill. And Junsu notices she looks scared. He was planning to finish her off, but the executioner is rushing in from behind. Suddenly something falls on her, everything explodes. He is confused about what happened in the... Suddenly an attack strikes from behind her, and strangely, she stabs the executioner. Although in an instant, that strange guy appears from a portal, saying she used an incomplete pawn, and looks toward our boy from the... He says he's sure this is the one she mentioned. The main character is scared, wondering who this guy is and why he has so much demonic energy. Then the man says he requested an investigation, but the priority is to get information on this kid. The woman tries to explain that she thought both were feasible. However, he just says she used everything she had on this terrible experiment and still failed. And the weirdest thing is the beast is attacking him. The guy seems unconcerned but says this is such a big failure that it attacks even its own master. The nun explains that the executioner's habit is to challenge the strong, so that must be why. However, that man completely dissolves the monster and says that's that. For him, the big issue is that the so-called creator hasn't even used demonic energy yet. The guy wants to ask our boy something who is more interested in finding out this guy's relationship with that energy. And at that moment, the hooded figure asks the same thing, wanting to know what he knows about demonic energy. The main character just glares back. Down below, everyone is still firing at the monsters. The orcs continue to advance, but suddenly their expressions change. The beasts are hesitating, and a rain of bullets also pours down on their heads. The girl is afraid that his skill involves that rifle, but he says no, this is a special rifle with special bullets. The shots create elemental explosions. Jia and Ha-Ring are apologizing because both are injured. Even the spear-wielding idiot is lying unconscious down there. Also, their side is missing a lot of people. They just hope everyone is okay. Junsu is standing there staring at the organization leader, also praying for his teammates' safety. When the guildmaster appears, our little hero wants to know what he is doing there. That guy wants to know about the hostage. The hooded figure says she is still alive, and our boy points to the corner, where he has surrounded her with several spears. The hooded figure says the girl could have died from those spears. He saved her because if the monster hadn't been unsummoned, the situation would have been very dangerous. I don't know, son. This guy looks more like he's trying to kill people, but okay. Taehyun is angry, saying that guy is lying. Oh god, look at that. He reveals that he realized the little hero used his friend as a shield to pretend to save her, but in reality, it was to attack. The truth is, Junsu didn't want to save the girl from the monster at all. He only made the nun believe that so she would act on her own. Basically, you used a hostage to create an opportunity to make the battle easier, and so this little hero is truly cold-blooded and the captain doesn't like that at all. Meanwhile, the hooded figure is very amused, saying he is truly amazing. He doesn't know who the boy is, but he recognized his decisions were very rational, so he will give him a chance. He will ask for help with the plan, however. The leader points a gun at the guy's face, saying he is a son of a bitch and doesn't know what the two are plotting. Oh, old man, don't make deals like that. Now you are surrounded by that aura and about to fall to the ground like an idiot. Just so the little hero has to save you again. This little hero is hesitating more than ever, asking why he is doing this. The hooded figure says it's because that guy was about to put a hole in his head. Junsu says you can't be sure of that, but the guy just wants to know. So are you going to keep asking questions or avenge your friend? However, the little hero is the king of rationality and he only says he knows how strong that guy is. Furthermore, that guy is not his friend. He is a great guy, but very careless. Whoa, buddy, the little hero is really cold. He's thinking this guy has useful abilities, but he doesn't deserve to be a hero. And unfortunately, nothing can be done for him now. He made his choice and has to pay the price for the consequences. Well done, finally showing his true colors. I didn't expect that. Is it because you're dominated by future memories that you became so cold and calculating? Even the hooded figure is praising him, saying that's right, he was correct about the boy. Junsu wants him to shut up, but the guy just says he has no right to demand anything. The one asking questions here is him, and he wants to know what the boy knows about demonic energy. He silently stares at the main character when he doesn't answer, and at that moment, the guy says there seems to have been a mistake. It's time to end this pathetic joke. Then he attacks in another direction and Junsu panics, asking if he is talking to everyone. He shouts for everyone to get down, and the guy holding the gun stands there not understanding what is happening. Well, it's precisely that purple energy, the thing that killed the goblin earlier, now sweeping through everyone. People want to put up shields to block, but in the end, have to duck down while the goblins are torn in half? Well, however, one of them decides to be a hero. He is holding a large shield, and it seems everything went straight at him. The people ducking are still alive, right? And everyone knows this attack came from Junsu's direction. Yeah, but what about those who didn't duck? Lost half a body, man, the state of that guy. Everyone is confused, wondering what is going on. Meanwhile, the hooded guy just says they came to collect the gates because they needed something. Unfortunately, they lost control, so all of this now means nothing anymore. Junsu can only think that there is no way to confront this guy with that kind of demonic energy. However, he needs to do something, so the first priority is to recover mana. It's already the third bottle, alright then. He can't afford to get addicted. Obviously, the addiction has already started. Moreover, he realizes the nun follows this guy's orders. In other words, calling Taihan wouldn't be enough. He could put his friend in danger. His goal now is at least to survive, together with Jia and the others who deserve to be heroes. Whoa, he really is selective. Those who are unworthy die. The problem is, how will he do it? This guy is interested in him, but at the same time, he can easily kill him. While the system warns that demonic energy is unavailable due to a certain entity, the main character is in pain there. His nose is already bleeding, while the leader seems to be just observing something. People from afar are looking at a series of gates now connected by a strange energy. Jia is about to do the worst possible thing. She says she can't just wait there, so she will go help Junsu. She calls the guy holding the rifle and asks to borrow his weapon. She snatched it already, jumped up and rushed off to cause trouble, definitely. Meanwhile, Herring stays behind and sees a screen appear on her back. When looking over, she seems afraid of some information, while the whole place starts to collapse. The hooded figure then tells the main character that finally they can talk in peace. It would be better if the boy answered and Junsu decides to comply. He only replies that he doesn't know much about demonic energy. The only thing that happened is he has a bit of that energy. At that moment, the hooded figure asks about his memories, and Junsu panics. Does this bastard know he has future memories somehow? And he remarks that he doesn't trust the nun, but Junsu actually possesses the same kind of energy. However, he doesn't need to worry, he's just trying to save the world from destruction. All he asks is for the main character to join this mission. The main character stares at his hand in silence, then wants to know why he killed that guy. He replies, it's because that guy tried to interfere and threatened him. Sacrificing someone's life like that is necessary for the greater good. He needs new allies and wants to know if the boy will help him. The protagonist kid is a bit confused. And right then the nun glances to the side. When the hooded figure turns around, oh god, Gia has come to throw her life away. Immediately, the main character pulls out a knife, wondering what the hell she is doing here. He wasn't planning to fight this guy, but he can't let him kill her either. His attack has arrived while she screams that she will make him pay for all of this. The main character tries to get close, throwing a stab, but at the same time, I think he just tried to strike to protect her. And the other guy's punch lands from the side, hitting his head, slamming him hard to the ground. And the hooded figure says he has good power, but his physical ability is terrible. He should learn that training is necessary to strengthen any skill, but that alone is not enough. He knows the boy must have defeated countless enemies, relying only on his skills. However, he won't get anywhere without training his body. That is why he must start physical training and stop taking shortcuts by using system power. The main character is confused why this guy is saying that. He replies that he knows he possesses memories. Maybe he can help him or maybe not. However, regardless, he is interested in him. Gia looks up in fear as the guy says the offer still stands. Next time he expects an answer. Demonic energy starts to get sucked in, and from above, a crater opens up looking like an eye. The guy remarks that he didn't think he was being watched. He removes his hood and introduces himself as Les. Our boy had best think carefully about what he said because this offer will help him a lot. Gia runs to help the boy while the nun walks away. Wow, the system window appears. It's not over yet. Main quest, survive the 10th wave of attacks. The main character realizes they still have to face the boss. The obvious problem is he is out of mana. He barely had enough strength to create a small dagger to attack that guy. Imagine what will come out of that giant gate. Suddenly, a bird wearing a hat appears in front of them. Both are a bit confused, not knowing it is. That creature lands in front of them. Clearly, they don't know what kind of monster this is, while the main character even wonders if this is actually the boss. Gia thinks it's weak, but she wants to get closer already. Wow, Main was about to tell her to wait. But the poor guy is coughing up blood, unable to do anything. Clearly, that's a side effect of the bunch of potions he downed to recover mana. Or maybe it's a reaction to that guy's demonic energy. He doesn't know either. Great, Gia, you're holding the rifle like a sword, huh? Congratulations, she's about to do something stupid again. Planning to rush in and slash when the bird turns around just in time and says give it back, saying that thing belongs to it. Wow, the creature walking around her says it was stolen, claiming it will be returned, but it's nowhere to be seen. The main character raises his hand, thinking as long as Gia doesn't do anything stupid. It seems this creature will follow him. It seems the monster is interested in demonic energy. The problem is how he will defeat this creature. The good news is the monster itself doesn't seem to have as much energy as that guy. The bad news is he has no attacks left at all. And the creature shouts again, telling him to return it. It repeats similar words about having asked for it, while the main character wonders why this monster seems to radiate less demonic energy. The bird flies around saying it feels a lot of energy, but there seems to be none. So where did it go? Junsu says there's been a mistake. It's not him, but the bird insists the energy it feels comes from this place. It is its, and there seems to be quite a lot. At that moment, Junsu reaches out towards the creature and pushes it away as it tries to fly over, asking him to return it, until Heiring appears and punches the little monster in the head, knocking it to the ground. The main character is startled when she says she thought it was a monster that needed destroying. However, right then the screen appears. Phew, the final quest was pretty easy. Everyone just has to claim the reward. However, now he is more worried about the hunters who passed out and those who died. But then everyone is teleported to another room. Everyone is crawling up from the ground, exhausted trying to understand what is happening. Some people talk about notifying the association. When the main character stands up, everyone seems to be outside that place. Everyone obviously wants to know how they got here. He just replies that he doesn't know either. Besides that, the panicked civilians around must be wondering what this system window is. At least those who passed out were teleported and will probably receive rewards. However, those who died are obviously not here. They are gone forever. At that moment, the guy with glasses runs up asking if he is Junsu. The chaos soon ends and people start being taken away. The protagonist discovers a large gate appearing above the city and everyone sees it. However, it seems to exist only for a brief moment and then vanishes. What he doesn't understand is if this has anything to do with the gate they just participated in. Anyway, now everyone who has awakened will also be registered as a player. That is already an absurd change compared to his past life. This changes plans, and he also doesn't know what is happening and who this Les guy is. Not only that, that guy also said something about him having to train his body. telling him not to just rely on the system. He really needs to get stronger because his current strength is not enough. Obviously, along with that, the debate about using the system window lasted a very long time. However, the world adapted to hunters, and it didn't take long for everyone to accept the new reality. Many people started saying these gates would bring about the apocalypse, but even with the warnings, would you believe it? The deaths of 3 people from the White Bone Guild caused the guild itself to shut down. The investigation also revealed they had secretly entered countless dungeons without notifying anyone. Moreover, the members confessed that a large portion of money was sent to the daughter and wife of that guide. I think the uncle who died. The remaining officials and everyone else were saved from the dungeon. And they all said the same thing about a strange woman using dark arts. The crazy thing is Officer Yu, who received them at first, got nothing because her only relative was her husband, who also died long ago. Basically, she was wiped from the world along with everyone who knew her. At the hospital, we sent the report to Su Yan. She thanked us for everything. He wants to know the reason for the research, and she says she wants to know more about her colleagues. However, he seems skeptical, and the girl is a bit confused. Wants to know what you mean? The agent tries to explain that her job is becoming very risky, and things like this could happen again. However, she replies that she has to continue. If she doesn't do it, who will? Seeing her so radiant, he reluctantly agrees. Later, she reveals that during the island incident, some people impersonated guild members and evacuated everyone. Maybe it was a gang member or some global conspiracy, and she is researching to find out who this was. The man hits her on the head with the papers and tells her to rest. That's what she should be doing. Out in the hallway, he takes the pile of documents in, then throws them in the trash, saying that soon this girl will get herself killed. In another corner of the city, a small explosion sounds. The spatial gate opens and a goblin steps out. The buck-toothed monster glances to the side and grabs an unsuspecting civilian. A mischievous giggle is heard, but suddenly, a red gate appears right in front of it. I thought it was right in front of the goblin, but it turns out it is in another place in the city, where the kid sees no active quest. However, unexpectedly, he hears a loud scream nearby, and the kid himself sees the goblin attacking him. But right in midair, that creature is hit by a stab straight to the face. Wow, an extremely violent stab. That creature is knocked far away. How did its head not explode right there? Meanwhile, the little black cat is licking its paw, telling our boy that all this happened because he drank 3 energy potions. He agrees while mentioning he was lucky to come back alive. Junsu confesses he only survived because that guy basically spared his life. His plan was to use his ability to see who the mastermind behind everything was. But he didn't expect that guy to be so strong. The creature praises him, saying it was an incredible plan. At least it worked. You saw his face. However, now that you've seen Les's appearance, what do you plan to do? Especially since anyone who saw him in the spatial gate also saw the abilities he possesses. The main character tells it not to worry, and right then, we see that when preparing to enter the gate, he activated the ability to establish a deal with everyone. He will fight the monster and save the officer. In exchange, everyone afterwards must keep his ability a secret. He says that thanks to the control of this power contract, players are forced to obey. This explains that with the activation of the system, everyone received new abilities and powers based on the classes they have. Very basic. Archers get accuracy, tankers get pain reduction, mages get extra energy, even supporters have new skills. And now Junsu has the ability to make exchanges. Since he is an item maker, the exchange deal can compel a specific target to follow certain rules to use the weapon. However, if the person is much stronger than him, they can partially resist this power. On the other hand, as skill proficiency evolves, it will become increasingly difficult for anyone to break this link. The crazy part is, the deal is strong enough that if the person breaks it, for example, their memories can even be erased. In this case, he wants no one to tell about his ability. Exactly what happened. No A-rank or low-rank hunter recounted what happened. So the plan succeeded. In other words, the early system appearance actually helped him. The kid asks what he is saying and taps its paw on the system, asking if it's about that. The main character is surprised. That kid has a system too? It says yes, and reminds him not to forget that she has been a player since being in that dungeon. Although now she's been turned into a pet, the protagonist realizes all awakened people have truly become players. This obviously could make a big difference in the future. The cat then wants to know how Junsu's memory works, and he is a bit confused about that. The little creature explains that it doesn't really understand what it feels like to have a past life, because normally memories must be lived experiences. Moreover, noting that all Junsu has are fragments, and yet he gained abilities without needing to train. Is there any chance, are you sure those memories are yours? The creature starts hypothesizing that perhaps his universe was destroyed, and that is why he can't remember anything. It tells our boy to explain where he got those memories, and the protagonist recalls when he fell into the lake in the first chapter. However, the creature says it's not talking about this life, but the past life. How did you get the power? And what if this is just a hallucination? Go away, cat. Asking so many questions, Grandpa. The protagonist denies it, saying he is sure the memories are his and he can prove it. The creature wants to know how, and he stands there somewhat silent. But remember that Les asked if he also had memories. For him, this clarifies that others also have this thing. The cat wants to know if he plans to find these people. He takes out a book, saying currently he can't do that. Looking at the book, he remembers that Yurin Kang, who worked with him in his past life, now strangely works with Les. What happened, and why is there this difference? Moreover, Les said he wanted to save this world from the end. If what this guy says is true, perhaps we have some information on what happened to Yurin. The problem is not much can be done to deal with this guy. Meanwhile, he's calling Taehyun, who asks what's wrong. Our boy just says plans have changed. They need to talk. At the same time, at a park, we see a white-haired guy talking to a kid. He asks if this is the kind of game they play nowadays. The kid says yes, and he plays very well. Then he thanks the boy for saving him in the nick of time. Oh my god. But the kid is trying to seek death by crossing the street without looking, and now a car is rushing towards him. Crazy, I thought he was about to get run over. But actually, it looks like they just performed a flash kidnapping. Actually not, man. The white-haired guy asks the kid to forgive him, but he needs some cash to play those pay-to-win games again. Go away, man. That kid is truly unlucky. Scene switches to our main character in the meeting room, and Taehyun sneaks in and looks just like the world's most famous K-pop star. He immediately warns that he spoke to the association and nobody knows anything about Junsu. How does he feel? The protagonist says fine, puts something on the table, and replies that plans have completely changed. Immediately, Taehyun's expression changes and asks if he found the person controlling the priestess. He says yes, unfortunately, it's someone he can't deal with. Taehyun was about to say he should have called him, but the protagonist replies that if he did, both would be dead already. All he can believe is at this moment they have absolutely no chance. Well, Taehyun is even scared, saying, "What? Did you see that guy's face?" He is in shock, extremely shocked. The protagonist says yes, however, he is sure that guy shouldn't be registered as a hunter. Maybe he isn't even an awakened one. Clearly, this confuses Taehyun. Meanwhile, Junsu thinks that guy has a really strange ability. He can use demonic energy devastatingly. Not only that, Yurin and the priestess are following him. On the other hand, their abilities seem more familiar. But who truly was this priestess in the past life? Was she also in some group of his? Taehyun says our boy is distracted because he's been doing inner monologues, but he just says he's fine. Scene change, Hayan is on the phone saying this kid is hiding something. Yeah, as usual, Taehyun asks her to explain, and that's when she tells that she felt a strange energy from that kid. Maybe you didn't realize because you belong to the night class. However, he has a strange force around him with a sword that clearly isn't mana energy. And now it seems after the system activated, many people are also seeing that same kind of energy. She feels this is the energy used to kill the executioner. And that is why she wants Taehyun to try and find out more about it next time he meets him. She is sure Junsu will trust him to reveal a bit more. Back to the conversation, he says the protagonist seems a bit agitated. And our boy is thinking that now the plan is ruined, there is no reason to hide the abilities he possesses anymore. Is it okay to tell him about his past life? Whoa, however, the guy reveals that he knows Hayan suspects the kid, but he doesn't. Obviously, his ranking doesn't match his abilities, and he only texts at weird times besides using him, a guild master, as an errand boy. However, he doesn't care about that stuff. All he wants is for the boy to see his potential. Well, Taehyun is completely smitten. Even the kid tells him to calm down. But this guy, now I don't know if Taehyun is genuinely nice or playing 4D chess. He tells our boy he can share everything he is suppressing and doesn't need to endure it alone. He will stand by him no matter what happens. Oh my god, back off, man. You're in love. And all this love is working because Junsu thinks maybe he is right. He has suppressed too much and clearly needs help from others. And Taehyun keeps saying he can trust him and tell everything. That is when the kid drops the bomb. A god is descending to Earth and will destroy everything. Immediately, the guy stands there, obviously a bit confused, and asks the kid to explain exactly what. What do you mean? This reveals Taehyun's status window. The guy is S rank. He has titles Dungeon Destroyer, Weapon Destroyer, Astronomical Power, Master of Slaughter, full of titles. The protagonist remembers that just like the awakening, the apocalypse comes without warning. And then the screen appears in front of Taehyun. Final quest, the world's last chapter. Objective, kill a god. Friends ask Taehyun if he received a new mission. That's when Junsu glances aside and points, telling everyone to look. Obviously from the sky, a giant angel with 6 wings is appearing. The whole world shakes. They figured that is the god. Meanwhile, in Taehyun's window, it shows him as a hero candidate and received a personal mission. His goal is to find a way to kill that god. The knight is a bit confused, asking what those feathers are. Meanwhile, someone touches a feather and explodes completely. Hey, is everything okay over there? It's raining feathers, run kids. And the kid says it lasted a week. Players desperately looking for a way to kill this god. However, exactly 7 days later, everything ended. He is telling this whole story to poor Taehyun. saying he thought he wouldn't believe him. However, he pulls his arm and says they need to confirm this first. The protagonist recalls a week after that creature came to Earth, he was lying on the ground saying maybe he found a way to kill this creature and save everyone. However, that is only possible if he discovered it earlier. Right then, the wall in front of him shattered, and a human appeared floating there with things around. Junsu was sure it was too late now. No matter how much he needed another chance, it seemed it wouldn't happen. The monster reached out, and Junsu noted that the heroes who died at the start were essential factors to win this battle. Back to the present, Taehyun wants to know if he really died like that, what else he has from memories, what he knows about everything that happened. The protagonist tells him to remember the executioner who killed all the awakened. Maybe all this must have some connection. Taehyun hesitates but wants to know what the strategy to defeat this god is, and that's when Junsu reveals the most important information. He doesn't remember that damn information. Taehyun stands there, somewhat in disbelief, asking, so, who are the heroes? Who are the people they need to save, and where are they now? The kid says that, unfortunately, there are hundreds of people, and he only remembers a few he met. It seems something erased his memories. However, the protagonist notices Taehyun seems not to believe him, but it's understandable. A guy comes out of nowhere saying the world is about to end. Anyone would be wary. Then Taehyun tells him to keep his finger on the ring, because they will be working together a lot. The protagonist asks if he believes the story, and the friend replies that whether he believes it or not is unimportant. He trusts the boy even if he thinks it's crazy. He realizes what Junsu needs is not someone to believe the story, but someone to believe that he is trying his best. And he promises to trust everything our boy says. I haven't seen even 2D wives this devoted to him, and Taehyun is thinking there that it doesn't matter if the kid's story is real or not. If he decides to join the guild, it would definitely be a great addition. The miserable and greedy guy plans to add something more. But the protagonist then pushes that book over and says this is the reward he earned on the Flying Islands. He asks if Taehyun's system is working, and he confirms. The protagonist then explains that he must understand how important having the first skill book in existence is, and he will give this to Taehyun as a proof of their friendship and trust. An S-rank item that people would probably bet a whole nation to buy at auction. And the book shows X-rank rarity allowing skill learning. Wow, but the book allows learning skills according to combat style class. The protagonist should have used it for himself, but alright, seems he thinks Taehyun is okay. Even Taehyun is a bit confused, wanting to know, why are you giving me this? Because Junsu just says he needs to become even stronger. The guy realizes they are putting a little pressure on him, and Junsu says that also if later he asks for something, best not to refuse. The fool knows nothing comes for free, but tells our boy whatever he wants, just ask. The protagonist then says he needs a solvent to dissolve energy crystals, and he wants it within a maximum of 2 days. Taehyun was about to say that's easy until the protagonist reveals he needs 5 tons. Immediately, the guy panics wanting to know if he is planning to make a swimming pool. However, Junsu just continues, saying he also wants witch's slime, night elf's blood, ant king's night. The guy is telling him to shut up. All these items are extremely rare and nearly impossible to get in 2 days. The two are arguing there. The protagonist tells him to be quiet. People are listening. In the meantime, he asks Taehyun what is the rarest item he can get in the guild related to energy. Then he remembers an SR rank item. I think, what is it? Extremely rare, perhaps. It's a pure soul core. An item they got in an S rank dungeon. Oh wow, a girl just appeared there out of nowhere. Who is that? Right there? And the protagonist says, great, that works. But the girl screams like a chihuahua, saying, this is a precious resource of the guild, you bastard. And Taehyun says that one is very hard to preserve, so he will request delivery to our boy's house. However, he will still need that so-called solvent. As soon as we see her receive the S-rank skill book, he will still need the S-rank skill book. She understood and reported that she would send for delivery. However, our boy wants to talk privately with Taehyun, man. Just talking for 20 minutes with this guy. He will tell everything that happened on the Flying Islands. Scene then switches to our boy, going to a small house in the middle of nowhere. Well, he visits his mom. Oh, you have a mom protagonist? I didn't even know. The poor woman sitting in a wheelchair asks how he is, and he says he is doing well. Does she have the classic farm disease, guys? When energy appeared in the world, some people unable to adapt ended up suffering. And some people gained skills while others started vomiting blood and couldn't live a normal life anymore. He asks how she feels, and she says she is fine. She is recovering. Besides, the air on this side of the city is much cleaner. He asks if the thing he sent arrived, and she says yes. It seems the girl at the guild, Wisu, stopped by and brought that giant water jar, probably full of mana energy. The protagonist thinks she must have hated doing that, but thanks to Taehyun, finally he can try doing what he wants. A chance to use all the energy crystals he collected over a year. Mom's precious boy really hoarded everything. What is this? The greedy guy plans to take it all into himself. At Shinwangyil building, she says, it seems someone wants to meet her there. It's the purple-haired guy. He says he heard she was sent to the Flying Islands. She says yes, and she transferred all information to the guild already. However, the man comments that she said she was attacked by countless unknown awakened and monsters coming out of gates. Obviously, this information seems not very accurate. Elsewhere, a guy named Chuman Han says an unknown dark power was observed. The agent says yes, but unfortunately, they couldn't see clearly because it seemed not an awakened person using a part of that power. The old man asks if anyone else saw this, and he says there were a few hunters there. Those who died were Shinta and someone named Jia Han, and clearly they were the cause of everything. Junsu Shin, the purple-haired guy, is a bit confused, says this is ridiculous. What did Junsu do this time, and exactly what happened? You'd better explain everything. The poor girl wants to speak, but says unfortunately, she saw nothing. The man thinks this is a bit strange, and the man in the other room also says monsters obscured the view, and he couldn't observe closely to understand what was happening as he was more focused on the battle. Whoever was guilty escaped and no one could do anything. Shulman asks if he got this information from the hunters who fled, and he says yes, but unfortunately, it seems no one really saw anything. The man realizes he can speak about anything as long as it isn't bound by the contract. Sadly, there isn't much information he can provide. And the man talking to our boy says he is complicating things. It's him. Just as he intended to say something, he appeared. Unfortunately, due to a contract between players, he can't mention certain topics, and the man comments that being unable to talk makes him want to tell everyone even more. Junsu replies that if they found a way to talk, they probably would have, especially since he didn't impose any penalties. However, the man hands over documents saying he is sure the boy must have a good reason to prevent information about this leaking out. In it, he sees that he and our boy met a year ago. In that moment, you feel the boy is a bit different. And now I'm curious to know how to use the power to stop others from talking using this system. The protagonist warns he won't believe what he is about to say, and if he wants, he can make a new contract so he can't talk about this, and then he will know. But this time, if he breaks the rule, he will have to obey what he asks. Scene switches to Harang, thinking that even if she tells everyone the world is about to end, and this kid is living a second life, no one would believe it. And in that, we see her talking to our boy, saying he told her something no one would believe, and the conditions seem a bit cruel. You aren't planning to force her to do something weird, right? The protagonist asks her to please not have that impression of him. What he can offer in return is good equipment. She still doesn't know why. And he then explains that he knows a few things about her in the future, and he is sure she will need certain items to strengthen her power. She says she knows this must be due to those memories. However, our boy says there is one more condition, and she doesn't seem very enthusiastic. He says this is the last time he uses this ability, and this time, what he wants to give her is a type of quest, where she doesn't even have a time limit to complete. Also no penalty for failure, and everything he offers is a generous reward. That's how she accepted his offer. The quest she received is to improve her skills, and the goal is to defeat the Despair Banshee. However, she doesn't know where this creature will appear. But back in the office, the boss is shouting and telling her to answer. What kind of damn information are you transmitting? Is it true? She says yes. The guy insists on her identifying the culprit, or he will take back everything he gave her. She insists everything she says is true, but he can't believe it. However, she just cries, telling the boss that for God's sake, this is the truth. The boss can't believe it. This report seems very confusing. Then he asks about the reward she received in the dungeon since she is still sane. She knew that bastard would want to take a bit of what she earned. Then he tells her to explain why she didn't inform him about what she achieved, as she just shakes her hand saying, "You won't ask her to give up the reward, right?" He looks at her confused and asks what she is talking about. It was she who survived returning from there, so obviously she deserves that item. Why would he want to take something like that? She asks if he is serious, and he turns his back saying, of course he is serious, he won't take anything. Hearing that she emotionally says the boss is amazing. However, her expression changes when he warns that from now on, she will only receive dungeons she dislikes going to. As soon as he leaves the room, a girl there tells the boss not to be so angry with her. That is a girl named Siwi Kim, a B-rank mage. Wait, but from the druid class, why is she a druid mage? The boss completely ignores her and leaves. She wants to know where he is going. His car is ready. And he just says he needs to meet a certain retired member from the Skeleton Guild. In another conversation with that Shulman guy, the guy is also leaving the room. The old man is silent when he presses a button under the table. He asks if Park is listening, and he confirms yes. He will monitor the suspects and determine who these other witnesses are. And at this point, when he starts dragging a bunch of characters in, trouble is coming. This is the one called Jong and Park. And the other human guy is saying they need to find the connection between Jaihan and that Junsu. Scene switches to the little cat thinking today passed quite slowly, until he had some fun when helping that boy. Wow, there are people fighting in the back. Did he save that kidnapped kid? The little cat is there hoping for more interesting things to happen when the system window appears. Quest, take a walk. Countless suspicious people are meeting and he must find their hideout. He still has the temporary free item. This allows him to move outside the master's control for a set period. That's cool. Even tiny creatures have quests making them not merely pets, you know? However, the little cat doesn't seem to like this much, wanting to know why he suddenly received a quest. Not to mention, the only suspicious people he met were the guys he already beat up. He is wondering how to find this place when suddenly a giant arrow appears overhead. This is easier than he imagined, and now there is no other choice. He will have to go check it out. Scene then switches to the white-haired guy saying he likes his little game. He gives the phone back to the kid to thank him. The person says the one he kidnapped is in the house. The white-haired guy wants to know about the money, but his friend seems a bit honest, buddy. He doesn't like committing crimes. He says the boy they kidnapped looks very poor. His family seems honest. Why rob citizens? He isn't even wealthy. The other guy agrees, saying, indeed, it might not be a good choice. He just grabbed the first kid he found wandering around. However, it doesn't matter if he is rich or not. If the police get involved, they will get the money. Anyway, authorities usually use these kinds of cases to negotiate with kidnappers. The friend says something obvious. Don't you think that money will be tracked? They will know which account the money is transferred to. However, the guy says this is personal, and that is exactly what he wants. Moreover, who cares? This world is fake and only exists to be destroyed, so it doesn't matter how he takes that money. The friend stands there somewhat confused, but he says, okay. Then suddenly the other guy feels a strange energy radiating from behind. Clearly it is demonic power. Meanwhile, the little cat is wandering around looking for a hiding spot. Right then he bumps into that guy opening the door. He asks who he is. Information appears. Mio and a weakened gladiator. Wow, he is a member of the Shinwa Guild, man. And worst of all, the little cat realizes this bastard saw through his disguise immediately. The system then reports the quest is complete, and the temporary free time is starting to run out. The ticket appears in 5 minutes, but he doesn't know what he will do with it. While the stranger comments he has never heard of a human turning into a cat. Maybe this bastard is here to hunt him. Otherwise, he would never have come to exactly this place. The little cat seems to realize this guy is seeing his system window and asks how that is possible. However, Mio approaches closer, saying it doesn't matter because he's about to die anyway. It can be said this is possible because he has someone powerful backing him. Right then, a new quest chain is triggered. At the same time, Mio is drawing weapons from his back and rushing towards the kitten to strike a blow. However, the little cat smiles and says that now everything is explained. Suddenly, boom, smoke rises and the fierce lady is back, man, saying now she understands what this ticket is for. Secret quest number 2 PvP arena. She must take down suspicious people within 5 minutes. Well, she will also receive a fragment of Origin 1-5. Will she be a fierce blonde lady forever now? And she stands there, full of vampire aura and beautiful, while Mio says he can't believe the system just awakened and someone already dodged his attack. Our beautiful vampire, however, completely ignores that, wanting to know what this origin fragment is. She observes the system. Looking full of interest, then looks at the guy and says the reward he is about to hand over looks quite delicious. Mio tells the damn woman not to talk to him as if he is some kind of monster. However, this crazy guy isn't right in the head either. He looks aside and says maybe he really isn't human either. The vampire, however, just activates her aura and says she knows he comes from the so-called Phantom Void Guild. And unfortunately, she wants to ask a few things, but there isn't much time. The mission says nothing about killing, but breaking a leg or two would probably be hard. But then Mio says if she wants, he will end his own life. Obviously, she is a bit confused. And he says she seems quite strong and he doesn't want to waste energy on someone who is not a target. She still doesn't understand. Is this guy serious? He's talking about suicide? He says exactly, if you kill me, this mission won't end, so I will die right here for you to see, okay? She keeps telling him to explain why he is behaving like that. Because he just says he has no interest in fighting her, especially since she dodged that attack, meaning it will be very hard for him not to feel interested. His problem is he never works unless the boss says it's a job. Right then his system appears, saying that bastard is a scoundrel, and then his expression changes. He also received a quest, Phantom Void PvP Arena. Kill the player in front within 5 minutes, reward 10 billion. Now the guy is smiling while the vampire says that she doesn't intend to torture him, but it seems this conversation won't go anywhere. However, Mio changes his expression and spreads his arms, saying, now everything has changed. The boss assigned a mission, and missions are everywhere. Now another mission also activates for her. While they are in this battle, everything will be spatially isolated. Suddenly a blue wall appears around the two and envelops them in a barrier. Mio tells her to relax, this is just a PvP zone. No one outside knows what is happening here. The vampire says he has serious problems, but in just a second, That guy teleports and already slashes her neck. Lucky for her, she is completely immortal. Otherwise, my friend, she would be done for. Besides, strangely, she felt nothing when his blade passed through. She then spews blood on the ground, activating domain magic. However, the other guy rushes in, saying he won't give her a chance. Although so, two hands appear from behind him to grab him while he is rushing with the blade towards her. He realizes he is surrounded from above while she smiles, saying, "Caught the cat." However, right then, he stabs a sword hard into the ground while throwing the other high up. Kicks the hand broken and lands on that sword. Not stepping on the domain, he launches himself, rushing towards her again. But now she erects a barrier and slams him into the wall. The idiot is falling into the domain area with hands rushing from each side. You realize there is really something strange about this ground. If he steps on it, he might die. Maybe this thing is a type of prerequisite for her skill or an avoidable area of effect skill. At least he knows if this is blood magic, it must be vampire type. Finally, how does she have information about Phantom Void? He has too many questions and shouldn't have said he would. Kill her because now he has accepted that damn mission. Right then, she unleashes a rain of daggers, all embedding into the ground. Shadow hands summoned to Soul, as if they were nothing, and in that moment, he chooses another path and rushes towards her again. Our beautiful vampire is confused. This guy isn't physically strong, but somehow he avoided every attack. And that boring Mayo decided to run a test and touched his finger to see that immediately blood started melting this hand. She asks what the crazy guy is doing. Putting his pinky finger in his mouth, buddy. The girl feels insulted and wants to know what this pervert is doing, and he smiles, saying she tastes like in this video, "Kids, we are done for." Mio realizes that her magic prevents him from touching the ground, and she only attacks from a distance. He prepares a surprise attack, wondering if she can dodge something she doesn't see. Elizabeth gets annoyed and complains that he has serious problems because she just wanted to relieve stress. Mio says it's great to see two monsters fighting, but she denies it, saying she is not a monster like him. He covers his face with his hand and suddenly starts to disappear. Right after, a huge red energy explosion happens where he stood. Elizabeth is surprised to realize he disappeared and his sword is stuck in the ground. Suddenly, something hits the ground behind her, but she sees absolutely nothing. Even without seeing, she still senses his presence and says he is still nearby. Right then, Mayo appears right behind her with the sword and says both are monsters. In a lightning-fast movement, the blade swipes across her neck. His shadow glides past her, and a streak of blood flies in the air. After the hit, Mayo steps on his own sword, hovering in midair. Mio then complains that she turned into smoke right in the middle of the slash, saying that's cheating. Elizabeth clutches her neck and thinks she can't see him, even with her eyes wide open. He says he knew she wasn't human, and she looks like a monster with incredible power. Elizabeth gets angry and says she doesn't deserve to be called a monster by someone like him. She then thinks she can't defeat him with simple attacks and starts preparing a new spell, and reflects that he could have left, but this guy was determined to finish her off from the start. Elizabeth then heals her neck and thinks that since he will try to finish her, she has only one choice. The guy realizes she is almost invulnerable to non-mana attacks and he can't complete the mission alone. But suddenly, Mayo remembers an important thing. He realizes Elizabeth is very easily provoked and that gives him a chance to defeat her. And he thinks he needs to trick this creature to finally take her down. Elizabeth becomes suspicious and wonders if he is changing tactics as mission time ticks by. Then the guy provokes her and tells her to try finishing him like she really can. He calls her Miss Monster and Elizabeth goes crazy over that provocation. She screams that she warned him not to call her that. Elizabeth then releases blood arts and summons the skill executioner's hand to attack him. Next, giant red hands rush towards the guy to slash him. Mio starts laughing and says her skill is amazing. And he continues to provoke her, saying a monster ought to be able to do things like that. Elizabeth gets even angrier and screams at the guy to shut up. She activates a blood art and creates Domain of the Piercer to finish him. But Mayo thinks she finally fell into his trap. Then he shouts and tells someone to act immediately. Suddenly, a staff with a purple crystal hits her from behind, surprising her. A huge blue energy explosion happens right after and hits Elizabeth with great force. The system screen then reveals there are still 59 seconds left until the mission ends. Keeping balance, Mayo still stands on the sword. Right then, a new guy appears from the smoke holding the magic staff. The guy wonders if she was defeated by that attack, but suddenly, Elizabeth's hand rises from above and grabs the guy's face, terrifying him. Then she smashes his head and throws him hard to the ground. Elizabeth then realizes Mayo has accomplices and wasn't fighting alone at all. Right then, Mayo jumps off the sword and rushes to attack her. He screams that finally he caught her. But Elizabeth summons one of her blood swords and blocks the attack at the last second. With the impact of the block, he is knocked far away by the power of the energy explosion. The amorphous red blade continues moving and sweeps across the battlefield with a strike, and Mayo and his accomplice are hit head-on and knocked away. Panting, Elizabeth complains the cut on her neck is deeper than she thought. Right then, one of the other guy's masked allies lands on the ground and prepares to fight. The man holding a sword arrives and asks his teammate if his attack is ready. Then Elizabeth intends to turn into vapor to dodge, but a guy with a flaming hand appears behind her. Before she can react, the man grabs her with that flaming hand. At the same time, the other guy seizes the opportunity and attacks her from the front with his sword. Elizabeth is shocked, being caught off guard by two attackers at once. She uses magic, and a blood hand grabs the face of the guy holding her. The man screams in pain as she attacks him, even as a sword pierces through her chest. Elizabeth seems unfazed by the wound. Mayo warns the other guy not to let her escape. He moves quickly on the ground using magic. Then Mayo rushes with the sword and laments that the slash will hit his friend if she dodges. But Elizabeth has prepared something. Right then, he realizes something strange. He is shocked to see she is smiling. He is rushing relentlessly to slash the girl. The other man panics, and the blade passes very close to his neck. With a swift strike, Mayo takes down his ally while she returns to cat form. Elizabeth then thanks him for being too predictable and reveals she tracked him with energy threads. She returns to human form and calls the guy a monster. Mio then notices a demonic energy rising from the ground. Purple threads start binding his body tightly, causing the mask to fall off, and the threads pull him hard towards his ally lying on the ground. The purple energy threads bind him tight and render him completely immobile. Elizabeth approaches and asks if he was using a skill to hide his energy. She reveals that she set a trap and patiently waited for him to come to her to attack, and asks if this guy really thought she was that easy to provoke. He laments letting his guard down and losing to a weaker opponent, blaming his accomplices. But he says she will be an interesting prey to hunt in the future, confusing her. Elizabeth then steps on his chest and says goodbye, claiming it was a good game and she will see him again soon. Suddenly her face is splattered with blood. Confused, she wipes her hand on her face. She looks at the corpse and realizes he died, leaving only 7 seconds. A system screen appears and announces the secret mission successfully completed. Scene switches to the protagonist's building. Sitting there, our boy says he was shocked to see his friend's condition. His cat tells him to relax because it isn't dead yet. He is still haunted by the horrific scene of finding this creature covered in wounds. The cat is mocking Jinsu, asking isn't it his summoned beast? The cat starts recounting that before everything, it engaged in a battle. The creature reveals it fought against the Phantom Void Guild, and the protagonist is shocked. He confirms it really is them, and he feels they are expert assassins. Our boy then recalls that this guild caused the deaths of many players in the past. The cat comments that weaker opponents are easy to beat, but it reveals that one of them was very strong, and that is why it got injured. Worried, Junsu asks where that boss is now, and if the cat remembers the location. He thinks about asking a friend for help, but the cat doesn't understand. Then our boy says he can defeat him because the cat can't fight in that condition, but it pretends like it defeated him already. Junsu is surprised. The cat then climbs on the railing and says the secret mission wasn't too bad. Suddenly it starts transforming. The cat turns into the beautiful vampire form and says finally can return to normal. Then Elizabeth opens a screen and wonders what her origin fragment is. The screen explains that this item restores lost abilities, and the protagonist is impressed. Junsu asks if she recovered everything, and she says only 1/5. Junsu then asks about the boss, but she asks back if she doesn't deserve congratulations for the victory. Junsu asks again what she did to him, and the vampire explains she tried to keep the boss alive to interrogate him. But the boss committed suicide, and Junsu is shocked by this news, and asks if the boss exploded, which surprises her because he knew too. Suddenly, they hear a noise coming from the door. The vampire asks if he is expecting anyone, and our boy denies it while she turns back into a cat. He wonders if someone followed her to his house. Junsu goes to the door. Then he opens the door, and is surprised, because the weird pigeon wearing a top hat is there. The creature stares at him, saying it found him. But Junsu slams the door in its face. The cat asks who is at the door. Confused, Junsu informs that it is a monster, and the cat acts surprised. Right then, the pigeon starts banging on the door, shouting, demanding the return of something taken. Elizabeth tells Junsu to handle that case because the neighbors will hear. Suddenly, the neighbor's door opens, and a young man asks what is happening. He looks down the hallway but sees no strangers, because the main character has flattened himself on the floor, holding the pigeon tight. The creature whispers, hit the like button, tells him to return what belongs to it. Our boy wonders what kind of monster acts like that. He doesn't know how to react to this situation. Junsu then questions whether the thing in front of him is really a monster. Right then, the creature rubs against him. Suddenly, the pigeon's stomach starts to growl. The creature looks at it and then demands food while Junsu thinks this is ridiculous. After a few minutes, the pigeon stares at the can of cat food. Junsu explains that he came here since morning because there was nothing else to offer, and says that he bought food for the cat but it refused to eat. He mentions that he wanted to ask something after the bird finished eating, but the pigeon says he can ask whatever he wants. Junsu finds this sudden change quite strange, but he still asks how the creature found him. The bird explains that it always locates what belongs to it, but the young man doesn't understand. Our boy then prepares to ask the next question. He reveals that he couldn't use his energy on the floating islands. He then asks if it was the bird that blocked him from using energy on the island. The creature just remains silent. Junsu thinks he doesn't know what he expected to achieve. He thinks he expected some answers, but this is just a waste of time. But he says he will ask one last thing. How did a bird manage to escape from the floating island? The bird replies that a friend helped it get out of there. Then we see it in a strange place. In the memory, a boy says he sent it away because a player broke the rules. Then we see the boy's face. The bird says the boy revealed his true identity. He was the GM. The scene then changes and shows a monster hanging. Les appears and says that creature was just another character in the game. He says he doesn't know if it will work and finishes off the monster. The creature's body falls to the ground. Next, a purple energy orb appears there. Lee says he needs more players to create his weapon. He walks through a hallway full of corpses and says he doesn't remember who told him that legend. In a flashback, a giant angelic creature appears amidst a light. Seeing this, many people panic and flee. Legend has it that a blackbird will appear at the moment of the apocalypse to help people. A huge pair of black wings flap and scatter feathers everywhere. The bird flies over the city and grants wishes to those in danger. He doesn't remember what his wish was, or rather tried to suppress his energy. But now that he has a dimension of his own, he doesn't need to suppress his power. Sitting on the throne, he reveals that now he knows what he needs to do. His goal is to save those who have become toys in the hands of others, and he declares he will destroy this system once and for all. He thinks that to do this, he needs to create a weapon capable of facing a god. A few days pass, and the topic on the phone is Junsu's story. Haehyun wonders what this past life and apocalypse thing is about. On the other end, Taehyun admits that he also finds this story hard to believe. He argues that thinking about it, nothing they are living makes sense either. Taehyun recalls people awakening abilities after rifts appeared 20 years ago. Now a system calls Awakened Ones players, and he even doubts one of his titles. Haehyun then changes the subject and asks if he found the culprit controlling the priestesses. He says it's not just what Junsu mentioned, but it seems an evil god is playing with the world. She prepares to fight, but receives the answer to stay calm as the opponent is strong. The girl asks what the plan is, and he says the protagonist was there a few days ago, with even more unbelievable information. In a flashback, the protagonist hands him his phone. He wonders what it is. Upon seeing the photo of the strange pigeon, the colleague realizes it's the boss of the floating island. Junsu confirms and explains that this creature tracked him using demonic energy, which shocks Taehyun. The protagonist reveals he thinks that creature is the source of all demonic energy. Taehyun asks where the monster is, and the boy tells him not to worry. He reveals he made a deal with the creature. Taehyun doesn't understand and asks why the protagonist is telling him all this. He argues that it's the boss of the warp gate, and the young man says he has a good reason. Junsu then reveals the bird said it's a trick of the system, which shocks his colleague. He explains that with the bird's help to detect demonic energy, clearing dungeons will be easier. Taehyun is amazed as he understands what he is planning to do. Junsu confirms but says that now he will take more people into the dungeons and the friend doesn't understand. The young man reveals he will join an affiliate guild of Overkill, and the colleague says they don't have one. Next, the screen explains that affiliate guilds are small groups with low-level Awakened Ones, specializing in clearing B-grade dungeons or lower. The graph shows that they are like subsidiaries of the main guild, which focuses on S to B grade dungeons. Our boy reveals that Overkill will create an affiliate guild around this time, and the friend asks if this is from his past life. Junsu then asks if the colleague remembers the unidentified dungeon he helped the association clear. He recalls that everyone who entered the dungeon died except for him, and that even Lee Wook couldn't survive. There is a memory of the bodies on the dungeon floor. The boy explains that the Shinhwa Guild disbanded and Overkill created the affiliate to absorb the members. He reflects that he forgot the young man knows the future and didn't take his word seriously. Taehyun understands that the idea is to use this guild to recruit the heroes of the future, and our boy confirms. Worried, Taehyun asks what happened to him in the past life. Without beating around the bush, Junsu reveals that the colleague will die in about 3 months after being defeated by something. He also mentions that he was found missing his upper body, which leaves him shocked. Back to the call, Taehyun asks if what he said is true. He confirms and says the culprit was never found, and the boy gives him an item to help. Then Taehyun picks up the sword he received from the balance. He comments that at least he will save money with this new weapon. The screen describes the sword, Breath of Fire, as an A-grade item crafted to withstand his mana. In the memory, Junsu says he fought a lot so his weapons broke, and explains it wasn't a durability issue but that they couldn't handle the mana. He says his other sword can only be summoned with demonic energy, which is why the friend couldn't use it. So to help him, he created a single-edged sword like the one he usually uses. Taehyun thanks him but asks if he makes weapons for everyone, and Junsu says the sword only withstands 3 uses. He is a weapon crafter after all. Back to the call, Taehyun says that's it. But the protagonist might ask him for a favor soon. Haehyun says he should have warned her earlier. She reveals she has to go on an important business trip. We see she has already arrived at the airport. Taehyun wonders about the trip, and Hayeon explains that there aren't many S-class healers. He hangs up and accepts the situation. He decides to focus on the affiliate guild and analyzes a candidate's profile. A few days pass, and the protagonist walks with 3 other men. A guy named Jae-gyu turns around and asks if this is a scam. He complains about the rank, and the person in the coat explains that the guild is just starting and he only came to help. Suddenly, a large man pushes the other guy. He says if the other doesn't want to be here, he can just leave. The status window reveals the big guy's name is Pilsu, a C-rank mage of the carrier class. Dujin asks if they really need to go with those 2 into the dungeon. After all, those 2 are about to fight. He also questions the strange equipment, as the patrol uses tank items and the mage carries a sword, but they don't notice something watching. Our boy says their equipment is suitable with their current abilities. Just then, Jae-gyu asks what the other person's problem is, but Pilsu retorts that the problem is he keeps complaining. He recalls that the guy wanted to see everything and asks if the dungeon is safe. In a flashback, Jae-gyu tells you the job offer was weird. Back to the present, the big guy says that when he was an athlete, he handled rookies in a particular way. Suddenly, a demonic creature appears and lunges at the group. But before the monster reaches them, a shield hits it and knocks it away. Startled, Dojin shouts that a monster has appeared, and the protagonist holds him back to calm him down. Junsu then steps towards the boys and says there are 3 reasons he called them. He reveals that the first reason is that they need money and would join any guild that pays well, which shocks both of them. The young man then reveals the second reason is that they have good team synergy. The protagonist prepares to reveal the third reason, and says they need to get through a horde of monsters to reach the heroes. In a memory of the past, they look at the ruined city, and one of them says that basically tells them to throw themselves into the abyss. The 2 look at each other, and seeing no other option, they walk towards the large gate. The memory ends with one of them saying that fighting is what they do best. Back to the present, they think that our boy really doesn't take no for an answer. At that moment, the monster approaches and Junsu warns that no one here will die while he is around, and reveals that their task is to fight that creature. Both turn to face it. The status window appears, revealing the monster's name is Jindaro and implies it is a dangerous creature. Our boy throws backpacks at them and says there is a condition for the test. They need to use their weapons. A baseball bat and a tennis racket, which outrages the 2 boys. Declaring that their test, while gripping the handle of the bat, starts right now as the monster charges towards the 2. Gripping the handle of the bat, Jae-gyu asks what they should do, and the protagonist tells them to check the item skills. He wonders what item skill is. A screen appears revealing the bat can change the trajectory of the object it hits. Next, the racket reveals a skill that adds great impact force to blows. The boy is surprised but says there is no ball to use the bat skill. He reveals that mages can create balls using the ability to change the shape of objects, and wonders how the young man knows this, but the creature is already attacking him. The boy manages to block the blow in time, and the monster is repelled. The screen explains the shield's skill increases the object's elasticity to reflect the attack. Even after the blow, the creature gets up. Jae-gyu complains that his ability only turns items into balls for a few seconds. But our boy says there are no useless powers, his friend just doesn't know how to use them. He holds out his hand and says he will show the potential of this class. Jae-gyu agrees while Junsu recalls that in the past, he was a terrible tanker. In the past, the guy needed a weapon and teammates to become strong. Knowing this, Junsu calls Pilsu to pass the plan instructions. He then whispers a few words to the mage. Pilsu asks if the weapon will really work, and he tells him to trust and try. The group prepares for battle with 2 in front and 2 behind. Suddenly, the creature they are facing rises and roars. The protagonist warns everyone to stay alert. Just then, the monster summons 2 more Naga warriors. The screen reveals that these C-rank creatures become stronger when near the commander. Our boy asks Dojin to hold off the monsters, and he agrees. Next, he asks the mage if he is ready to act, and he confirms. Junsu tells Jae-gyu to use the ability, and he prepares with the item glowing. The screen explains the ability to change the shape of the object. Jae-gyu creates a sphere of light, then throws the sphere up and asks if that's what he needs to do. Just then, a blue screen appears informing that aiming assistance has been activated. With the bat in hand, he prepares and says he'll see if this strategy works, and hits the sphere of light. Meanwhile, Dojin blocks an attack from one of the Naga warriors rushing in. With incredible speed, the sphere of light turns into a shield and flies towards the monster. The creature tries to defend itself from the attack, but the shield arrives too fast, and a huge explosion of light occurs. Jae-gyu celebrates as Junsu's plan works perfectly. Our boy creates another shield and warns him to prepare, because another attack is coming. At the same time, Dojin blocks a blow from one of the other creatures. However, another energy sphere is launched, but the beast manages to dodge in time. Seeing this, the protagonist tells the mage to act and he teleports close to the monster. The shield hits the wall and changes direction thanks to the ability. But even so, the Naga warrior manages to dodge. Pilsu then appears in front of the light sphere and prepares to hit back with the racket. Pilsu hits the sphere with all his might, and the light shield flies at high speed towards the Naga warrior. With the impact, a big explosion occurs. The remaining Naga is surprised and doesn't notice the attack coming from behind. Jeju celebrates that they defeated 3 monsters in the blink of an eye. Junsu explains that the difficulty of the monsters is designed for a group. He says that with the right companions and at the right time, they can defeat any monster, and mentions that with help they can become high-ranking hunters. But the other says it's thanks to the weapons. The young man asks how he made the weapons, and our boy says this information is confidential. Then Pilsu comments that since he works with the 3 big guilds, he must have his secrets. Junsu says no guild understands the system like them, and it's like having a teacher. In his thoughts, he corrects himself, saying that actually only he understands the system. The boy calls Dojin. Junsu ends the test and asks his friend to take the 2 boys to the dungeon entrance. He confirms he will face the boss alone because he needs to be alone with it. He starts walking towards the monsters hall. The boy then stops in front of a large gate. Now that the place is empty, he says the one hiding can come out to talk. The pigeon appears from inside the coat. The small creature asks if this is the place he mentioned, and the protagonist confirms. The boy says he brought it here as requested, and the creature transforms, becoming larger. Junsu reveals it's time to finalize the details of their contract. In a flashback, the bird asks if Junsu wants to make a contract to collect demonic energy for her, and he reveals the energy collection system is his and asks for synchronization with him. Junsu suspects as the bird says it's a trick, but he knows nothing about her. Then he asks what the bird will do with the energy. She says she will have her subordinate collect it all, and after that, she will leave because that is her role here. Junsu asks what the creature's name is, and she introduces herself as Darkness. He asks what he will get for helping, and Darkness reveals there is a final reward. At this moment, the screen appears. Reward unlocking a skill and a final reward upon completing everything. The protagonist asks what that final reward is. The status window starts processing information about the reward. When seeing the answer, he doesn't understand. The ultimate reward reveals he will be able to craft the legendary weapon known as God Slayer. Back to the present, Junsu explains that's how he accepted the offer and entered the first gate. He continues saying Darkness claimed this was the perfect gate for them. The new skill allowed him to find secret areas and dungeons with better enemies and rewards. He didn't know what he would face, but he felt he was on the right track as the bird moved forward. The bird slams into the stone gate and breaks it. With the gate destroyed, the path opens. Junsu asks it to go and starts walking into the gate. Both walk towards the light. Just then, a notification appears indicating the protagonist has entered the other side of the dungeon. Our boy enters the secret dungeon. He looks around and notices the place is a copy of the original dungeon. Junsu analyzes the system screen, which warns he cannot absorb the energy as it has been polluted. Suddenly, a huge dark presence appears. He understands why Darkness brought him here and holds an item around his neck. Just then, a giant Naga creature appears and causes a huge explosion on the dungeon floor. The revealed blue item is a weapon stuck in the ceiling. It's a dart with a rope. The thing is a polluted Nagaraja of B+ difficulty. She moves very fast, and the notification shows she can hide in the shadows. Junsu lands on the ground and prepares to fight with his new weapon. The screen reveals the weapon is an A+ grade purification rope dart. The creature says his weapon is interesting. Then Junsu activates the sword grid skill and several swords of light fly towards her. The Naga crosses her arms to defend herself, but the energy blades pierce her skin. A message displays the monster's ability, causing the mana swords to dissipate. The creature mocks that the mana output of the protagonist is very low. Junsu says he expected that hit wouldn't be enough to defeat the monster, and tells her to relax as he still has other cards and activates a new skill. Feeling the energy, she is shocked and stares at the protagonist. A large pink sword appears, and the creature wonders if that is demonic energy. Seeing the sword, she realizes the danger and thinks she needs to dodge. He attacks with the sword and the Naga tries to flee, but the previous skill activates again. Confused, the creature turns around and finds herself captured. One of the light swords from the first attack stabs straight into her back. She glares at the pink sword and calls our boy a rat. The sword, covered in an aura, hits her as she screams she will finish off the protagonist. He sends the weapon straight at the Naga, who is surprised but manages to hide in the shadows. The young man realizes that her ability allows her to disappear and that he needs to trap her attack. Hidden, the creature watches our boy from afar. Suddenly, the monster spits out a large amount of poison, but Junsu transforms his weapon into a shield and blocks the attack. With the impact, a green explosion occurs, creating a large cloud of poison. He recognizes the attack as the Naga poison cloud and prepares himself. A screen shows that his weapon has a purification aura that nullifies any poison. Another notification warns that the poisonous cloud is draining our boy's mana. The protagonist feels his energy diminishing and realizes he is in a complicated situation. He decides that the best course of action is to leave the poison area. To do this, he throws his rope dart up to the top of the dungeon. The weapon gets stuck in the cave ceiling, allowing him to swing. Using the rope, Junsu escapes the poison cloud. but the Naga attacks with her tail. The creature hits him, and he is thrown back by the impact of the attack. Even injured, he tries to use one of his skills to counterattack. However, the screen warns him that he does not have enough mana to use any skill. Kneeling, Yunsu faces the creature, which says that his mana is gone. The Naga screams and tells him to stay still so she can devour him. But the protagonist stares at the monster. He then says that she still doesn't understand, and that here, the predator is not her. His weapon shines and the recovery skill restores all of Junsu's mana. He summons the pink sword and throws it towards the Naga, which hits her squarely. With the strikes, she falls to the ground. A screen warns that the Energy Master has been defeated and the dungeon has been purified. Clearing the dungeon increased his absorption of demonic energy. He gains 200 energy, accumulating a total of 450 points. The notification reveals that he gained the skills to disintegrate and combine. Junsu thinks he can use his new skills for something useful, but first he says he needs to grab the most important item the creature left behind. He approaches the Naga's body and picks up a fang that was on the ground. The screen reveals that the item is the contaminated Naga Raja Venomous Fang, rarity B+. He recognizes the object and comments that being hit by that hurts a lot. Our boy says he can transform the fang into something useful with the skills he just gained. The screen explains that the Disintegrate skill turns an item into basic materials, and the other skill allows him to combine materials to create new items and weapons. Junsu decides to use the Disintegrate skill on his rope weapon. The notification shows that the dart has been broken down into several materials saved in the system. Then he decides to combine the Naga's Venomous Fang with a spiritual core. With the items in hand, he activates the combined skill. A screen warns that the combination was successful and he gained the purified Venomous Fang. The item is now a rarity of A+ and provides a significant increase in mana and strength. Junsu reflects that he has done this in a past life, but didn't think he would do it again. But without thinking twice, he plunges the fang into his own chest. With the impact, he feels immense pain. Falling to his knees, he starts to cough. At that moment, a blue energy courses through his body and his veins glow. The transformation is so strong that his body seems to be breaking apart. He screams in pain on the ground as the blue energy explodes everywhere with immense force. A huge explosion of blue light fills the dungeon. Gradually, the dust settles and the energy calms. With the transformation complete, Junsu takes a step forward and says that now things are going to get serious. He can finally affirm that he is ready for whatever comes next. He realizes that injecting the poison into himself nearly doubled his total mana. Moreover, our boy feels his body lighter and more agile. Junsu then grabs the sword that was embedded in the creature's chest. With a swift motion, he tests his new strength and finishes off the monster. The protagonist realizes that he is now strong enough to compare himself to a rank B warrior. Suddenly, several system screens start flashing in front of him. The notifications show that he absorbed the fang and gained increases in strength, dexterity, and mana. His status screen also reveals that he now possesses a purification aura. Even with the new power, the young man knows he still needs more items to accelerate his growth. Our boy finds a red gem on the creature's body. A screen reveals that the item is the essence of the Naga Raja and can cure any rank B poison. He comments that he finally got everything he needed from that monster. Elsewhere, we see someone running. A young man with white hair turns around startled. Breathlessly walking through the woods, it seems he is fleeing from a threat. He realizes he is no longer being pursued, but suddenly a surprise attack hits him. At that moment, Mayo appears observing the body on the ground. His mission to eliminate potential heroes has been successfully completed. The reward for defeating a rank C awakened is 500 million won. Then Mayo complains that he would have acted differently if he had known the mission's objective from the start. Without wasting time, he decides to access the system shop. The exclusive shop of the Guild Fantasy of the Void appears with various basic items, but he is not impressed and asks to switch to the premium shop. For special members, it reveals more expensive and powerful items such as elixirs and portals. He notices that the prices of the special items are higher. He wonders if the reward for the new follow-up mission is worth it. The screen reveals that the prize is 1 billion won, and he becomes interested. With that amount, Mayo thinks he will be able to buy an item to break rank B portals. A screen explains that this item is a crystal that destroys portals and releases monsters from the dungeon. He then wonders what the target of the mission will be, but does not realize that someone is watching him. Hidden, a masked guy confirms that the rumors about a player killer were true. Realizing the danger, he decides he cannot fight alone and tries to call for reinforcements. But suddenly, Mayo appears and prevents him from grabbing his communicator. The spy is paralyzed with fear. Mayo asks if he was trying to call someone. With nowhere to run, the guy becomes desperate. Mayo then cuts him down. The body falls. And Mayo then says it's time to make money and walks away from the scene. The scene shifts to a city at night and we see the Overkill Guild building. Inside, Taehyun calls the protagonist and says they have a serious problem. In his room, Junsu hears the master say he sent someone to watch the heroes as he requested. Taehyun reveals that the member who was watching has been found dead. and continues saying that the potential hero who was being observed has also been defeated. Our boy remembers that the association hid such cases in his past life to avoid conflicts. He realizes that the same thing is happening now and the media is not reporting the crimes. Knowing that the association will not help, he decides to handle everything on his own. He remembers that a major incident occurred around this time and knows how the culprit will act. Taehyun then says they need to prepare someone for what is to come. He says he will personally take care of the matter, but our boy has another idea. Junsu then tells him to focus on something else important. We see a woman in a wheelchair walking with her dog. From the top of a building, someone watches her from afar. The girl continues on her way, unaware that she's being watched. Suddenly, the woman stops in the middle of the sidewalk. Looking up at the sky, the girl halts her wheelchair. She turns and asks the person in the shadows to show themselves. The woman says she noticed she was being followed since the office and asks what he wants. The man introduces himself as the vice chief of the Overkill Guild and asks how she noticed him. She replies that it would be strange not to notice someone following her, and her dog barks. The girl asks what the guild wants with her, and he says he will explain. She directly asks who ordered him to watch her. But before he can respond, the dog starts barking. Suddenly, Mayo leaps from the rooftop and attacks the woman with a sword. The vice chief acts quickly and blocks the attack. The impact is so strong that the man's armored hand is damaged. Without wasting time, he counterattacks. Mayo laments the interference and says the mission could have been easier. He complains that lately many have been showing up to disrupt his plans. The vice chief asks Mrs. Kim if she can run, but the girl shakes her head saying he is too fast. The guy tells her to wait and says he will handle the chief activating his ability. With the stone skin ability, the ground trembles and he prepares for combat. Without hesitation, the vice chief runs at full speed towards the chief. Mayo uses his first sword technique and strikes with a red aura. The Wailing Phantom Flash technique creates a trail of black energy that advances rapidly. The strike hits the vice chief and sends him flying backward. Mayo appears behind Mrs. Kim and says it's all over as he turns to the woman. Out of nowhere, a large blue energy shield appears. Junsu arrives and defends the girl from Mayo's attack with his light blade. Mayo complains that people keep showing up, and our boy says there's no point in explaining. Our boy says the chief will die here and summons several blue swords around him. Junsu stares at Mayo and says he will die right here. Then all the energy swords fly up towards him. Mayo is surprised by the power and wonders if Junsu was a summoner for creating so many weapons. Despite this, he thinks he can dodge but admits the attack is threatening. Mayo dodges the blades and thinks about how strong they are. Jumping, he grumbles that such strong players shouldn't be showing up now. Suddenly, the protagonist wonders who that guy is. And Mayo is shocked by Junsu's speed and doesn't understand anything. Our boy asks if he works for the cat, but Mayo doubts he can get any information from him. Our boy gives a smile and remembers that he even lost to the cat. At that moment, Mayo understands, and everything clicks and he screams that it makes sense. Filled with rage, he accuses the protagonist of working with the cat and charges forward. Seeing him approach, our boy remains calm and extends his hand to prepare. He remembers that the cat said Mayo attacks in a straight line, so he summons a blue shield. Mayo moves quickly and dodges the shield, saying the attack is too slow for him. The protagonist then snaps his fingers and says everything went as he expected. Suddenly, Mayo becomes confused, seeing several light cylinders appear on his feet. Junsu realizes that the opponent's movements are simple and predictable. Then he puts on the hood and the cylinders explode in a flash of very bright light. Mayo screams in pain with blinded eyes and the protagonist activates an ability. The combined ability allows him to use materials from his inventory to create new items. Even without seeing, Mayo feels something dangerous coming his way. A pink energy attack hits his sword, but he says he can defeat a weakling. Mayo keeps running and shouts that he can fight even while blind. The protagonist smiles and asks who said he was fighting alone. Mrs. Kim uses her animal communication ability and the dog is enveloped in a green aura. Mayo notices the movement but has no time to react to the new attack. Without warning, the dog leaps and bites Mayo's shoulder hard, making him scream in pain. Taking advantage of the distraction, our boy prepares to finish the fight. With the pink sword, the protagonist attacks Mayo, who screams in pain from the blow. Filled with rage, Mayo yells to let him go and kicks the dog away. Recovering his vision, Mayo faces our boy and promises to finish him off right there. A screen alerts that he has been poisoned and his abilities have been reduced, making him complain. Without giving him time to recover, Junsu summons a giant sword of blue energy. With a powerful movement, the protagonist strikes the opponent squarely with the blade. The impact is so strong that a giant blue aura envelopes his body. Mayo is startled to see Junsu has summoning items to attack from all directions. A huge explosion of blue light occurs at the spot where Mayo was. Our boy is surprised that he dodged the blow even while being poisoned. Looking up, he realizes that Mayo has fled to the roof of a building. From high above, Mayo prepares and says he wants to see how he will handle his next attack. He then activates his second sword technique for a much more powerful strike. His blade begins to shine with a red and black aura much darker. Jumping, Mayo uses the spectral depth cut and launches the energy towards everyone. Without hesitation, our boy runs and throws himself in front of the attack. The black energy blade advances with destructive force, but the blow is blocked by a wall of blue energy, creating many sparks. The girl is shocked and asks how he managed, while the protagonist looks exhausted. To protect everyone, our boy had to create a giant energy barrier. Kneeling and panting, he realizes he has used almost all his mana to stop that blow. But Junsu knows that the poison must be taking effect and just needs to land the final blow. Up above, Mayo doesn't understand who this guy is that seems to know his every move. He realizes it's as if Junsu has a strategy just for him. But Mayo refuses to lose to someone who has only been a player for a few months. He thinks that this will not happen. Then, filled with rage, Mayo charges for one last desperate attack. However, when he strikes, the protagonist stops him in midair using a new ability. The system screen shows the Link ability, which allows him to control the opponent's weapon. Mayo's own sword turns and strikes him squarely in the chest. Surprised, he realizes that Junsu saved that trick for the end. Completely defeated, Mayo falls to his knees on the ground as blood flows. Our boy then explains that the poison prevents him from using mana and from escaping by killing himself. At that moment, the girl thanks him for saving her and asks what is happening. The protagonist says he will explain everything later. Suddenly, a mysterious red butterfly appears and starts flying through the alley. Seeing the butterfly, Mayo realizes that it perceives something. He then asks her to contact someone and tells him to call an ambulance for his friend. The butterfly lands in the pool of blood and seems to absorb everything. The protagonist and Mrs. Kim turn around, startled. The creature transforms into a red mass, and our boy wonders what that is. Suddenly, Mayo wakes up in another location while his body is being healed. Someone then appears and speaks to Mayo, saying that he was all messed up back there. He gets irritated and says he didn't need help, but the woman tells him not to stress, and that he can't do much after being reborn. Mayo asks what she is doing there, and she replies that she came to help, explaining that she was summoned by a guild member who completed the mission to call her. Mayo then says that she is an intermediate boss and doesn't care as the world is going to end. But she then complains that he hasn't changed at all and continues doing random things. She asks if he wants help. She offers an item to break B-rank portals, and he asks what the condition is. She says that the master has been patient and that it's time for him to do his job, leaving the boy irritated, and then reminds him that he only has one life left and therefore doesn't have much choice. Mayo takes the item and tells her to be careful, as this world is different. But the woman says she will be careful. The scene takes place in front of a hospital at night. Inside, the guildmaster runs desperately through the corridors. Suddenly he stops, for he sees Mrs. Kim greeting him. The man is shocked and asks the protagonist what he's doing there. Mrs. Kim explains that Junsu and the Overkill Guild saved her. Our boy says he already explained the basics and that Mrs. Kim can tell the rest. But the guildmaster grabs him and demands an explanation, angry that a member of his guild was attacked. Junsu responds that he wouldn't believe it, but the leader insists on hearing. The guildmaster then asks how he knew about the attack, but the dog jumps at him, and the girl says to him not to make that face because he looks like a criminal. She explains that Overkill is investigating the recent deaths. The guildmaster remembers hearing something about this in a meeting. Junsu warns that the culprits will likely return and get Mrs. Kim. Our boy says that as long as he protects her, nothing bad will happen. The protagonist says he can use the girl's power whenever he wants, and the man gets irritated. Mrs. Kim confirms it was a way to thank him, but the guildmaster doesn't seem to like the idea. At this, Junsu says his job is done and it will start now. He turns and faces them, and asks what he wants now. The guild leader says he knows the young man thinks he is just a bandit, but he has to say one thing. He extends his hand and thanks for all the help. The protagonist just stares. But they shake hands and our boy says it was nothing special. After that, he walks out of the building. He summons Elizabeth, who asks why she was called. Our boy shows a photo on his phone and asks if she knows what that is. She asks where he got that photo. Junsu asks if she recognizes the ability, as she says, that is called Red Flower, and explains that the user is named Isabel and is a vampire who trained with her. Junsu asks if the vampire is a player from another world, and Elizabeth says it could be. He then thinks she could be as strong as Elizabeth and that he can't fight now. Kneeling and tired, he admits he doesn't have enough mana to face all the enemies. Our boy realizes he only survived the last attack because he improved his stats beforehand. For now, he decides to focus on solving the current problem. It is explained that not all dungeons are portals. There are hidden dungeons where one can obtain special artifacts. Then our boy opens the door to an ancient temple. These places are in fact dimensional rifts that serve as secret dungeons. Inside, the young man faces a giant statue of Buddha in a dark hall. He thinks that only hero candidates could enter there, but he has a universal key. Suddenly his companion appears and says they have arrived. The protagonist asks if the creature can open the portal and she confirms. Then the pigeon uses its power and a large red crack appears in the air. A mission screen pops up saying he must defeat the Guardian to attain an artifact. Our boy then enters a mystical forest. A system screen warns that a player has been detected and the Guardian has awakened. A mysterious voice says that this place is not for an intruder. The voice continues saying he has no right to be there. Then a giant black tiger appears and the voice says he will pay with his life. Unfazed, the protagonist summons a large pink energy sword. He says he has no time to waste with guardians. The enormous tiger roars ready to attack. With a swift motion, he launches the pink blade with all his strength, causing it to be cut in half, but the tiger splits into 2 smaller copies after the attack. The 2 beasts run towards him, and the protagonist knows only one is the original. Usually, the common strategy would be to figure out which is the true creature. However, Junsu will not follow that plan and summons several blue swords around him. He says he doesn't need to worry about that kind of strategy. All the blue energy swords fly and hit the tiger with full force. The beast roars in pain as the blades pierce its body. After the attack, only one of the tigers remains and stares at our boy in fear. The protagonist just looks at the creature that roars in anger. The monster tries to bite him, but our boy is confused by the little tiger hanging from his arm. The creature has turned into a plushie. He then cuts the creature again. Now only the keychains are left. One of the tigers points to a portal and says he can pass to the next stage. The system screen appears and informs that the mission has been successfully completed. Then another screen informs that he will be moved to the location of the next test. He says passing the second test will cause the rift to close. The new mission is to defeat the second guardian to attain a mysterious artifact. In the new location, our boy faces a mysterious silhouette that looks like him. The shadowy figure is surrounded by a blue aura and raises its hand. Suddenly, the enemy activates the grid world ability and summons several energy swords like Junsu's. Then the monster reveals itself to be a doppelganger, an exact copy of the protagonist. Junsu remembers this from his past life and doesn't seem surprised. The creature begins to attack, and Junsu also launches all his blue blades towards his clone, and says that this only makes him an easier target, causing a huge explosion. The dust from the explosion settles and we see the damage Junsu has done. He realizes that fighting from a distance is pointless, since both have the same abilities. Our boy then creates something. The creature advances to attack, but becomes confused. Our boy says he can do things the doppelganger can and summons a weapon. A screen explains that the sword increases his weapon mastery to the maximum level. In the blink of an eye, he slices the clone in half with a precise cut. The clone's body falls to the ground and dissolves into a puddle. Junsu says this is what comes next and holds the purple dagger. This weapon has a powerful poison that drains mana and reduces abilities by 30%. Suddenly, the clone begins to regenerate and the system warns that it is reviving. The copy completely reconstructs itself. The screen warns that its attributes have increased by 150%. The clone summons its own energy sword for the fight and runs towards our boy. But Junsu just puts the sword forward. The blades clash. The clone doesn't understand what happened, but the protagonist realizes that the clone's power only increased its physical attributes. The doppelganger starts swinging the sword without technique. Our boy thinks that without skills, the clone is just attacking randomly. He begins to defend all the attacks with ease. The copy becomes overwhelmed with the attacks and is thrown back by the combined force of the blows. He then prepares a huge downward attack with his energy sword. Suddenly, something seems off in the clone's eye as it prepares the attack. The protagonist simply observes the enemy's movement. He then asks why the clone is trembling and what is happening. Junsu asks if he is feeling anything unusual in his body. Desperate, the clone launches a rain of blue swords towards our boy. But the protagonist defends all the attacks with hardly any effort. The clone is panting and the screen warns that its mana has run out due to the poison. Junsu then explains that he stabbed the dagger into it before the regeneration began. He activates his grid world ability to finish the fight. The pink dagger hits the clone and then pierces it with a giant sword. With victory, the system screen appears and notifies that the mission has been successfully completed. He receives a mirror and a scroll for defeating himself in battle. The 2 items then appear floating in front of Junsu as a reward. Without thinking much, he decides to use the scroll and the system shows a list of abilities. Junsu then holds the item and chooses the creation ability to enhance. The screen notifies that the skill is leveled up and now he can add elemental attributes. He then chooses the lighting element and an electric sword appears. The system screen confirms that he can now add the lightning attribute to his weapons. Our boy then tests his new power, and an electric sword appears in his hand. He dispels the weapon and prepares to leave the location. Back at the temple, his companion flies around him while he inspects the ground. He picks up the remains of the clone and says he will use them to create new items. He then takes the bronze mirror and says that this is the real prize. The dove thinks the item is bad, and the protagonist says that's why it was sold in the past. Other ancient artifacts appear floating around him. He then remembers defeating a fox and attaining a bronze sword. Another memory shows him finishing off a goblin and earning an ancient bell. He opens his inventory and confirms that he has all the materials he needs. Outside the temple, our boy stares at the artifacts floating in the air. He then grabs the last bronze item he needed to complete the set, and says that this is why he came and the items begin to shine. He throws all the artifacts into the air. A system screen warns that the artifacts are resonating and starting to merge. The items fuse into an intense light in the sky as Junsu watches. The light dissipates and reveals a golden belt with a screen notifying that he has obtained it. The screen explains that the belt allows copying a target's ability for 1 hour. Without hesitation, the protagonist reaches out and grabs the new item. Another screen alerts him that he has discovered a secret combination and moves to the next stage. The system informs him that he has uncovered the hero advantage of celestial beings. Our boy then asks the pigeon who the heroes mentioned on the screen are. The creature explains that they were hero candidates who passed the final mission. Junsu says they entered the rift to face a god but ended up failing. With a determined look, he asserts that he won't let that happen again, and summons a ring that allows him to use mana drain ability on targets. Junsu decides to combine the two items and an intense light envelopes him. The fusion is a success, and the screen informs him that he has obtained the Greed of the Sovereign. The S-rank ring is extremely powerful, copying abilities and stealing mana just by touching the target once per day. He says this will solve his mana problems and earns the title of Hero Candidate. A screen then alerts him that the main mission has been unlocked and asks if he wants a teleport. Without wasting time, Junsu accepts the mission. He is then enveloped by light and remembers the 6 heroes he encountered in his past life. But this time he promises he will find the 6 and all the others who were not found. The main objective is to pass the test of a celestial being to become a hero. He then arrives at a grand palace with ancient architecture. The protagonist appears inside a hall and pillar of golden light. Inside, he faces a mysterious woman who says she hasn't had visitors in a while. Sitting on a throne, she asks what he's doing in that place. A screen identifies her as Queen Sobiel and descendant of a celestial god. Our boy then kneels and says he came to pass her test and become a hero. The queen calls him arrogant and doubts that a rank C like him can become a hero. She then lifts his chin, says she can see through him, and that he will fail, and offers him the chance to leave so he can continue living. The protagonist says he wouldn't have come this far if he were afraid of dying. He says that to get stronger, one must take risks. The queen then starts to laugh, but her smile fades and she calls him a fool, telling him to know his place. The woman then says that his death will change nothing, but the young man responds that he came prepared, and asks for a chance, saying he will prove his worth to her. The queen is one of the 6 heroes and grants special abilities. He already knew that finding her was easier since she doesn't require a specific rank. And to top it off, the protagonist has an item that will greatly help in her test. Queen Sobiel says she likes our boy's courage. She then says that either he is very good or he is just a fool. A pillar of fire appears and she explains the mission: defeat the demon Chaos and his followers. Sitting on the throne, the woman tells the young man to show what he's made of. The protagonist smiles and accepts the challenge. Done and done, our boy is sent to another location. There he encounters 2 monsters called Maddie, strong but not very intelligent. One of the guardians mimics Junsu's presence and is surprised. The creatures ask if he thinks he can pass through them, and the protagonist confirms. Our boy then tells the monsters to get out of the way or face the consequences. The guardians are confused by the young man's attitude. They call him arrogant and one of them charges at the protagonist. Junsu then uses his creation ability to make a new item. The monster attacks but hits a blue energy shield. A screen explains that he created an A-rank shield with the soul of a guardian goblin. The item's ability reduces the power of demons and can frighten them. The 2 monsters are paralyzed with fear and their powers are diminished. The creatures panic at the shield and decide to flee. Suddenly, several followers of Chaos appear and say they sensed an intruder. It then broke down the temple door to find who invaded the place. One of the monsters shouts for everyone to catch the intruder. Our boy is then surrounded by dozens of enemies. Junsu activates the grid world and summons several energy daggers. One of the enemies, who appears to be a wizard, is hit by one of the blades and becomes furious. The young man identifies the wizard and prepares for the next move. He lunges forward and grabs the wizard monster before it can react. The protagonist uses his mana draining ability to weaken the enemy and says that the mage's mana isn't much, but it's enough for the plan. The other followers of Chaos get irritated with the scene. All the monsters rush to attack our boy at once, but the young man uses his mass production ability and adds a new attribute. The enemies become confused when their weapons start to emit lightning. Suddenly, a rain of electric swords falls from the sky. The protagonist then uses his link ability to control all the weapons. A huge electric explosion hits all the followers of Chaos. He then finishes draining all the mana from the mage he was holding. All the enemies fall to the ground, charred by the protagonist's electric attack. Suddenly, a creature appears and says he seems quite experienced. The monster then says that the protagonist will be an interesting prey. The screen reveals that he is the demon Chaos, one before he must defeat. Our boy responds that in fact he is the one who came to hunt the demon. But the monster says he will fight to survive and activates a curse ability. A bizarre monster with multiple arms appears screaming. A screen warns that the curse of the cursed minion is spreading. A system alert warns that in 60 seconds his soul will be sucked. Our boy understands that the trick is to force him to fight against the boss and the minions. But the protagonist has a plan and summons his shield to neutralize the enemy's trick. The screen then warns that the shield guardian will attack the cursed minion. The blue spirit of the shield advances and grabs the monster. The guardian then slams the minion to the ground and neutralizes the demon's curse. The screen warns that the power of all monsters and curses has been halved. Chaos says that Junsu thought of a good way to fight the minion. The demon praises his tricks, and the screen warns that his power has been reduced. But he still says he can hunt our boy with ease, even while weaker. The demon then leaps and attacks with his axe, but the protagonist defends the blow. He uses his combat mastery ability to enhance his powers. He slides back, and prepares to continue the fight against the demon. The enemy is surprised and praises the protagonist's sword skills. Excited by the fight, Chaos charges again to attack the young man with his axe. The weapons clash violently and create a massive shockwave. The protagonist thinks that even with the debuff, the opponent is still very strong, but our boy manages to defend the attack with his energy sword. Chaos activates his cursed soul ability to change the fight. Pink souls begin to emerge from the bodies of the defeated followers. He will attack Junsu, but the blue daggers start piercing the pink souls in the sky. He then realizes that the young man is using the spears he summoned earlier. Chaos understands that the protagonist knew everything he was going to do. His ability adds 20% elemental and piercing damage. He charges and hits the demon squarely with his electric sword in the chest. Our boy says he finally managed to reach him, but the enemy gripped the blade tightly, even while gravely injured. The opponent then asks what he will do now. Junsu grabs his arm and says he will end the fight. His ring glows and he copies the Curse Minion Master ability. The demon is surprised and the screen warns that the curse is spreading. He says the young man's efforts are futile and that his soul will be sucked soon. Desperate, Chaos grabs the sword and pulls it from his body. He tries to use his ability again with the multi-armed creature, but Junsu activates his Grid World ability for the final blow. The sword advances and tears off both of the opponent's arms. He screams in pain and remains. But he says that even with control over the minions, this won't change anything and transforms. The transformed demon screams that he will kill everyone and charges while our boy just waits. Suddenly, the shield guardian is summoned, and Junsu challenges him to attack. The monster in its tiger form charges fiercely at our boy. Junsu looks at the timer and sees there are 50 seconds left. He needs to hold on with what he has. The creature dodges the various energy blades falling towards it. The beast is agile. Then the opponent uses an ability called Dark Pull and creates a magic circle on the ground. Junsu begins to be pulled forcefully towards the enemy, but the masked guardian of his shield appears to protect him from the attack. The giant blue creature then charges fiercely at the beast on the ground. The guardian's attack causes a gigantic explosion of energy inside the temple, but Chaos doesn't give up and launches its attack called Tiger Strike. To defend himself, our boy activates his shield and reduces the power of the enemy's strike. The Energy Tiger attack explodes upon hitting the blue barrier. Even with the attack failing, the creature advances. Junsu then uses his creation ability and summons electric chains in the air. The chains quickly wrap around the enemy, who is quite surprised by the trap. Then he imbues the lightning element and electrocutes the monster, frying it completely. With 35 seconds left, the creature falls to the ground as Junsu advances. The monster screams in pain with the electric chains coursing through its body. But with a roar of anger, the enemy manages to break free and shatters the chains. Our boy just watches in surprise. Without wasting time, the creature uses the Wave of Destruction and prepares to attack. It fires a massive energy beam from its mouth with full power. Junsu narrowly dodges the deadly attack and escapes the danger. The creature's strike causes a gigantic explosion inside the temple. Junsu sees the destruction and realizes the situation is becoming desperate. With 25 seconds left, the shield guardian appears behind the protagonist. The creature then screams for him to disappear and charges to attack the shield guardian. Suddenly it begins. He then uses body sacrifice, and a part of his body simply explodes. The demon casts the Black Thorn Curse on the protagonist. But unfazed, Junsu says it was about time to end everything. The dark thorns then fall from the sky towards our boy's silhouette. A screen warns that the curse cannot be avoided and disables his mana skills. The demon then charges with everything and creates a massive explosion at the site. The creature says it finally caught Junsu and attacks him. With only 10 seconds left, the protagonist stares him down. The beast then opens its mouth to devour our boy once and for all. But the protagonist uses the familiar summoning ability and expands his demonic energy. Suddenly, giant red hands grab the monster's mouth and stop its attack. Elizabeth then appears and says she won't let anyone hurt her master. The creature screams that this alone won't be enough to stop him. Several red arms emerge from the ground and seize its body. The arms then completely immobilize the monster, which cannot move, but it says it will defeat him anyway and prepares to attack. Even while dying, the creature says it will use its Wave of Destruction one more time. Junsu responds that this is the wrong answer for him. Junsu says the enemy was doomed from the start of the fight. The monster is surprised to see it cannot use its attack ability. It is pinned to the ground. The screen warns that time is up, and the minion devours the offering, which is the demon. Desperate, the enemy screams that it cannot lose to such a useless prey. The protagonist just watches. After the enemy's defeat, a bamboo item falls to the temple floor. Our boy then picks up the item and the screen announces that he has gained the cursed minion. He is surprised because in his past life, the minion was destroyed forever. The screen describes that the rank A item increases the effects of curses and necromancy. Junsu thanks Elizabeth and she says it was nothing much and that she didn't do much. The two walk and he says it's time to claim his first reward. Back at the palace, the queen admits she was wrong to call him a naive fool. She says it was an impressive fight and he replies that he only used what he knew. The woman then approaches him and asks if he is lying, but Junsu denies it. Then the queen lifts our boy's chin and says there might be something about him she doesn't know. She says she will see what it is and touches Junsu's forehead with her finger. Suddenly, she has a vision of a powerful entity with glowing red eyes. With the vision, the woman is completely shocked and speechless. Looking at the protagonist, she says that now everything makes sense and that she was wrong about him. She understands that he was chosen by a higher divinity and that she is just a step in his path. The woman then tells our boy to get up because he has proven himself worthy of being a hero. As the goddess of heroes, she declares him a hero of the celestial beings and a light surrounds him. A huge pillar of golden light rises from the temple towards the sky and envelops our boy. A system screen warns that he has completed the mission and reached rank B. He also acquires the characteristic of a hero of celestial beings that increases his stats. The queen then snaps her fingers and says he deserves an appropriate reward. A golden bow and a shining item appear in front of the protagonist. The screen describes that the celestial bow converts damage to holy and adds piercing damage, an overpowered item. Junsu says that the celestial bow will be very useful for his future battles. But he takes a shining item and says that this is indeed the true greater reward. The screen explains that the rank A seed absorbs mana to be able to bloom later. He thinks that the best thing is to keep the item until it blossoms. The woman says she will send him wherever he wants and Junsu thanks for the favor. She asks if someone is waiting for him and he says no, but that they need his help. We see someone on a plane looking out the window. Suddenly an energy rift appears in the sky in the direction the plane is heading. Out of nowhere, a bizarre creature with white wings appears in the middle of the city. People are confused, wondering if it is a monster or an angel. Suddenly, the system screen appears in front of one of the guys. The creature then speaks, saying it brought an invitation, and everyone is shocked that it can talk. One of the guys there is completely in shock at the situation. It spreads its wings and warns that only those who meet the requirements can accept the invitation. With a bizarre smile, it says that those who are unqualified will be eliminated. Then the creature unleashes its powers and attacks everyone who runs away in desperation. In the midst of the chaos, a woman trips and falls to the ground. She asks the monster to back off as the dark tentacles approach. Out of nowhere, a flaming sword appears and blocks the attack. Taehyun appears with his flaming sword and protects the fallen woman. He then tells the girl to run away as fast as possible, and she thanks him. Taehyun remembers that Yunsu warned him about the monster that would appear, but without thinking twice, he charges forward to attack the bizarre creature. He runs full speed and tries to strike the skeletal creature with his sword. The monster then uses its ability, and bone spears shoot up from the ground, but Taehyun manages to dodge just in time. A creature uses the ability to explode the bones. Taehyun manages to dodge. He realizes he will need more power to break the monster's barrier. The creature then launches a rain of bone stakes in his direction. With no choice, Taehyun activates his berserk ability to increase his power. He leaps forward to attack. Determined, he activates the maximum power of his berserk ability. And with the final strike, he attacks the monster with his giant flaming sword. The monster is hit directly by Taehyun's flame attack. With the impact, a massive explosion of fire occurs in the middle of the street. The creature's skull falls to the ground, completely shattered by the blow. He thinks that the creature was strong and that Junsu's weapon helped him a lot, and then decides to get the civilians out of there as there may be other monsters. But the winged creature uses a resurrection ability, and the creature returns surrounded by dark energy, and heads towards Taehyun, but someone destroys the creature with a sword strike from behind. Taehyun is shocked to see this. Someone says that the creature can only be defeated with holy attacks. At that moment, Junsu appears and congratulates his friend on the job. The protagonist then receives a black key for defeating the monster. A system screen then appears in front of Taehyun. The mission warns that the world will be destroyed in 7 days if they fail. Taehyun is surprised, and Junsu explains that it is a mission for all players, and that it won't be too difficult and that they just need to prepare well. The scene then cuts to an abandoned warehouse somewhere. Mayo looks at his mission screen and complains that the world is a mess. His mission is to stop the protagonist and delay the progress of the current scenario. He wonders how a new player emerged so quickly in less than 6 months. He takes his phone and sees a picture of Junsu and his friend talking, and is surprised to discover that the guy who defeated him is the new player. Reflecting that even being rank C, Junsu almost completely defeated him. He thinks that the protagonist has everything he needs to save the world. Then he accesses the shop and decides to buy a dimensional rift generator. He says he knows where Junsu is going and that he will wait for him there. He bought a dagger that creates a dimensional rift that allows a person to enter a portal. In a place called the Temple of Fanatics, one of the members shouts for everyone to protect the sacred relic with their lives. Junsu appears in the middle of the temple and is surrounded by the fanatics of the place. Calmly, he summons several blue energy swords around him and launches all of his blades. The swords pierce the fanatics and defeat them easily in seconds. After the battle, our boy stands still, observing the bodies on the ground. He then walks towards a shining chalice that is on an altar and takes the vampiric chalice, but says he doesn't have time to take everything. He thinks about grabbing something for Elizabeth and that he needs help to collect the items. A mission screen appears and warns that he needs to defeat a hidden boss. Then the protagonist uses his ability and summons Elizabeth to help him. He points to the crystals and asks the vampire to mine everything for him. She gets irritated and asks if she was called for manual labor, but he says it's for the mission. He says he needs help to create an item for her and that the boss will escape. With no time to explain, he summons a light pickaxe for her. With bloodied hands, she mines the crystals and complains that she will never forget the humiliation. Junsu remembers that there is a secret door around there. He then finds a hidden button on the wall and presses it. The door opens and he recalls that in his past life, he was attacked by monsters there. But upon entering the room, he is shocked, for the place is filled with the bodies of the fanatics he was supposed to face. As he approaches, he realizes they died recently. Then he walks through the room, wondering who got there first. Suddenly, a voice says he took too long, and Junsu recognizes it immediately. The protagonist asks how the person knew he would be there. Then Mayo reveals that he knew the boy would prepare for the trial. He holds the essence of a vampire and says he knew Junsu wouldn't lose to the boss. Mayo warns that he won't fall for the same trick twice, and says he has understood everything about the protagonist. Mayo charges forward, and says he won't give Junsu time to think. He tries to attack, and says he will keep the protagonist busy. But he notices something. Junsu summons a blue energy shield and protects himself from the blow, and says that he won't defeat him like that. Mayo is surprised and wonders if Junsu has gotten stronger, saying it doesn't matter because he will never be defeated in hand-to-hand combat. Junsu attacks, but Mayo turns saying our boy can't keep up with his pace. Junsu replies that he doesn't need to and uses his creation ability. Several blue energy blades fly towards Mayo. He manages to dodge and says he won't fall for that. Junsu then leaps over Mayo and attacks him. The two then exchange blows with their swords. Junsu says that this is enough for his plan. The two continue the intense exchange of blows with their energy swords. Mayo can't believe it and thinks that just the power of a player wouldn't make him so strong. He tries to think of a new strategy for the fight. Suddenly, a golden weapon flies towards him and he barely dodges. And he realizes that Junsu is attacking him to break his rhythm and he can't get close. But out of nowhere, the energy shield appears again. Junsu then slams the shield hard against the ground. Mayo says that Junsu's technique reminds him of something he knows. But he hadn't noticed the sword coming from behind, but managed to defend at the last second and wonders what kind of trick that is. But he finally notices that Junsu has disappeared from in front of him. Our boy appears behind him and uses the ability of his ring to copy Mayo's skill. He then manages to copy his rank A sword skill, which irritates him, and he tells the protagonist to get his hands off. Junsu then attacks him with his dagger and poisons him, reducing his abilities. Junsu angrily asks where Mayo learned that sword skill. He says it's impossible because the manual for that technique hasn't been found yet, but Mayo says he will have to defeat him first. Desperate, he accesses the system shop and spends all his money on a fury potion. He didn't want to use that, but with no choice, takes the potion that increases his stats at the cost of his sanity. But he praises our boy, saying he's not so bad. Then Mayo enters fury mode and a screen warns that his attributes have increased by 200%. With his new power, he prepares to use his third sword technique, and shouts that now he will finish off Mayo once and for all. The technique creates a whirlwind of dark energy, but the protagonist mocks him, asking if that's all he can do after so many threats. Our boy says he doesn't even know how to use the potential of his own ability, and that increasing stats doesn't help. He explains that Mayo's strikes seem random, but actually follow a pattern. The screen warns that the copied ability combined with his mastery of combat maximizes power of the sword. Junsu thinks that the strength of the attack only makes the counterattack easier since he can see the pattern and react. Mayo's technique advances with dark energy, but Junsu counters with a grid of blue energy blades. Hit squarely, Mayo can't believe he is caught by the blow. With the impact, a great explosion of light occurs at the site. After the dust settles, we see Mayo on the ground and the protagonist with a sword. Junsu approaches and tells him to give up because no one will help him. But he refuses to lose and grabs a pink dagger for one last strike. He tries to use the dagger, but our boy blocks it, cutting his arm. The protagonist realizes he tried to escape with a dagger that cuts dimensions. Junsu says that now he has no more lives, and Mayo mocks the situation. Our boy then points the sword and tells him to answer his questions if he wants to live, but Mayo denies, saying he can't because his soul is controlled. He then smiles and says the protagonist knows nothing about them. Mayo reveals that people like him became monsters to survive and betrayed their worlds. Laughing nonstop, he warns that soon Yunsu will understand what he means. All that can be seen is blood flying. He then returns to the main room and closes the door behind him. The protagonist is surprised to see the scene. Elizabeth has finished mining and asks if he has dealt with everything. She complains about being left behind, and Junsu uses his ability. The essence of the vampire improves the quality of the item he is creating. She continues to complain about the treatment, but falls silent when he hands her the shiny item. He explains that it is an elixir that will increase her attributes. Elizabeth is happy and thanks Junsu for the gift. Without thinking twice, she swallows the elixir in one go. Suddenly, a powerful energy enveloped her body. Her vampire wings emerge and she feels much stronger. He asks how she feels, and the screen warns that her sealed power has been restored. The screen warns that 60% of her sealed power has been restored, and her rank is now A. She asks if he can find more of that, but he denies. He says the recovered power is already enough, and she complains that it will only mean more work. Junsu ignores the complaint and says they are done here. He then shows the dagger he received as an unexpected bonus. With the weapon in hand, he says it's time to go to the global disaster dungeon. In the sky, a huge crack with skeletons begins to form, and it keeps getting bigger. Junsu says he needs to find Taehyun because the guild might have the materials he needs. But before he finishes speaking, something catches his attention. A giant flaming skeleton appears in the middle of the city, shocking both of them. The protagonist wonders if the disaster has already begun, and a system screen appears. The mission warns that a toxic giant has appeared and they have 72 hours to clear the area. He realizes that other disasters must have started as well and grabs his phone. The news confirms that inexplicable calamities are happening all over the world. In France, a giant tree has grown uncontrollably in the middle of the city. And in China, a huge ice palace has appeared out of nowhere. And in the United Kingdom, a dark tower of a wizard has emerged. Seeing all this, our boy is shocked by the disasters happening, because he knows all of this was supposed to happen only in 2 years. Suddenly someone calls him, and he turns to see who it is. His friend Dojin appears and says that the guildmaster sent him there. Junsu asks where Taehyun is, and he explains that the guy had to leave with another guild. He explains that they are trying to stop the giant to evacuate the people, but the protagonist is worried about that. He tries to call Taehyun and says that the giant cannot be defeated now. He can't get in touch and starts to panic. Suddenly, the protagonist remembers the twin ring he gave to his friend. He knows he can reach him with the power of the ring, which allows them to exchange thoughts and teleports. Meanwhile, Taehyun and his team prepare to fight, but suddenly he hears Junsu's voice through the ring. The protagonist asks him to stop and come back immediately. But Taehyun doesn't understand and says he needs to stop the giant. And Junsu explains that the giant is just a form and his real body is elsewhere. Taehyun ponders the new information, and then tells his team that they are leaving. The leader of the other guild gets angry and asks if it's a joke, but Taehyun says it was Junsu who told him to stop, and then asks what the protagonist wants him to do. Junsu asks him to go to the nearest station and wait, and also asks if the item he requested is still with the guild. Taehyun confirms and says he will wait for him at the station. Our boy then tells Dojin to go to the guild, and the two run there. Junsu asks if his friend came alone, and he confirms. Suddenly, the protagonist's cat tells them to stop. They then see several bodies of hunters on the ground. The cat explains that a group started hunting other players, and that they feed on the blood of their victims, and reveals that the one responsible for this is Isabel. Junsu looks at the bodies, and then tells them to hurry because the enemies may still be nearby. Suddenly, a magical item attacks the two. Dojin is startled by the rain of ice attacks, but he was protected by the protagonist's shield. He thanks him, but notices something and screams. Suddenly, a giant vampire appears and tries to attack Junsu with an axe. But the protagonist manages to block the blow with his shield. The vampire is impressed but breaks the shield with another attack, and prepares for the final blow, saying he has caught Yunsu. But Elizabeth appears and pierces the vampire with her blood hands. She then kicks the enemy's body away, saying she won't let just any vampire attack her master. Another enemy appears behind her and tries to attack her, but the vampire uses her ability and vaporizes, dodging the blow. From the top of a post, another vampire with a staff shouts to defeat the two. Dojin is confused as to why a vampire is helping them, and Junsu explains that she is his familiar. He then asks his friend to take care of the mage on the post. Dojin agrees, and Junsu advances to deal with the rest of the enemies. He exchanges blows with one of the vampires, and realizes they fight like novices but have rank A or B stats. The mage on the post calls the other vampires fools, but her attack is blocked by an energy sword. She then holds the weapon with her staff, and says she's finally found her target. She then launches a powerful energy attack. The mage wonders where he went. but Dojin appears behind her and attacks her with a dagger. At the same time, the other vampire is attacked. Elizabeth explains that their abilities are high because vampires absorb the power of their victims, and she blames Isabel for this. Dojin realizes they are using criminals to attack because the vampire he defeated was a wanted man, and he remembers reading about the mage because she was an assassin who escaped, and now he sees posters of other criminals, and wonders if someone is turning awakened ones into vampires to use them, but his phone suddenly starts ringing. Looking at the screen, he sees that the call is from Secretary Min Huisu. Dojin answers the phone, and the secretary desperately asks for help, saying the guild is in trouble. Huisu explains that a gang of awakened ones invaded the guild and attacked them. Suddenly, the call is cut off with a scream from the girl as a shadow appears over her. Two shadowy figures comment on the guild, saying they expected more, and one of them calls the members rats. In the reflection of one of the villain's eyes, we see Huisu as he says that it doesn't look very appetizing. They then arrived at the guild building and walk to the entrance. Dojin is shocked by the scene. As the guild lobby is filled with bodies, Junsu notices that all have bite marks and are bloodless, but he doesn't find Huisu. Dojin remembers that she went upstairs to get something when the guildmaster took the others outside. The protagonist then says that the priority is to find Huisu. The protagonist asks Elizabeth to search from the first floor up and for Dojin to start from the middle of the building upwards. Then Junsu walks to the guildmaster's office. Suddenly he hears a voice and peeks through the door. Inside he finds two rank A vampires. The protagonist recognizes the bag that the female vampire is holding. He then storms into the room and asks what they did with Huisu. The vampires mock him and challenge him to a fight. The vampire named Suyeon then lunges forward to attack Junsu. Junsu doesn't waste any time and readies his sword. He's about to strike. Suyeon is surprised by the strength of the blow. Junsu lands a kick right in the vampire's chest. The hit is so strong that Suyeon feels the impact fully. Because of the kick, he flies far away. The vampire realizes that the attack had holy power and that he only survived because of his armor. His partner shouts for him to be careful. Suddenly, a rain of light projectiles appears above Suyeon, but the guy seems to enjoy the challenge and faces the attacks with a furious look. He says that Junsu is better than the others and creates his shield that absorbs 80% of the damage. Then all the light projectiles fall at once onto the vampire's barrier. Junsu then uses the skill world of grids, creating one and trapping the vampire. Seeing this, Suyeon's partner uses a dark shield. The shadowy barrier protects the vampire from the light attack. Suyeon thanks his partner for the help, and she says it was easy. At that moment, Junsu appears. The guy is quick and blocks the attack with his shield. The light sword clashes against the defense, and Suyeon mocks the strike, and asks if that's all he can do. Then the protagonist grabs the large sword, and says he's not good with swords without that weapon and imbues it with lightning. Junsu prepares for the strike using his combat mastery, but the other girl steps in front and stops the sword with her hand. She is shocked to see that the protagonist's weapon has a divine aura, but the other vampire named Sudi says that he's not a support. Junsu blocks the blow but is thrown back by the impact. He lands on the ground and prepares to continue the fight. Suddenly, the vampire's hand starts to bubble and regenerate. He gets excited and says he finally feels like he's hunting something. Our boy wonders if regeneration is a vampire power. He realizes he needs a holy skill to break the shield and stop the regeneration. Then he uses his creation skill to make a new weapon. The two vampires charge at him to attack. He then punches the ground, and a huge barrier of light explodes and throws the two vampires away. They are surprised by the power of the attack, and wonder if that is a shield and are impressed by its size. Junsu then appears in the air and uses his creation skill again. He challenges the vampires to try to block his next attack. The two use a shield and say that the arrows won't work against them. But Junsu just smiles and asks if they're sure. The vampire blocks some arrows and thinks they are common. Suddenly, a giant light arrow appears in the sky. It hits the vampire squarely and his partner screams in despair. The screen shows that it is the gigantic arrow of the saint with holy damage. The female vampire gets furious and tries to use her dark shield, but Junsu was faster and cuts her with his sword. She falls to the ground and he explains that he didn't use holy damage so she will heal. The protagonist then points the sword at her and demands answers. Suddenly, Dojin appears carrying Huisu in his arms. He calls Junsu, and the protagonist asks if they found her, and Elizabeth confirms. Junsu understands that they spared the girl to take the guild's items. Elizabeth reveals that they made a deal with Isabel to become vampires. After a while, our boy looks at the ground, where the two vampires are defeated with light spears pierced through them. He then says it's better to wait for Huisu to wake up, but hears his friend's voice. Taehyun warns that they are being attacked by a horde of vampires, but a system screen warns that the powers of the ring have suddenly been blocked. Junsu doesn't understand anything. Meanwhile, Taehyun fights with his flame sword. He uses his berserk skill to face the horde of vampires, and complains that even though they aren't strong, there are many of them. Suddenly, a voice mocks their difficulty. Taehyun shouts and asks who is there. Isabel then appears and says she expected more from an awakened rank S. She says she is disappointed with their strength. The leader of the other guild asks if she is their boss. He charges at her with everything he has. He says it will all end when he defeats her, but the vampire smiles and says he won't succeed. With a single strike, she easily paralyzes him. Taehyun screams desperately for his friend, but the vampire attacks him. The young man's body is then surrounded by red flowers. With her blood magic, she creates a red spider lily on his back. She mocks him and says, "This is what happens when you attack without thinking." Anne complains that all players are weak except for one. Taehyun realizes she is talking about Junsu and she knows him. Isabel then says it's his turn and that she will turn him into a vampire. Taehyun gives a small smile. She asks what he means by that, but she was surprised by a punch coming from the guild leader. Annie says he didn't attack her without a plan. Isabel is surprised he survived her attack, but feels a bad feeling. Isabel then uses her magic and creates a curtain of butterfly smoke. The red butterflies fly and surround the two boys. Suddenly, a dark sphere appears, capturing them. They wonder what that is as system screens pop up. The screen warns that the ability affects vision and breathing and reduces attack power. The guild leader says the barrier won't stop him. He then punches the barrier with all his might, but is surprised to see it still standing. Taehyun says they need a powerful attack to break a hole. He then activates his berserk ability at full strength and says he will create an opening. He launches a fire attack with all his strength at the barrier. Anne tells the guy to go quickly because the opening won't last long. The young man asks what will happen to him and he says he will be fine. But Isabel appears and says she won't let them go. Taehyun screams for the guy to leave quickly. The guild leader gets angry and charges forward, but the vampire says that won't change anything. And with a single gesture, she stops the fire with her hands. Taehyun is surprised and she says she will try not to disappoint him. Taehyun prepares to attack Isabel with his flaming sword. He then activates his rank S ability called Tyrant of Flames and says he has never used a rank S skill before. The vampire says he had a trick up his sleeve. With a single blow, he creates a massive explosion of fire in the area. Back at the guild building, Junsu says they can't help the guild master because the ring has been deactivated, but he trusts that his friend will be okay. The protagonist then takes his phone and calls Taehyun to check if he's okay. He says he couldn't get in touch because he was attacked by a group of vampires. Junsu realizes it was Isabel who attacked them. Taehyun tells him he managed to stop the vampire thanks to the items Junsu gave him, and wonders how he knew he would need that skill book. Junsu says he won't be able to use that ability for a while. Then Taehyun warns that he won't be able to participate in the raid in the dungeon as planned. Junsu understands and asks him to return to the guild immediately, because the enemies are moving and he can't stop them alone. Huisu then hands the protagonist the promised item. He explains that the item is the key to stopping the disaster and that the vampires want it. The item is the gem of the sleeping dwarf. The secret mission is to activate the gem and defeat the monsters to unleash its true power. Junsu thanks Huisu for the item. Dojin warns that the smoke is getting thicker and that everything is about to begin. An updated mission screen appears in front of Dojin. The mission warns that the first night of the disaster is approaching and monsters will emerge. Junsu says the mission will throw the world into chaos and that it won't be easy to protect the place. He then uses his creation ability to make a new weapon. He hands Dojin an item that will ward off the giant's toxic smoke, and says they need to protect the guild members. Junsu says he will go to the next mission and leave the rest of them. He then arrives at a church and the screen warns that he has entered the boss area, explaining to himself that this is where the Harbinger of the Dead will appear, and that the monster enchants people with its music every 3 hours. The monster resurfaces elsewhere if killed and continues collecting souls. He says today is the best day to defeat it, since it hasn't enchanted many people yet. But upon entering the church, he sees that the place is full of people. Suddenly, he notices something, and is shocked to see Jia sitting on one of the church benches. Jia is shocked to see the protagonist there. Junsu asks her to be quiet, and the girl asks how he found her. But our boy asks the same thing, and she explains that she saw the message about the disaster and was helping people escape. But out of nowhere, some pale awakened attacked them, and when she realized it, she was already in the church. The protagonist then asks if they brought her to the place on purpose. Ji replies that she heard them mentioning something about a ritual. Using her sharpened senses, she hears a noise coming from afar. Junsu says to head toward the sound since they know how to summon the field boss. Then the two walk through a dark passage. They find a person all wrapped up. Up ahead are the hooded guys performing a strange ritual. He celebrates that he will survive the apocalypse when he finishes the mission. His mission is to summon the Bishop of the Dead by collecting 666 sacrifices. The vampire senses their presence and is surprised. Without wasting time, Junsu attacks one of the cultists with a sword of light. The vampire is surprised by the intruders appearing at that moment. Jia shoots a light arrow at the vampire. He's hit squarely and screams in pain from the blow. Blood drips, and he wonders if the arrow has holy damage. Junsu asks if he was performing the ritual, and complains that now he will have to figure out where the Harbinger resurfaced. Jia's bow fires more light arrows in the direction of the vampire, but another female vampire appears and blocks the arrows with her whip. The rank of vampire named Juhi says he shouldn't have come alone. 2 masked assassins appear to attack him from behind, but they are hit by energy arrows. The protagonist says he brought someone with him, We see the girl outside as a sniper. He then uses his ability and summons a giant energy sword. Junsu grips his sword. Juhi advances and says he shouldn't rush. He blocks the strike but is thrown back by the force of the attack. Junsu realizes she knows how to use aura skills. She then attacks him from above and unleashes a rain of electric bolts towards Junsu, causing an explosion. The vampire says she got the protagonist, but nothing happened to him, and Juhi wonders if what he has is a shield. But it's the energy sword. However, Juhi uses the electric lure ability. Junsu is surprised, since the sword was hit by the whip. She shouts for minions to attack Junsu. The hooded vampire then advances to attack the protagonist, but Jia appears and shoots several light arrows at the vampire. He is hit squarely. Other vampires are also hit by the arrows. Juhi is shocked by the situation. Suddenly, Elizabeth appears and pierces her. Her body then falls to the ground and the vampire stands still. Jia says she defeated the other enemies and Junsu thanks her for the help. But a system screen warns that the ritual was completed with a sacrifice, and that a hidden boss has appeared and the mission has been updated. The hooded vampire starts to laugh and celebrates the victory, then falls dead on the ground over a magic circle. At that moment, a huge red energy bursts from his body. Junsu realizes that the summoning has been completed. He then shouts for Elizabeth to get Jia out of there immediately. Suddenly, everything goes silent. The red energy then transforms into a new creature. The monster says it smells fresh souls. The screen identifies it as the Bishop of the Corrupt Followers in difficulty A+ boss. It then uses its ability to consume the souls in the area, and unleashes an energy blast. It says it hasn't feasted like this in a long time. Junsu realizes he needs to stop the monster from consuming the souls. Red tentacles then grab the protagonist, but a system screen appears. Junsu says he almost forgot something important. He then charges forward to attack the monster, which says it will save the protagonist's soul for later, and that it needs to finish consuming the other souls first. But Junsu advances and says he won't let the monster consume any souls. The screen warns that he found a rare material from his past life, and that he can use it to create a weapon with human souls. The monster is surprised and doesn't understand what is happening. A huge explosion of light occurs in the middle of the church. Junsu says this time, the monster will serve as a sacrifice to complete his mission. He then creates the sword Echo of Souls, an item of rarity S. The vampire becomes furious, and the screen warns that he failed to absorb the souls. And fretting as Junsu was saying that his soul will be his. The protagonist scoffs and says he found it offensive to call the sword a toy. The souls then appear and float around the sword. The weapon now has the property of Soul Blade and the ability Soul Release. Junsu says he will show what he can do with his new weapon. Irritated, the vampire attacks with his energy tentacles that go towards our boy. He then activates the Soul Release ability and increases his power. He then launches a huge blue energy beam towards the monster. The vampire says Junsu's weapon is interesting. He then charges forward to attack, but hits the ground as Junsu vanished from in front of him. Suddenly, the protagonist appears behind him and strikes him directly with the Soul Sword. Junsu says he already warned that it's not a toy and that the weapon now deals soul damage. He then uses his combat mastery ability and cuts him. The monster's body falls to the ground, but the screen warns that he will revive. The protagonist knows he needs more effort to defeat him, and that he needs a decisive move to expose his weak point. The monster mocks Junsu's sword, and asks if he can call that a weapon if he can't kill his enemies. He then begins to transform, and revives the defeated vampires to turn them into toys. Junsu challenges him and tells him to try if he can. Suddenly, a bizarre creature emerges from the shadows. Our boy wonders where that creature came from. He is attacked and thrown back by the blow. The monster says he will crush Junsu along with his creatures. The protagonist then uses his grid world ability to defend himself. But with a single strike, he pierces the creature. The protagonist then turns to face the monster, who charges forward and says he has Junsu now. But his strike is blocked again. Junsu then jumps and prepares for a counterattack. He attacks with a sword but hits nothing. The monster says his sword can't hurt him. He then attacks with his tentacles to grab the protagonist's soul. But Junsu manages to dodge the blow. He then uses his ability to move his soul weapons to a new location. Several blue souls fly and transform into rocks. Junsu then uses his soul release ability and attacks the vampire, who is hit directly and starts to cough. He confirms and says that is more than enough to defeat him. The vampire admits he is a treacherous enemy, and that he will have to defeat him another way. He then pierces his own chest with his claws, and says that Junsu has no idea what is inside him. His huge red energy explodes from his body. The screen warns that the Underworld Anchor ability has been activated. He mocks and asks what Junsu will do now. Our boy says that this has always been the plan and starts to collect the souls. The guy is surprised and doesn't understand anything. Junsu says he has no more reason to conserve materials or mana. He then creates the Sacred Soul Bow, a weapon of rarity S. The weapon gains 50% holy damage and 250% soul damage, and is also imbued with a lightning element which increases damage and piercing power. The protagonist then challenges the monster to block his next attack. He then launches a huge electric energy arrow. The arrow causes a great explosion upon hitting the barrier, and easily breaks it. The vampire is surprised, but the arrow doesn't hit him as he used the tentacles to stop it. He celebrates thinking the attack didn't work, but is shocked when the arrow explodes. The power of soul release is activated and increases by 150%. The guy is hit by an explosion of light and is defeated. Junsu says he was doomed to lose because he didn't recognize the weapon that would kill him. The screen warns that he earned 2,000 contribution points for the victory, and that the enemy faction suffered a 20% delay in their mission. The protagonist then looks at the bodies of the vampires on the ground, and decides to check for survivors. Suddenly, Juhi opens her eyes. Junsu then asks her what she knows about the fantasy of emptiness. A vampire receives the news that the boss has been defeated. Her name is Su Young, and she wonders who could have defeated the bishop so quickly. Suddenly, one of the hunters attacks with a sword, but she holds his hand with a mouth. The young man is surprised, and his weapon begins to disintegrate. She then absorbs the weapon and defeats him. Su Young then says it's better to see who defeated the boss. Junsu wonders if they consume the boss from the dungeon. Juhi explains that she doesn't know much since she was hired to become a vampire. The protagonist thinks that Les also hunted hunters and must be involved with the fantasy of emptiness. Juhi reveals that she failed her mission and now needs to survive on her own. But in her thoughts, she plans to return and defeat Junsu. The protagonist laughs and says he knows she will return to Isabel, and the vampire is shocked, and that she will come back with more vampires to attack him. Junsu then uses his rental contract ability and says it's an unfair contract. He touches her forehead and says that in exchange for her life, she will do everything he commands. The first rule is not to reveal anything about her abilities or weapons. He then orders her to answer his questions about the fantasy of emptiness. And the last rule is that she will speak to him with respect. The contract is registered, and the screen warns that breaking the rules will cost her life. Junsu then asks Juhi to tell him everything she knows about the Swordmaster. He thinks that the Swordmaster consumes monsters to gain their abilities. The mission warns that defeating the boss revealed part of the gem's value. He realizes he hasn't received any notification about changes in the mission. He says he's got a spy in the fantasy of emptiness, and that now it's time to check the true reward. A sphere of light emerges from the monster's body. The screen warns that the reward has been altered due to the special system. Suddenly, darkness emerges and says it senses his energy and asks him to open the item. Junsu gains the demonic core of the corrupt. The item grants 1,000 demonic energy and a new ability. He then activates his passive ability and absorbs the energy from the core, and gains 1,000 demonic energy and unlocks the inheritance ability. The protagonist wonders what this new inheritance ability is. The screen explains that the ability allows the transfer of skills from demonic weapons. Junsu says that with this, defeating the Swordmaster will be easy. He has the option to summon a corrupt undead or take a staff, and thinks that the item that traps souls seems quite useful, but he doubts it will be possible to arm the undead. He then chooses the staff as it may be more useful than it seems. He takes his reward and says it's time to find the next monster. Outside, an elderly lady thanks Junsu for saving everyone. Jia says that everyone owes their lives to him, but our boy says he needs to go to the next mission. Jia asks what it is. He explains that the captured victims are not good hunters, and asks her to take the people to the guild before the fog worsens. He thanks her for the help and says goodbye. Somewhere else in the city, 2 hunters patrol an area searching for the Swordmaster. One of them says that the monster only attacks hunters, and tells the other to stop relaxing when suddenly a system screen appears. The warning says that the weapon-devouring monster has appeared. He's shocked by the news. His friend is attacked from behind by the vampire. He uses his ability and becomes invisible to try to escape, but Su Young finds him and says he cannot hide. He is surprised to discover that the creature can speak, but he is attacked and easily defeated. Su Young complains that she hasn't found any prey since yesterday. The hunter asks what she is. She replies that it doesn't matter and that she needs him. He is then attacked. Then several energy swords emerge and stop her. She was surprised by the attack. Junsu then appears and says he was looking for her. He attacks Su Young and throws her away, and she wonders if our boy is the one who defeated the bishop, while the other guy who was being attacked questions how the protagonist threw the Swordmaster far away just with strength, and Su Young asks if it was him who defeated the bishop. Junsu uses his ability and creates a light grenade. He throws the grenade at the vampire, who becomes confused, and it causes a huge explosion of light. He says he can create weapons, but that it won't work against her, and that she doesn't seem to see who defeated the bishop. Junsu asks if she knows what a weapon that isn't a weapon is, making her not understand anything. He advances to attack her, and throws her far away with a strike. Junsu then shows his combat gloves and says that the answer is a fist. The screen warns that he consumed 10 demonic energy and activated the inheritance ability. The gloves of Rarity D inherit the mastery and compatibility. She even starts to bleed from the blow. Su Young wonders why he's so strong, but he says she is weak, and her moves are not as impressive as she thought. Su Young realizes that Junsu is dangerous and has to think of something quickly. Then she attacks with a giant mouth, but he manages to dodge the blow. She wonders how Junsu reacted so quickly, but he hits her squarely with a punch. The blow causes a huge explosion of light. Our boy thinks that in his past life, the demon wouldn't have taken damage. Suddenly, the giant mouth of the demon appears. She says that he is not an ordinary player and that it makes sense now that the creature from before died because of him. But she will add Yunsu's weapons to her collection. Su-young then uses her ability and creates dark armor. Junsu realizes that she transformed the demon into her familiar. Several weapons then fly towards the protagonist, but he manages to copy her ability and take control of the weapons. And when they get close to him, the weapons now obey Junsu and float around him. Su-young becomes furious and asks what he did with her weapons. The protagonist recognizes the weapons as those of his former companions. He thinks that they sacrificed themselves to protect others, and asks how she dares to call their weapons hers. Su-young is paralyzed with fear and cannot move. Junsu then hits her with a punch, throwing her far away. He uses his creation ability and summons chains of energy that bind the vampire. He throws her hard to the ground and attacks her with a punch. Su-young falls to the ground defeated. The protagonist says that they could have become players if it weren't for her. The hunter who was there is shocked by the scene. Our boy punches Su-young several times. Suddenly, Elizabeth appears and helps the injured hunter, but he screams in fear upon seeing the vampire. Elizabeth wonders if she's a problem. He tells her to stay away because he thinks she is with Su-young, but his sword starts to tremble. Suddenly, he looks at the protagonist. Junsu holds the vampire's hand and says that this is where it all ends. He then throws the hunter's sword into the air. The demon uses its digestion ability to consume the weapons. Su-young says she will take back the weapons he stole. Junsu scoffs and says he will feed her to death. Su-young is surprised by the rain of energy weapons. She then commands her demon to eat all the weapons. Junsu attacks her with his energy sword. He snaps his fingers and imbues the lightning element into his weapon. Su-young screams in pain, and a giant lightning bolt falls from the sky and hits her squarely. She falls to the ground and says that defeating her won't change anything. But before she finishes, Junsu attacks her, cutting off her head. He says they can try. The hunter thanks him for saving him. He recognizes Junsu as the hero player and shows the video, but Junsu denies it and says he is not the hero. He asks the guy to remember the other person in the video and remembers Taehyun the guildmaster. Then the guy understands that the true hero is Taehyun. Junsu tells him to go to the guild to stay safe. He then turns around and asks if the vampire is really working with Junsu, which makes Elizabeth angry for him being ungrateful. Since she helped him, the protagonist confirms and says she is one of his most trusted colleagues, and she even blushes. The hunters then leave. Elizabeth asks if the master is okay with that. She says she thought the hero of spirits was a secret. Junsu explains that people need a hero, and then he will act as if he is working for Taehyun. A system screen alerts that he has completed the dwarf gem mission. The gem then shines with an intense light. The screen notifies that he has discovered a new secret meeting. A huge skeleton king appears in front of the two. Junsu then greets the deity of the dead. Junsu asks if he will take revenge on the gods. It seems that his body caused problems. Junsu remembers that in his past life, the king was sealed by the bishop and the swordmaster. The skeleton says that his body is releasing a black mist. Junsu asks him to help him stop the disaster. The skeleton says that the underworld is not so bad. He extends his hand to the protagonist and envelops him with a golden light and says that all creatures belonging to death obey Junsu. A pillar of golden light then rises in the middle of the city. The protagonist gains the spirit player advantage and new passive abilities. The screen explains that he can now command undead monsters and reinforce them. He completes the mission and can now create a weapon that kills giants. Junsu realizes that his stats have increased and that he can strengthen Elizabeth. He then uses his ability and searches for the necessary items to create the demonic weapon, and says that he now has the means to end the disaster. A mission alerts that he needs to find the giant's heart and pierce it. The protagonist thinks that the system only gives the rewards that the player needs. He decides to clear the mission and find out later. He then walks with Elizabeth for the next mission. Somewhere else, a magic circle appears in the middle of the street. The screen alerts that 70 hours have passed and the undead monsters are stronger. Isabel says it's safe to say that no one will come, and that with her increased stats, she can easily defeat the Ranker player. She reveals that his body will be the perfect vessel for her sponsor. About the other Ranker player, she says it's better to kill him quickly, and that his blood is what she needs to further increase her stats. Suddenly, a magic circle starts to malfunction. Her servants warn her that an intruder has appeared. She says she hopes it's a player to get more blood. Junsu says that drinking blood is for low-level vampires, or for those desperate to create servants. Isabel recognizes Junsu and asks how he got there since she had someone take care of him. The protagonist mocks and asks if she's talking about the guy with swords. He then reveals that he killed him after he followed him. The vampire is shocked and angry. She then orders her servants to attack Junsu, but they don't move, and a system screen appears. One of the servants explains that they cannot move, because Junsu's hero advantage prevents them from attacking. Isabel wonders how he can be the hero of spirits. She then advances and says she will deal with the protagonist personally, but Elizabeth holds her arm. Isabel asks if she really thinks she can stop her. The vampire says she wants to know everything that happened while she was asleep. She then kicks Isabel away, but she manages to stop. She says she postponed dealing with Junsu, but didn't expect him to get so strong. Elizabeth remembers the days before she lost her powers. Isabel says she will defeat her and take her blood magic. She then launches an attack of red butterflies. But Elizabeth says she survived by staying with that family. Junsu then uses his ability and strengthens Elizabeth. Isabel launches an attack with her blood hand, but Elizabeth manages to dodge the blow. Isabel complains that her stats are higher because of the mist, but she says she has the advantage in the confrontation. Isabel says she doesn't care if she has a master to strengthen her, but her hand is surrounded by rings of energy. She is forced back to her original form and doesn't understand Elizabeth's ability. Suddenly, she realizes something. Elizabeth then uses the curse origin item of rarity A+. She then unleashes a powerful energy beam that hits Isabel squarely. Junsu says he will let Elizabeth decide what to do with her. He then says it's his turn, and takes the black key that reveals the location to end the disaster. He then uses the key on the red portal and steps inside. He thinks that in his past life it took 3 months to reach that place. He faces a huge pulsating heart. Junsu advances with his energy sword and strikes the heart. He can't believe how simple that was, and the screen notifies him that he cleared the mission. The restriction on the player is then lifted. A mysterious voice says he has finally arrived, and that it can't believe how quickly he got to this part of the game. Odin says he gave the trick to Junsu, but that he was faster than he expected. Junsu doesn't understand, and then asks who the mysterious boy is, but he realizes that our boy still has to regain his memories. He reveals himself as Odin and says he gave Junsu a second chance. The protagonist is surprised and asks if it was him. He then launches an energy attack at the boy and says he chose the wrong person to mess with. But Junsu says there are no advantages that reverse time in the system. He then gives him another chance to reveal himself, but insists that his answer is the same. Then reveals that he is the god of war and creation, and that he created the system and can create save points. He reveals that he created the system because of the last god standing. Junsu wonders if someone is trying to eliminate the other gods. He explains that he created the system to create warriors who would oppose the last god, and they sent him back so he could create weapons and support the heroes. Junsu asks why he doesn't fight the enemy personally, but the boy reveals he was hit before gathering other heroes. Odin reveals that the last god created his own, and that he was attacked and had to sacrifice himself to activate the save point. He then uses the last of his power to choose Junsu. The protagonist asks why he chose him since he was useless in the final battle. Odin agrees. He was just a support rank who created daggers, and that he only dreamed of becoming as strong as his guildmates. But in the end, he managed to join them. Junsu gets angry. Then Odin reveals that it was exactly for that reason he chose him, and that heroes are not chosen for their power or skills. He says that Junsu simply caught his attention, and the opportunities come to those who work hard. He says that Junsu could do nothing but watch his companions die, and that's why he turned him into a hero. He asks if Junsu hasn't become strong enough to join his old companions. The protagonist remembers his friends from his past life. He then asks what Odin wants from him. He asks Junsu to continue saving the world and promises any reward he wants. A mission screen appears. The main mission is to eliminate the last god standing, and the reward is to become a deity. Junsu says he is not interested in becoming a god, but that he can help. He accepts the mission and gains the hero advantage of the god of war and creation. Odin then says he will give him the gift he never gave in his past life. He then hands Junsu the Gungnir Spear of rarity S. The protagonist asks what that is. Odin explains that it is his favorite spear and will serve as a basis for Junsu to create what he needs. He then grips the spear tightly. The screen notifies that the player's restriction has been lifted. Junsu then returns to the train station, but he is surprised by the scene. Isabel's servants are kneeling in front of him. Elizabeth explains that she took care of Isabel and that the servants now belong to him. The protagonist wonders if he can command them like soldiers. He then asks how many of them are killed people. Junsu understands that they were well trained and that Isabel planned to use them to conquer Seoul. He then orders Juhi to stand up and names her captain of the group. He orders her and the other vampires to spread out across Seoul and rescue the civilians, and that if anyone asks, they should say they were freed by Tae-hyun. Junsu then tells Elizabeth that they need to go to another place as the disaster has started in other locations. Then they go. On a floating island, Les says he finally found all the hero players from other worlds. The priestess congratulates him, but he says the work is not over yet. He explains that he searched for hero players in this world, but eliminated those who had no potential and waited for the others to awaken. He then decided to borrow heroes from other worlds. Dark tentacles then wrap around him, and he says that what he does doesn't matter, but rather what he can do. He then attacks the elf and defeats her, explaining that a bug allowed the gate of the floating islands to open to other worlds, and that he managed to collect the weapons of the hero players to create the Godslayer. Suddenly, a system screen appears. The mission is to secure a skilled creator to forge the weapon. Les then orders to bring the recruit because he needs to see the weapon creator, and that there is no time to deal with his attitude and that he will force him if he disagrees. In the guild building, Taehyun looks tired. Wee-soo offers him a coffee and says they have been very busy in recent weeks, and Taehyun agrees but doesn't understand why people call him a hero, and he heard that the vampires spread the rumor. Wee-soo says at least Junsu explained everything. It would have taken a long time to defeat the undead monsters if it weren't for Junsu. A giant skeleton emerges from a red portal. Suddenly a system screen warns that the disaster in Seoul is over. Taehyun's ring shines and he hears Junsu's voice. He confirms that it is over, but only in Seoul. Junsu explains that he sent vampires to help clear the monsters, and that he needs to go to the next region. He says that the ranker's abilities that taking a master will lead him to an opportunity, and tells him to form a group with Jia and Dojin. He thinks that becoming a hero will still help in the future, and says he needs to sort some things out and asks about the vampires. But Wee-soo reminds him that they lost all communication. And he then remembers that the system had already warned about this before. Suddenly, Jia bursts into the room and says she cleared all the monsters. She reveals that she told everyone to join Taehyun. Taehyun wonders how he will work on the mission with all that happening. A month later in the city of Hwajong, which is a desert, there Junsu walks. He pulls his hood and stands silently watching the horizon. Suddenly a giant hand emerges from the sand and punches the protagonist. The giant sand creature appears and starts laughing. The god of sand says he is disappointed with the hunter. He launches several light stakes, and they hit the hand of the giant creature. He realizes that something is wrong. Suddenly an energy shield appears and blocks the stakes. Suddenly the giant creature is hit and loses its arm. He wonders how that is possible, and understands that Junsu is one of those people who assimilated a boss, and says he is hardly more human. The god of sand advances to attack, but Junsu cuts him with his energy sword. He then pierces the giant's chest, causing the body of the god of sand to fall to the ground. Junsu thinks that he was able to replicate some of the monster's powers in just a few weeks, and realizes that, fortunately, he is gaining strength faster than his enemies. The pigeon complains that it is tired and hungry. Many things changed after the restrictions were lifted, so he gained a movement skill and his familiar learned the blue wing skill. His weapons are now imbued with demonic energy, increasing their power, but he feels that there is something more to it. The screen warns that his creation skill is now imbued with demonic energy. He thinks that Odin has no information about demonic energy, and that he will investigate this when he gets the chance. Suddenly someone calls him. Yerim appears and asks how he is. Junsu says he didn't recognize him on the floating island. Yerim remarks and says that the rank E creator was just trembling with fear. He explains that it wasn't hard to find him since everyone received a notification. Junsu asks if Les sent him and he confirms, saying he wants to talk about something, and says that typically he came to fetch him and then asks to come along. But Junsu refuses the request since he remembers Les's philosophy of sacrifices. Yerim says that Junsu didn't listen to what his boss has to say, but still he refuses to go, and says they now have a way to stop the apocalypse. Yerim mocks and says he could stop the disaster in no time, but that he won't accept a no for an answer. Junsu says he won't be captured alive, but Yerim snaps his fingers and says he never mentioned capturing him alive. A red portal appears behind Junsu. He then dodges a surprise attack. That cuts through the entire ground. Junsu wonders if that is the Executor. He appears and asks if he really thinks he had died, and says he came back to finish the fight. Yerim says the priestess worked hard to transform him, but Junsu realizes they are not there to retrieve him. He asks if they plan to kill him from the start. Yerim says he won't go into details, and reveals that he was the traitor in the previous round. Everyone stares at each other, and Junsu asks what he means by traitor. The Executor steps forward and says there won't be time for talk, but his strike is blocked. The protagonist uses his ability and takes control of his weapon. The Executor is surprised and doesn't understand anything. He is then hit by a kick from Junsu, and complains that Junsu is a loser, and says he has no chance against him in hand-to-hand combat. He then attacks with the sword. Junsu says it's time for the pigeon to work, but he was hit by the Executor's strike. Yerim thinks the Executor had no trouble blocking his attack. He then decides to take care of the others to get the full story. The dark monster then screams. Junsu says he knew it would come after him. He then attacks the monster with his energy wings, and defeats it easily. Yerim is shocked by the scene. Junsu says the Executor is next. He then throws the Gungnir spear in his direction, but he manages to block the attack with his sword. He's surprised that the spear doesn't move. Junsu mocks and says maybe he should start throwing some weapons, and that it might be a big difference from what he remembers. The inheritance ability now allows him to copy the properties of demonic weapons. He can add another ability on top of that, and then copies the properties of the flame sword. The Executor is shocked and doesn't understand anything. Junsu then opens his hand, and several fire swords fly towards the Executor. Yerim is hit by the explosions. He screams from a shockwave, and wonders how a player can do something like this. He wonders if Junsu is launching missiles. The protagonist thinks the combination of abilities worked very well, and that he can use this strategy with many different combinations. Yerim tries to use his rule ability, and says that the second rule is that Junsu will obey his command. but the protagonist says he is too slow and uses his ability. Yerim wonders what happened. Suddenly, a giant serpent appears and attacks him. He screams in pain as he is coiled by the serpent. Junsu then says that finally they can talk. Yerim screams and asks, how did he get so strong? Junsu asks if he wants to talk now. He then uses his rental ability. Yerim is scared and questions what he's doing. In a flashback, we see that people waited for the end of the apocalypse, but the hero players failed to stop it. A mysterious figure finds Yerim and says he thought everyone was dead. He says he needs a player, and offers a second chance and a secret ability. Junsu asks if it was him who manipulated the association. Yerim confirms, and the screen warns that he is under an unfair contract. He reveals that Les was responsible for the disaster happening earlier. He'd overused the floating island gates to find materials, and that he has the ability to manipulate gates with demonic energy. Our boy asks the pigeon if that was where Les's demonic energy came from and what it has to do with the system. But he says he knows nothing. The pigeon explains that he only remembers what he needs to collect. Yerim says they were both chosen by random gods, but Junsu wonders if killing the last god will really end everything. Yerim asks what Junsu will do with him, but our boy just asks to be taken to Les since he has all the tools to create the god killer. The guy says he could have taken him, but that Junsu destroyed the only way to him. The protagonist remembers that the creature could open portals, so he grabs the dagger that cuts dimensions and says, that should work. Back at the guild building, Wisu complains that they need more people. Suddenly a portal opens and Yerim falls to the ground. Then Junsu arrives at the floating island. Lee says he was waiting for him and that he's late. He asks where the others are. Junsu then throws the remains of the monster on the ground and says he heard that he wanted to see him. Les asks if Yerim betrayed him. He says that Yerim and he have known each other for a long time, and that the priestess was probably a pawn of the god from the beginning. But Junsu thinks that Yerim is with Les all the time and might betray him. However, Liz notices that Junsu is anxious, and reveals that he created the priestess using his powers. Our boy realizes that the demonic energy can break the limits of the system. The guy says that the priestess is practically a part of him, but a being that can manipulate the system could always play tricks with her too, and Junsu could end up the same way. Les asks what he means, but Junsu says he noticed something when he arrived, and that he doesn't have even half the demonic energy he had before. His energy hovers like a mist over the floating island. Les says it was Yerim's idea to use the island, and that Junsu would have ended up like him if it weren't for who is by his side. The protagonist wonders who he is talking about and if it would be darkness. He reveals that his first memory is of finding the blackbird, and that he asked to put an end to the system. Junsu says that can't be the only reason he received so much energy. Les says he received a tremendous amount of demonic energy, but it was too much and he had to live on borrowed time. He then followed Yerim's advice and occupied the floating island. Junsu understands that he doesn't have crucial information about the demonic energy. He says they share a common goal, and that he just needs Junsu to make a weapon for him. The protagonist is shocked to hear that he needs the God Slayer. Les explains that he received a mission for this weapon from the beginning, and then he had to collect the weapons that the gods gave to their heroes. He then uses his demonic energy. Junsu is surprised by what he sees. A huge sphere of weapons floats in the air. Les reveals that those are the weapons he took from players of other worlds. He says he has all the materials and tells Junsu to make the weapon. The protagonist asks what happened to the owners of the weapons. Les says he recycled them and Junsu calls him sick. He asks what happens if he refuses to help. Junsu realizes that he's acting as if he has the advantage, but decides to give him a reality check. He proposes a deal. Junsu uses his rental contract ability and says he will create the weapon but will keep possession of it. Lee says the deal doesn't seem fair, but accepts. However, our boy says that Les will give all the energy to him. The guy is surprised. He says it's not his problem and then it's a burden he has to carry. The protagonist says he won't find a better weapon creator. Lee clenches his fist and wonders what makes him so sure. But Junsu laughs. He says he himself said there is a greater good worth sacrificing for. Les laughs and remembers saying that. He says he was right to spare him back then, and that he will keep his promise and agree to the deal. Junsu says the system guarantees it. Then Les agrees to give all his demonic energy. The protagonist wonders if the contractor's name is really nameless. At that, Les accepts the deal, but a red screen warns that the deal was rejected. Suddenly, a red crack appears in the ceiling. Junsu asks if that is the rift. Several red lightning bolts appear and attack both of them. The rift causes a huge explosion in the area. A mysterious figure appears and says he tries not to get directly involved with the system. He says that Les will go no further, and that he is about to ruin everything. The scream warns that the last god standing has appeared, and Junsu is shocked. He thinks that this isn't right. The screen warns that a player has deactivated one of his abilities. The mysterious figure says he still has some useful pieces, and reveals Sion, who was by his side. Junsu is surprised to see his friend, and asks why he is with that thing. He says that Junsu never trusted Sion, and that he simply made his suspicion a reality. Son then lunges to attack Junsu. The protagonist prepares himself, but he teleports behind our boy and tries to stab him with the sword. But Junsu tries to attack him only for Sion to vanish and reappear in front of him. The protagonist is surprised by his speed. The last god says he picked up something interesting on the way, and they thought about reviving it. The executor then appears and says he has now caught Junsu. He then attacks with a huge explosion of light. He mocks and says he picked up something useless from the ground and recycled it. Junsu says it doesn't matter how many times he comes back, his attacks won't work. The executor says he won't fall for Junsu's provocations, but he moves forward to attack. The two then exchange sword blows. Sion advances to attack Junsu. He thinks he won't lose in close combat, but a system screen warns that his ability has been disabled. He then attacks him, but his strike is blocked. His weapon is suspended in the air thanks to Junsu's ability. The protagonist thinks he grabbed the sword of that king. He then creates energy webs to trap Sion, but the mysterious figure says he can't let him do that. The screen warns that the selected player cannot be the target of player abilities. Junsu wonders how it's possible to apply such powerful buffs. He realizes it's the same as what happened last time, and that he must have intervened as well. The executor shouts for him not to turn his back. Junsu attacks and defeats him. He says he has no time to waste on him, and that now we just need to focus on Sion. The executor gets back up and says he hasn't finished with him yet. The mysterious figure says he was useless, and that's why he gave him multiple lives. Junsu then says it's time for the pigeon to shine. Our boy activates the wings with the help of darkness, but the executor shouts for him not to run away. Junsu mocks and says he is just support who can't do anything alone. He then uses his ability and traps the executor. He thinks he can neutralize abilities and revive people, but that he is only using buffs and debuffs. He realizes that his powers are still not beyond the system. The mysterious figure wonders if he is trying to bombard them, and then applies a debuff on Junsu and limits his summons. But Les attacks him and canceled the ability. The last god complains that he took the hunting dog he created, and that what he really hates is his arrogant face. He then asks if Les knows who he is. Les mocks and asks how he would know. Junsu then launches a rain of energy swords. He thinks his attacks are clumsy, and notices a strange glow. Junsu uses his ability and turns the swords into grenades. Sion realizes he can't dodge them. The grenades cause a huge explosion. He says it was close, but Junsu says he can't move in the air, and then uses his ability to trap Sion, and then strikes him with a beam of energy, and Sion falls to the ground. Junsu says it doesn't matter how many times he kills him, he can revive him. The mysterious figure says that was what he wanted to see. The protagonist thinks he can attack Les because of the demonic energy. The executor then gets up and prepares to attack. He mocks and says the hunting dog is back. The pigeon then flies towards the mysterious figure and absorbs its demonic energy. Junsu unlocks a new ability and says he won't fight alone. The mysterious figure is surprised by what happened. The protagonist then uses his new ability and makes his weapon immune to curses. The executor advances to attack, but a blue crack appears and blocks his strike. Gijun and Haiyan appear and wonder if that is a rift. The mysterious figure gains access to the portal. Junsu launches an energy attack and causes a great explosion. The executor says he caught Junsu, but is shocked to see something. Holding her weapon, Haiyan says she is glad that happened. Then she positions herself in front of Junsu with her weapon glowing ready for battle. She's not playing around. Junsu is shocked to see Haiyan. She says he didn't tell her about his return. She says she didn't have the chance to see Junsu for a long time. She explains that it took her a month to return from the trip. But the executor says it's a shame they came all the way there to die. At this, Haiyan gets furious and says she needs to think of the most satisfying way to kill him. He was surprised by her attitude. The mysterious figure calls the executor and tells him to listen. He tells him to make sure they don't leave that place and gives him a buff that increases his stats by 300%. Junsu says that the executor received ridiculous buffs. Seeing this, Haiyan says she has something in mind that might work. Our boy asks what she has and is surprised. She takes a stone and reveals that she's been thinking of using the item since her sister died. She says that even if he is revived, he won't be able to do anything if reduced to ashes. But Haiyan says that unfortunately this won't be enough. Junsu says he has another plan. Sion moves in to attack Taehyun. He wonders if he is faster than any player he has ever seen. The two then exchange sword blows. Taehyun wonders how he produces so much power with such a thin sword. Sion receives the buff from the fallen god and his stats increase by 300%. At that moment, Junsu whispers something in Haiyan's ear. She is shocked by the plan, but Junsu says it's their only chance. The executor asks what they are whispering about. Haiyan uses the same shield to protect Haiyan, but the executor breaks it easily. Junsu uses his ability and tries to hit the executor with his energy swords. Our boy wonders if he received more buffs. The executor goes for Junsu's wounds and takes a step back, but Junsu creates an energy shield. He breaks the shield with ease. However, Junsu says he doesn't understand why people underestimate supports. and asks if he has any idea what two supports can do together. He then uses the blessing of the god of war and increases the damage of his weapons. The executor wonders why he is using that ridiculous buff. He then shows his gauntlets and calls them the Saint's Fist. The executor mocks the weapon but is hit by a punch from Ha-Yan and thrown away. He was surprised by this. Suddenly, chains of light bind his feet. He asks if they think that is enough to defeat him. Ha-Yan dodges, then attacks him with a punch right in the face. She says that is for the families of the people he killed, but the executor becomes furious with the attack. She then hits him with another punch and says that is for herself. She then bites the bloodstone and holds the executor's face with her hand. She says that is for her sister, and attacks him with an energy strike. He's hit squarely and his body begins to break apart. The scream warns that he used one of his lives to revive. He mocks and asks if she's done. She then grabs a golden staff. She says she will revive him herself. The executor is shocked and doesn't understand what she is doing. She then revives him with her ability. The executor then returns to his human form and is shocked. Junsu explains that she replaced Resurrection's spell, and that he is nothing more than an ordinary nobody now. Ha-Yan then uses her energy to create a huge pillar that pierces the ceiling, turning the executor into a barbecue. Junsu asks if Taehyun is okay, and he confirms, and says that Sion seems to have lost the will to fight. Junsu wonders why he lost the will to fight so suddenly. He then realizes something, and sees that the mysterious figure has disappeared. The protagonist complains and wonders where he went. He says he probably went to look for a new player to use as a vessel, and Sion reveals that his dream has always been to become a player. Ha-Yan asks if she can trust Sion, but he reveals that he found him right after the incident on the floating islands. We see that he had been sent to some strange place. The last god says he's being punished for killing someone and stealing their weapon. Sion asks who he is and where he is, but the figure questions him as he should remember that place, and reveals that he is in the dungeon where he got the weapon. Sion says he only found the sword. He mocks and says he didn't take it as a reward, and reveals that the sword belonged to someone. He says he knows what Sion did in that dungeon, and that he will now replace the pawn he killed. He says it doesn't matter if he takes the weapon. Sion reveals that he had to follow his orders since then. Our boy knew something was strange, but Taehyun says that actually the weapon was familiar. Junsu reveals that there was a murderous maniac he had in his previous timeline. He says he felt the energy of the sword but did not recognize it, and thinks that maybe that's why Sion is so shy and passive. Taehyun asks how he knew his plans. What Sion reveals he heard from the key figures he summoned, and that they need to find the right vessel to contain him. Ha-Yan asks why he needs to become a player, but he explains that he needs to be a player to receive missions. At that moment, the pigeon appears. Junsu wonders if the pigeon knows something, and asks him, but the pigeon says he doesn't know, and says he hasn't absorbed enough to know. Junsu is confused by the answer, and asks if he gained this knowledge by absorbing the demonic energy from Les. After a while, Les complains that he absorbed all the demonic energy, and Junsu says that if he wants, they can sign the contract now. He reveals that the demonic energy contained memories about the pigeon and Les. The gods received a revelation that a being with the power of creation would destroy them. They then created the system to build heroes who would retain part of their powers. But some tried to control the system for themselves. They were Odin and the Nameless God. They confirms that the Blackbird was sent by Odin. He created a virus to hijack the system, and the system detected it as demonic energy. The pigeon reveals that the Nameless God stole Odin's power, and erased Les's memories to use him as a virus to dominate the system. Taehyun asks if that's why he was trying to become a player. The pigeon says that in most cases, the system will offer players ranker paths to become a hero. But Junsu says that he and Ha-Yan are the only ranker players with ranker abilities. She wonders who he is behind. Junsu says it must be Jia. Taehyun remembers him bragging about getting a ranker skill book. Junsu wonders if he bought it on a floating island. He thinks that Jia would have used the book and that he gave the other one to Taehyun, and that he put tracking clauses in the contracts. Suddenly he remembers something, and that one of the players from the White Skeleton survived. Ha-Yan asks where Hyuk is. Junsu says he will open a portal to his guild. But a red screen warns that it is too late. The red portal explodes. Taehyun says it is coming from above. The floating island begins to be consumed, and unleashes a huge beam of energy. Taehyun is shocked by the explosion, and wonders what is happening. He says that if Junsu hadn't warned him, everyone would be dead. Junsu asks how everyone is. He is shocked to see the scene. Sion is standing with a strange aura. He says his job was to buy time. The screen describes the assassin's blade as an A+ rarity weapon. He says that is what he is, and that now he doesn't need to pretend to be innocent anymore. Junsu launches his energy swords, but Sion says he doesn't have time to fight. He then enters a portal and says goodbye. Junsu's swords cannot stop him. Junsu runs to help Ha-Yan, and says that the wound isn't very deep, but that she needs to be treated. Les calls Junsu. and says they are running out of time and need to sign the contract, but our boy wants to stop his bleeding first. Les warns that what he wants to give is his mission, and Junsu asks what mission that is. But Les says it is the mission to create the God Slayer, and that the last God standing must have received the same mission. The screen warns that the mission was created by manipulation of the system. An hour later at the Overkill Guild, Jia asks if Sion really killed people. Junsu says he participated voluntarily, and that his demonic sword only releases its powers when wielded by someone with a thirst for blood. He confirms that Sion enjoyed killing people. Taehyun says that Hyuk is the biggest threat, but Junsu says that the memories the pigeon gained showed that souls do not disappear so quickly, and says they need to calm down and prepare, and that he first needs to talk to Les. He is lying on a hospital bed. Junsu asks him something, and if he's sure he took all his demonic energy, he says he cannot use the powers he had on the floating islands. And Les says it seems he still doesn't know much about demonic energy, and asks if he remembers the various windows that appeared. Junsu is surprised by the answer. Junsu asks what he is talking about. He reveals that it is a living virus created to hijack the system. The warning screen says that a large amount of demonic energy has taken over his body. And Les says he never received a warning because the pigeon absorbed the energy for him. And Junsu asks if he can use his energy in the same way. And Les confirms and says he will be even more powerful. The protagonist remembers that Sion had a debuff that disables all item abilities. He realizes he must be preparing to fight against creators like him. The pigeon asks what he means, and Les reveals that all the weapons he collected have disappeared. Junsu asks if he conducted human experiments to create heroes. He says he will have to collect the gods' weapons again, but Junsu says there is no need. He reveals that he checked his weapon stock and took some for himself, and says that the last god must have taken them. And Les asks if he is going after him immediately. Junsu says he needs to create some weapons, and Les says he better hurry because he must be angry. Junsu asks how he knows that. He says it's easy because he feels robbed now. He went from having divine powers to becoming a living body. Junsu then leaves the room, or Les calls him, and asks if he can ask a favor. He reveals that there is a virus someone planted in this world, and asks Junsu to find its true name. He knows there is no salvation for him, but would like to know its name. Junsu says he will try to find it, and Les thanks him. Taehyun calls Junsu. He says it's happening again and the disasters have returned. A red crack appears in the sky and the screen warns that an unidentified player has reset the disaster timer. The screen warns that the final disaster has begun and an angelic creature appears. It flaps its wings and several feathers fall from the sky. A girl wonders if that is a feather. But an explosion occurs and someone shouts to be careful. But the girl is protected, and she wonders if it is a shield. Elsewhere, a man says that this is boring, and that he thought the view would be pleasant, but it only ruined his mood. Suddenly, he notices something. The angelic creature launches a powerful energy attack. He says that he finally appeared. Junsu creates a golden bow and prepares for battle. The man asks what took him so long to appear. Junsu asks if he's the last god standing. He introduces himself and mocks the protagonist. Junsu asks why he would call him anything other than his name. He then calls him Loki. The protagonist reveals that he saw him in the memories of the demonic energy, and that in those memories, he was just another player. Loki gets angry and attacks him. It causes a huge explosion in the city. He turns and asks if Junsu absorbed all his demonic energy. Loki praises our boy, saying he has become much faster. The protagonist tells him to take a good look while he uses the blue wings, and that he won't be around for much longer. The swords advance against Loki, who asks what the rush is, and says he has a gift for Junsu. Not understanding anything, the protagonist questions what Loki is talking about. But suddenly, one of the energy blades stops right in front of a person's face. The boy reveals himself to be Hyuk, who is completely shocked and confused, asks what is going on. Then Hyuk says he thought he was dead, which leaves the protagonist completely in shock. The gods created the system to prevent their own destruction. Monsters began to appear and people were used as pawns. He wonders what happens when they fail to stop the apocalypse. In most cases, they are simply discarded, but that is not always the case. The gods can reset everything and reload any world and its players. It is a world built on illusion and lies. He says this is the true nature of this world. Junsu understands why it is called the fantasy of emptiness. Loki says that everyone is just puppets that can be created and deleted. Suddenly, several people rush to attack Junsu. Doogyun attacks the protagonist, but he says he has no control over his body. Giseok shouts for Junsu to move and dodge her attack. He realizes that they are being controlled but can still think for themselves. Jia hits Doogyun, and he falls to the ground, while Junsu thinks she's powerful. He then defends against the attack from the other companion, and realizes that his stats are based on his previous life. Taehyun shouts for him to be careful. Loki mocks and says it will be the third time he sees them die. He thinks the goal was to wear him down, but Junsu says it was a superficial move. He then uses his ability and searches for suitable items. A huge explosion occurs. Taehyun wonders what that is. A giant figure of light appears. Energy chains bind Do-gyun. He screams in pain as he is dragged. Junsu asks if he thought he would panic with something like this. Loki complains about the situation. He says you will panic at some point. Several angels with black wings appear, but Junsu adds the elemental attribute to his weapon. The screen warns that the lightning element has been added to Graham. He then launches a powerful lightning attack. The demonic weapon increases the skill damage by 800%. Meanwhile, the light golem fires an energy beam. Its attack causes a massive explosion. At that moment, Gi-seok shouts for Junsu to be careful. He then uses his transfer ability and throws it to the ground. He then binds her with the energy chains. He uses his blue wings and flies away. He apologizes to Hyunwoo, but the energy chains bind him. He screams in pain as he is pulled. The two then exchange sword strikes. He thinks Do-gyun is strong in close combat, but he is not trying to defeat him up close. Do-gyun is surprised by the chains, and Junsu says he has a mouth, but a system screen appears. The screen warns that a super powerful debuff item has been detected. Do-gyun complains that the chains have come loose. He then attacks with his dagger. At that moment, Sehun appears and says they would see each other again, and that he finally showed up. Junsu says he knew he was coming. Sehun wonders what those butterflies are. He says he has fought against fast types like him before. Elizabeth then appears and says she was waiting for him. Suddenly, Do-gyun appears. He tells Do-gyun to hang in there because he will save him. Loki wonders how she managed to stop Sehun. Junsu shouts that this is it. Loki turns around and says he understands what happened. He realizes that Junsu created weapons with demonic energy to bypass the debuffs. While looking now, we see that the Beast King has been summoned. He strikes Loki. The girl with glasses smiles, thinking this worked, but seeing Junsu, looks a bit worried about what happened. He then looks at the creature in shock. The monster then explodes into several pieces and is defeated. Loki asks if that's all he can do with demonic energy, and threatens to take the boy's energy for himself. He says that Junsu created weapons with demonic energy, and that he is not bound to the system. Loki smiles, saying it doesn't matter anymore. Loki reveals that the demonic energy is his creation. He then binds Junsu with his tentacles. He says he was curious to see what Junsu would do with the energy, and tells him to hand over the energy and die. Suddenly, Taehyun rushes to attack. Loki says he almost forgot he was there. He says you will have to do better than that. Taehyun tells him to shut up and unleashes a massive explosion of fire with his ability. Junsu is thrown back by the explosion, and Taehyun asks if he's okay. Loki says he has a powerful move. Loki laughs and says that won't work on him, but he doesn't notice a light coming from behind. At that moment, Jae-hoo launches a golden meteor attack. Junsu says she arrived just in time. She says this is their chance to make him summon his weapons. He then summons his demonic weapon. The giant serpent appears and attacks. He says just because he can't kill him doesn't mean he can't contain him. The energy chains bind Loki. He then summons another weapon and jumps off the chains. Then he summons the demonic sword, Mistletoe, causing a massive tree to rise and seal Loki. Taehyun asks if he managed to seal him. Suddenly he realizes something. The screen warns that the disaster progress is accelerating. Loki says he knew someone using demonic energy would challenge him one day, and began to possess Taehyun's body and reveals that he knew Odin would hand her over to someone else. And then you saw how excited he was when he offered him the energy. While transforming Taehyun's body to Loki's appearance, he says he didn't think he would put a protection on something he created. Junsu shouts for Taehyun and asks what he did to him. Loki tells him not to be so dramatic. The protagonist gets angry. Loki then tells him to hand over the demonic energy and attacks Junsu, throwing him to the ground. The screen warns that his demonic energy is being drained. He says the old man likes the weak because they are easy to manipulate. Junsu asks where he's trying to go with this, but Loki questions if he knows what the revelation said. He reveals that the revelation said that a being with the power of creation would bring the end of all gods. Junsu wonders about the power of creation. Loki says that when he attacked Odin, he chose the most pathetic player with the most laughable power to create. And then he chose him because he thought he was a lost cause. He admits that Junsu's growth was an unexpected surprise. Several golden weapons appear in the sky. He says he will take back the demonic energy. The screen warns that the target has been completely drained of its energy. Loki says that now he can finally achieve his goal, but Junsu says that becoming the last god is not his goal, and that he knows what he wants to do after becoming a god. He says it doesn't matter because Junsu is out of demonic energy, but the protagonist says no and that he is just getting started. Loki scoffs and says it's too late to do anything, but something suddenly passes by him. He wonders if that is a ball. Junsu tells him to watch. Elsewhere, Jae-hoo asks if Jua can really see that far. Jia uses her enhanced senses and tells Jae-hoo to shoot. Jae-hoo uses his ability and transforms the object into a ball, and hits the ball with his bat. Several portals appear and the ball passes through them. Loki asks what the big idea is. The portals move and redirect the attack. He says he is tired of their games. Then Junsu attacks him with more of the same. Loki asks if he thinks he would fall for the same trick. The ball then bounces on the ground. Junsu shouts that it is now. Then Pil hits the ball with his racket. Loki says hitting him with that ball won't change anything. He's surprised by what he sees. A golden seed flies towards him. The seed splits into several. He asks if that was what Junsu was after all along. The ball bounces on the ground, and Junsu confirms. The screen warns that the seed absorbed an item, and it blooms into a golden flower. Junsu thinks that now he can fulfill the requirement for the final mission. Suddenly, he becomes paralyzed. A mysterious voice says that none of his tricks will work against him, and that he uses the ability of reality manipulation. He says he will give him a third chance. But in exchange, he will give him all the wealth, power, and fame he has always desired. So he says Junsu has no choice. Suddenly, a mysterious voice calls Loki. The protagonist wonders what that voice was. The voice says that this vessel is not his to control. He realizes he's escaping. Loki complains and wonders how he is still there. Junsu decides to take the chance and absorb the flower. Loki says he won't let him do that. He then attacks Junsu, but he is blocked by a golden shield. Suddenly, the priestess disappears and asks if she interrupted. She then attacks Loki. He gets irritated and asks how she dares to stand in his way. But she says it's nothing personal and that she's just following orders. Loki says he will send her to her master. She walks into a dark place, but the screen warns that the ability cannot be used on that target. He wonders if he created her in advance to fight against him. Hel says she has more bad news, that he will soon finish absorbing that thing. Loki advances to attack, but it is too late. She smiles as time runs out. She then attacks Loki. He watches in despair. The screen warns that the flower has been absorbed. At that moment, Junsu becomes the new master of the system. He receives the main mission to eliminate those who call themselves gods. The reward is that no one can stop him now. He wonders where he is. A mysterious voice says he is in the Well of Destiny. Junsu asks who he is. He reveals himself as the being he remembers as Leisha, the creator of the system. The protagonist wonders what he means. He foresaw the fall of the gods and created the system for that, but Odin and other gods killed him and used his remains to gain control of the system. But he secretly hid his consciousness in Junsu when he was reviving. He explains that Odin suspected he might still be alive in one of the players, and that Odin monitored the players but some escaped his gaze, claiming that Junsu was one of them, but that he was the only one who helped him regain his true form. Junsu asks if he will take revenge on the gods, and says that all he wants is for him to fulfill his promise. He says he foresaw the fall of the gods, but never saw what form it would take. The protagonist says the mission told him to create a weapon that can kill a god. That's what kept him going all this time. He says he wanted to stop the end of the world, and that he always wanted someone to call a teammate. You want to be useful to the people who trusted him, but to do that, he had to save the world first. He says Junsu has the power to create the end he desires, and if he doesn't have weapons to create the end he desires, then it's simply a matter of creating something else. He suggests he creates something only a supporter can do and pushes him, falling from there. He wakes up. Loki shouts for Junsu, but his sword breaks. Junsu is then enveloped by a huge energy which sends Loki flying away, causing a massive explosion, and says he has a question for him before bringing the end. Loki says he doesn't decide when this ends, but Junsu uses his ability and reconstructs what was destroyed. He then launches a powerful energy attack. Loki is hit and ends up freeing the protagonist's friends. It falls to the ground defeated. Junsu asks if the end he desired was to become the last god standing. He reveals that he saw his memories in the demonic energy. Junsu says he knows the end Loki deserves but won't decide for him. Instead, he snaps his fingers and says he will give him the chance to choose for himself. Suddenly, Loki appears in a forest wearing simple clothes and feels confused. He then wonders if he's in a forest. He hears a noise in the bushes and turns around startled. A little hooded boy then appears holding a basket. He grabs him by the hood and asks where Junsu is. He screams and demands to know where the protagonist is. The boy says he knows nothing and was just gathering herbs. Loki scoffs and says the boy must be another of his illusions. He says he will destroy that world one by one, but nothing happens. He realizes he has no powers anymore and tries to open his status window. Then nothing happens. The boy shouts for him to be careful, but he is hit by a massive explosion. The fire monster appears and roars. Loki wonders where that monster came from and why it seems so familiar. A weapon appears in front of Loki and he recognizes it as Junsu's sword. The fire monster charges to attack. He cuts it with the sword and uses his combat mastery ability. He remembers seeing that monster at the end of the world. He realizes that this is the world he used to live in and wonders how this is possible. He calls the boy, who was hiding scared. Loki asks if he was planning to hide there, and asks if there are any players or heroes in that world. The boy says the last remaining hero disappeared not long ago. The boy reveals that he took care of him and the other children. Loki realizes that this world is not a mere illusion. At that moment, Loki notices something. The screen alerts that a hidden location has been found. He wonders if Junsu is deceiving him, and says he told him he would give him another chance, but he still doesn't understand. Suddenly, Junsu appears from a portal. The mysterious figure says this means the job is done. He says he is very happy about choosing Junsu, and asks why he doesn't become a god. He extends his hand and tells him to take his hand, but Junsu says that this is how he turned Loki into a god, and the boy asks what he means. Junsu says that if he takes his hand, he will lose control of the system, but the boy says that doesn't make sense since he saved him. Our boy says that Leisha told him everything about his plans. The boy transforms and says that Leisha is persistent, and that he supposes there's little sense in hiding his identity. Then he reveals himself as Odin and says that Junsu made a big mistake. He says he started all this to prevent the apocalypse. Junsu asks if Loki knew about this, but Odin says that if he had changed, he would have told everything. He says that by keeping satisfied with new worlds, the gods are spared. But they cannot create infinite worlds, and that's why he wouldn't betray him, but says he is glad he killed him. Junsu says he didn't kill him, and asks what he did. He gets irritated and asks why he didn't take his revenge. Junsu says that power doesn't need to be used as a weapon, so he can decide his own ending. Odin calls him an arrogant fool, and says that Loki is a selfish man who puts his own survival above all. Junsu says he never had a choice in the first place, and that Loki missed his family and constantly regretted. Odin asks what his alternative is. He says that Loki sacrificed his world to become a god. At that moment, Loki sees it raining fire. Junsu says that's none of his business, but that the portal he used will be the only entrance and exit from that realm. Odin laughs and says he intends to trap him there. Junsu asks if Surtur will come after him. He says then they won't have to wait long. Odin shouts for him to wait, and begs to take him along. He then closes the portal. Junsu says it seems Loki made the right choice, but Leisha asks how he knew Loki would make that choice, and the protagonist says he heard the way Odin explained things to him. He reveals that once a god becomes human, they age rapidly, and that he was aware of this when he made his decision. He says it's his turn and asks if he forgot the agreement, and that he wants to get rid of the system and put an end to the gods' childish game. Junsu says there's one last thing he wants to create before getting rid of the system. He says he will give choices to those who never had one. In a flashback, a little boy points to the stars and shows him growing up. He is on a terrace looking at the sky. Someone asks what he is doing there and says he will catch a cold. He says the company can't function without him and invites him to come down and join the others. We see Taehyuk staring at each other. Hyun is fighting with her sister. We see everyone working in the office. The girl in the office is confused and wonders what is happening. Suddenly, Junsu and Iokal appear bringing several pizzas for the staff. With a big smile on his face, he seems happy with the life he has built.